First off, we are coming back in. I mean, still positive on the session here, about 0.36 for the S&P, about 0.5% for the NASDAQ. Happy last day of Q2.
Yes, and yeah, I guess.
So that happened.
We got a long weekend coming up, so it's going to be good. Yeah, but to mention, Brendo, we're still above that 20,100 with respect to Nike. Really tough look for them yesterday. A lot to talk about. They're looking to cut down on their direct-to-consumer focus. They're looking to cut down on sneaker production. A lot of question marks here, stuff that took me by surprise. Lots of other stuff moving. Brendo, DJT moving after the debate yesterday. Apple also getting a nod from a couple of analysts and releasing the Vision Pro in China.
Yeah. Coming just after, a week ago, they were talking about slowing down production on or development of the next higher end version of the headset, focusing more on cost-effective versions here. So again, if you missed it, 2.6% on the PCE print there on the year-over-year number, in line with expectations, to slightly lower month-over-month, basically dead flat for the Federal Reserve's preferred inflation reading. So, I mean, a lot to talk about on the individual side of things this morning. You mentioned DJT moving around after that debate performance last night. I mean, regardless of your political opinions, pretty tough to watch, I think, across the board. The market seeming, to shrug it off as it has been for the past couple of months here. So we'll see what happens, coming up over the next few weeks. But we have to keep DJT on watch this morning here. Even PHUN pretty active so far.
Yeah. We obviously don't get political, but that was a tough watch yesterday. Other stuff that's moving, Brendo, Rosenblatt downgrading Google. So we'll have to talk about that. Chewy was moving yesterday. Yes, Keith Gill, Roaring Kitty, tweeting or Xing a picture of a dog very similar to the logo for Chewy, and that had that one moving up 34%. Then it moved back down negative, Brendo. A lot of volatility.
Yeah, it's that time of year. Typically in the summer, you get some. Sorry, I'm just reading a couple things here on earnings side of things. Sean enjoying a holiday here for the next few days, going into next week. Hope he enjoys that much-needed time off. Obi back in again. Going to be doing some heavy lifting around here for the next few days at least. Anyways, good morning, guys.
Good morning. Obi's had the back, and thank you for that, Obi, stepping right in there. Especially you considering, I mean, we have so much to talk about today. 200 giveth, 200 taketh away on Tesla, and then it just gave it again. So in the last couple, Tesla broke 200 on the number, it broke back before the number, it broke back down underneath after the number, it's back above 200, and it's not the only thing pressing a $200 level. Oh, no. Amazon is primed for another all-time high test at $200, so we'll be watching out for that. I don't think either one of us are going to say anything too great about Nike today, because we're probably looking for some shorts on that one, but there's a lot to watch. Nike shorts? Today. Some Nike shorts?
I like Nike hoodies as well, but no, definitely. I mean, yeah, it's breaking below some key levels, like multi-year lows. That's interesting. Let's see who comes on the into the book off of the open is the question that I'm asking
sellers
there. Maybe, I don't know. It's SSR. It's very close to SSR.
Oh goodness.
But. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see who wins the battle today. Is it going to be the buyers? Is it going to be the sellers? But Amazon, as Wayne likes to say,
that's your boy right there.
Yeah, no, we've had some decent trades on it over the past couple of days. Some good, sometimes maybe not so good. But we're learning. We're still in that process. And hopefully we'll see. Well, let's see. It's right there at that 200 mark. I see that it's trading 99.30s. As of right now here, let me pull it up on this book right here so we can take a quick look at the book. Yeah, so right underneath 200. It attempted to test 200 yesterday on that euphoric, crazy move. A little bit of a pump by, damn, what's the guy's? I always forget. Josh Brown, thank you there. Yeah, so
so he pumped it.
So randomly. So look at this chart, man. Like this is crazy. So it's like, all right, it's already poised. I was speaking about it in the morning. I'm like, the way it's holding 95. 95 was very distinct in terms of how it was churning volume in the morning, and it comes down, it holds 95 again, and all of a sudden, Buddy comes out and he's like, oh, I've doubled my position in Amazon or something. Take a look at that expanding volume. Intraday catalyst breaks through the high, rips up. So I'm like, okay, well, I didn't know who this guy is, but now I guess he's on my radar because he clearly has a following. enough to move a Mag 7 like it's a small cap, like it's a mid cap euphoric move. And I'm like, all right, well, it's kind of, you know how they say it's like, all right, well, it's already setting up to do something, and it just needs the volume to do it. Well, it got that volume all of a sudden, and that move happened within a much shorter time frame than I thought it would. But you know what? We've held some of those levels, and now we're underneath right there. 99.83 is the high of yesterday. We're trading 99.30, so definitely. Potentially in the stars. I don't know what the stock is going to do, but I'm gonna try to respect what the chart and price action tells me.
But we didn't come all this way not to test $200. Yes. Come on now, we came all. And don't tell me about Josh Brown pumped it.
Yeah,
I thought the week.
This guy?
I thought the week ahead. There were some calls in the week ahead. Email. Amazon was my pick. We thought it could get here. So at the end of the day, I don't think he's the only person that liked the Amazon this week. And we got our picks in. For next week as well, so make sure you check that out when the week ahead comes out. Bullshine and I made our picks the last couple. I did it yesterday. I think he got his in, but yeah, locked and loaded and ready to go. Look, maybe it doesn't break $200, but if it does, I'll be there. That's 100, almost 100%, unless I could be like away from the desk or something. Maybe go to the bathroom. That's the only way I'm going to miss the 200 level on Amazon is if I'm not physically sitting in the desk. So PCE has us up, down, round and round. And as you mentioned, you can't get away from Nike. We're not going to be able to get away from DJT today. Oh, yeah. But do not forget, you know what? Before we go back to the desk, there's a name I don't want to forget. Because when I pull up this chart this morning on Micron, I couldn't believe, like really on bad earnings, the stock goes into a previous support level. That ends up being the top twice and then just flushes. This is kind of like one of those, oh man, like that's basically the setup I would have loved. Right into previous resistance at the open, gave you multiple places to get in, and then it's going to give you VWAP at the end of the day as well. Yeah, that's the one I'll regret missing. So I'm looking at this, like the 135, the 137. Don't forget about day 2 type plays as well.
All right, I was just looking at some of these chips here across the board under a little bit of pressure this morning. Chips as in semiconductors. Micron, first off, remember yesterday had the earnings move, or 2 days ago, reported after the close, and then we were downside yesterday. It ends up holding this 130, 132 area, which was support not only initially after the report, but throughout the day yesterday. We're above that right now, but kind of chopping around here. I mean, NVIDIA, similar look, kind of within the range from the past couple of days here. AMD, relatively strong, back to the upside through 160. There was a couple of analyst notes I was noting. On the semiconductor sector, I mentioned this simply in the sense that these have been leading this market for so long now, and this week has been pretty uneventful here for the semiconductors.
Absolutely, Breno. Up and to the right, they've been all year. But specifically with Micron, I got a little bit more nuanced into the earnings report that they had a couple of days ago, and it looks as if everything AI specific was all on the up and up. The reason why it sold off, and we were basically theorizing that it was the guide. Apparently, really, it was the look on their traditional business. PCs haven't been doing that well in terms of selling DRAM for that purpose, as well as cell phones. So their traditional core business didn't do that well, Brendo. So analysts were looking at it from the sense, well, if this AI tailwind dries up, their core business is a little bit in trouble.
Yeah, TSM, on the other hand, with a share repurchase, announced the company repurchasing 295,000 shares for a total of $284.7 million as of June 28th, so 175. So if there is one, I mean, TSM is kind of an outlier in this group anyways, but if there is one to call relatively strong today, maybe Taiwan Semi guys back to 174.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit more healthy, I'd say. Like, I just talked about Micron, so I'm looking for some shorts to pop there. Bless you, Fabian. But TSM, it needs to break out. I think when I see something that's range bound like this, like the last couple of days, even if you've got a good catalyst, there's a double bottom 170. So hey, great. If you like the long, I think down into previous close 170 on a Friday makes some sense. But look at what happened to this at $175. Like that's right around the corner. You have a double top 175. You have a key close at 175. You have a failure the way that it failed yesterday at that price. It's hard to be in love with this unless there's buyers winning at $175. Above $175, I should say, on TSM. I think you just sort of stick with old faithful sometimes when it comes to trading. Look, I mean, NVIDIA is going to do much better volume. I think we all know that compared to TSM. And it doesn't mean that, okay, you only ever trade NVIDIA. TSM is not going to provide opportunities. But if you're not above 75 and this market doesn't want to look, this market's not looking very strong, at least after that number that came out, like we just had a wick top break and now we're headed back into the downside. So if we're going to test 20,000 or even this 2100 on the NQs, I want to see something that's at what's going to do volume at a key level. You have a double bottom on NVIDIA at the 123, so I think that can come into play. So I'll be trading NVIDIA. If we get that pop in Micron, sure, we'll short it. The other chip name, and you guys should already know which chip name on Pops I like, because AMD 163 even kind of rhymes. So this 163 level, there was no opportunity to trade it yesterday, obviously, when I wasn't here, and then this week, a couple of chances, and it just couldn't break out the 161. It's up a half a point, so it's a little bit relatively strong. I think it could get back into this 163, and it should be obvious, why I would like shorting in here on AMD. Once it's through 163 half, I think you just got to be able to give it up and wait for the next level. Its trend is clean. Look at this thing on the daily chart. I mean, if you're going to see something like this over and over and over again, I think you wait for a bottom. Right now, that would be in the 150s. But when it's near that top, you look for the short at the top end of the range until it proves it can break out of it. And that requires patience, because we're $3 away from getting to that top. So you might have to sit things out at the open, and I'm willing to do that. Just be patient with AMD. I've made the mistake before of getting that early short, and then it's the second or third one that's really good. So just stay in the pocket, wait for your levels to come. It's a Friday, so you're going to get some volatility off of that open.
Yeah, no, I kind of see that the market's pulling back into that 20,100. We keep talking about how interesting that 20,000 mark has been on the NQ. It keeps on chopping, churning, and kind of orbiting that price, that level there. But yeah, a little bit of a pullback across the board here. I have my, chip basket open, and yeah, I did have eyes on TSM, AMD, Intel as well. Intel has been doing some interesting things, but yeah, yesterday kind of a strong sell-off on TSM, but within a bit of a sideways range if you look at a higher time frame, right? So if you're looking at some of this here, we can see that it's kind of compressing on a multi-day frame there after pulling back from 185s. Now I'm not too sure if this 185s is all-time highs, but it does seem like it is. So I think yes. So that one, interesting. So I guess it happened in the after hours of the pre-market there. Yeah, it happened in the pre-market a couple of days ago. That 185.78 all-time highs, and then pulls back there. Prior day high as well, kind of a lick grab of that in the pre-market and fade off of that. So, but we're compressing, making relatively higher lows as well. So it could be interesting. Look, it is a Friday. I think there are other names that are maybe a little bit more in play when it comes to the chips. I'm definitely watching a little bit of NVIDIA as well. Let's see how it closes off the week.
There he is, Michael Noss, with us on a Friday morning to give us a look at not only an individual name, but I want to get your thoughts here, Mr. Noss, on the overall market as we come to, as we were saying, today is the final day of Q2 already here in 2024. Yeah. This year absolutely flying by. You and I had a conversation right at the beginning of the year, specifically regarding election years and the typical back and forth nature of the election years around that November time period going into Q4. Is it now, we've had the big run up, we've had, the tech-led rally. Is it now people going on vacation, going into the summer months, a little less attention being paid to the market, that we start to see maybe a little bit of sideways action?
Yeah, there's a lot of seasonality work just done on election years and how important they are. And this one's tracking pretty close, although outperforming most election years. The major concern when it comes to election years, if you really dive into the data, is that the market generally starts to rally the more there's certainty. It doesn't matter which side generally wins. If you take one side versus the other and you average out the returns of the market over the long run, it doesn't matter. But what matters to the market is when they're relatively confident what will occur. I'm Canadian. I have no dog in the fight. I'm not interested in U.S. politics at all. But from what I'm hearing online, I think things are a little less sure after last night, and that should, in theory, could have the market spooked. But yeah, generally what's happening is that you get this choppy period into, the summer months or so, and I think they have their election in November. So the closer you get to that time and the more definitive the polls are, I think that's usually when the market feels, more confident, I guess, to rally again, for lack of a better term.
All right, let's take a look at an individual name here that you've been looking at over the past couple of days. Sean also looking at it as well, talking a little bit about Roblox here from a higher time frame standpoint. Seems a little bit relatively strong versus where everything else is at this point. Give me your thoughts here and what you're looking at as far as an opportunity.
Absolutely. So yeah, I love when my ideas to come on the show come to me. And yeah, you might have heard of this guy, tweeted at me yesterday, Trader TV Sean, was looking at Roblox for a longer term play and a breakout. I think we've talked about, I think his kids are still playing Roblox. So, there might be some little home country bias there and saying, hey, this is, I'm spending money on this maybe. So maybe that's why he's interested in recouping a little bit in the stock and looking at the breakout. So, as always, if we're going to be interested in that, let's go through and take a look at the chart and see if there's a trade potentially here to be had on Roblox and kind of how I'd take care of it. So first of all, just a couple things on the weekly chart right away. This has been basing for a long period of time, but it stopped going down in 2022. And that's, I think, the really important thing when you're looking at stocks that are making low bases like this, especially when they came off, that absolute collapse that we had in 2021 to early 2022. There was no bid in the market there. There was no large investor that was saying Roblox, I think, is fairly priced here. But now you can see as it's creating this base, that's showing us a little bit more that there's some institutional support. People are buying it here. So, the old saying is for a stock to start going up, it has to stop going down. And I think that's what we're seeing here. That purple line is the anchored VWAP from that all-time high. So it's to show the price at which people, if they were averaging in from the worst possible price, where would their average price be on Roblox? It's a little bit above us. It's in the 40s, in the high 40s. And that gives us a little bit of room from here. That's fine. If we get above that and we're looking for a really long-term trade, then that shows us that, hey, everyone's starting to make money in Roblox now. And that's a great little sentiment shift when that happens. The next chart just shows the anchored VWAP from the all-time lows. So, what if you were a really good stock picker and you've been accumulating Roblox in this low base, the way it looks like there may be some institutional buying, again, just showing that it's not going down anymore. And we are right there. We are right at that price right now. That's sitting around 37.5, which is, pretty much exactly where we close. So into the daily chart, some interesting things to note here. So I know what Sean was looking at, just looking at the chart he sent me. He's looking for a break into the gap and saying, hey, is this going to fill the gap and then maybe move a little bit higher? I'm looking at a couple things that show a lot of resistance right at this point, which if we retract from here, then we know why, but if we break, could actually be good catalysts to say, okay, we're finally through these levels. The first one is just that blue downward sloping trend line. If you connect the tops of the last two highs, we're right there. We struggled with that yesterday. And then also an anchored VWAP from that major high. That's exactly where we closed yesterday. And then the anchored VWAP from that major low is exactly where we closed yesterday. So we have a lot going on in this area, which could make this area, if we can get up and through it, actually pretty explosive and a nice place to kind of trade around. I like when I can find really important zones on a chart because that makes my trading a little bit easier. I know that I want to be long if we're above this, and I want to be out if we break and close below it. Last chart right here I have is the 30-minute chart. So this is just an intraday chart of, how I might actually get into a position or manage a position. It's $37 even, pretty much, is the gap high of a few days ago, and then the low of kind of where we were fighting into the end of the day yesterday. So I think if you're interested in Roblox, I think the trade's pretty clear here. If we can get a move, say to 37.5 or 38 off of this $37 level, I think you're okay to be long. I think you use that $37 area as your get out. Or if all of these areas of resistance are going to hold true and we're going to push lower, again, I think you use that 37 area as your place to play around.
Consider coming up here not only short term going into the summer, but for the remainder of the year as well. Michael Noss, have a great weekend. Long weekend on this side of the border. We'll get the holiday south of the border next week, of course.
Awesome. We'll talk to you then with new monthly charts and new weekly charts. I'm very excited.
As a trader should be to get new monthly charts in there. Thank you, Michael. And yeah, just a reminder to everybody, hey, it's a long weekend in Canada, but we'll be here on Monday because U.S. markets are open. We're here next week. I think it's, next week, Thursday's obviously going to be a full day holiday, but then the Wednesday's a half day. I feel like they didn't always do this, like the half day for the July 4th holiday the day before, but we'll still have semi-regular programming that day. I just wanted to quickly point out something because when Michael comes on, we love that aspect of the swing trading setup, and I can't make it up. I turned to Obi right as he was talking. I'm like, yeah, this is exactly where I would draw a trend line as well. But just for the day trade, the one thing I wanted to say for yesterday's trade, if you have been observing the stock and you have that trend line drawn, and then you look at that test that Michael mentioned about Roblox not getting it at the open, well, this is what it looks like on the higher time frame. Now, if you're just only looking at your 3-minute, in my case, a 3-minute chart or your single day chart, or maybe you're looking at the last couple of days, you're saying, okay, bounce long, I like the trend on this after the day before, look at the breakout and continuation. But when you pull up that higher time frame chart, you'd see the opportunity why somebody might look for a short there, because it's failing that trend line and then showing you lower high, like continuation of a fail on that trend line. This would be a situation where, as a day trader, I'd probably be looking for short there because it couldn't get through the $38 level. And it's because of that higher time frame. So we usually say go long, strong stocks, go short, weak stocks. But that's a perfect example of where you pull up the daily, see a trend, and you're willing to go in the other direction because it's failing that trend line. Now, it plays both ways. You get above 38, I think you've got a good breakout on your hands in Roblox. But that's why I love about zooming out and looking at those higher time frame charts. It's really important. It can give you other opportunities out there, whether you're day trading, swing trading, or anything in between. Speaking of everything in between, I have a sneaky suspicion at least one or two names that are going to be on the upgrade and downgrade board. So I'm interested to see what is stuck in the middle, which might surprise us, because I have a pretty good idea what's going to be at the top of the downgrade list with Adara.
We have a couple industrial names kicking off the upgrades. Raymond James upgrading both John Deere and Caterpillar, both of them slightly positive on the day right now. So interesting look for two of these industrials. We have Apple getting this upgrade from Oppenheimer with the $250 price target. And then we have Affirm with this upgrade from JMP Securities, up almost 1% in the day right now. First downgrade is going to be Rosenblatt downgrading Google here. Rosenblatt actually upgraded Apple a few days ago, so now downgrading GOOGL. Amongst other reasons for the downgrade, they said in the analyst note there were some concerns about the transitions with regards to AI. So some AI-related headwinds potentially for GOOGL, as stated by Rosenblatt. We also have Chubb getting downgraded by William Blair, Nike getting downgraded by JP Morgan Chase, and quite a few other analysts after that earnings report. And last but not least, we have this downgrade here for CRISPR from Guggenheim, guys.
Okay, that's a nice point. I mean,
if you couldn't
tell,
tell,
at the top of the list, but it's definitely there. It's there.
I just assumed Nike was going to be at the top of the downgrade list.
I think that's a fair assumption.
That was a poor assumption by me. Who's downgrade Google? I didn't even see who it was, but hate to be Rosenblatt. See, that's your problem, Rosenblatt. Not using that key. No, it's obviously Nike's going to be the big downgrade today after the earnings. Apple, in terms of talking about maybe names that aren't at the front of everybody's mind here, I think Apple can be one. I was going to go with Caterpillar, but we've talked about that name before. I like them. That's something I own in the personal account. Looking for some dip buy opportunities. It's getting to great levels. But Apple, very, very close to retaking that 220 level. So you've seen it break out on the daily, kind of what Amazon's starting to do. And Apple, I like this gap that you've managed to hold is pretty good. Because if we pull back into 20,000 and Apple holds above 15 or even the $14 levels, that'd be a great sign. It's up more than the market, 0.7 to 0.2. So I think that bodes well for it. Obviously, when we do the rundown, we're going to talk a lot about Nike because Nike's in the tank. So I'll save the Nike comments for then. But yeah, Google, I don't care if they got a downgrade. That's not one. It wasn't really on my list to short. I feel like that's going to be like an AMD kind of thing. Although Alphabet, when you pull it up, that might do some work on Alphabet because if we're going to have a red day, it isn't looking the best for Google here. This wasn't on my list earlier. I thought we'd be trading more like Tesla, Amazon, Nike, obviously DJT, and maybe Google. I might look for an opportunity where it could be shorted because it's already starting to give it up. Relative weakness here.
Yeah, no, I like that. I like that upgrade on Apple as well. Apple upgraded to a 250 price target. Could be interesting. Doing a little bit of Arvo in the pre-market here, but something bigger picture to note is, again, we're looking off of that strength off the WWDC event that we had a couple weeks ago. This two days of a strong leg, or like legs if you want to call it. Very, very strong with significant volume traded during those 2 days. And look at what's been holding here on a pullback, a little bit of a relief down to 207s. That's where this consolidation is. So it's like, if you think about it, a 3-bar pattern or a consolidation or whatever you want to call it, you got a leg, you got some consolidation, and then you got a second leg, and we're holding the range of that second leg, kind of trickling right back up into about 50% of that move. Yeah, let's see if that strength can come in. It is a Friday. We are trending up as well on the multi-day over here. You can see this dip that did test that little bit of a low here, and this is coming up as well. Something I do want to know is, I just remember this channel that I have drawn in from much earlier. This is kind of like, okay, sure, you want to look at fundamental catalysts and players getting in on the WWDC event, but if you saw before the WWDC, the sell-off goes into the bottom of this multi-week channel that Apple's been building up post-earnings. So there's a lot of confluence on this breakout of the channel, and you get that crazy strength. So if you're playing breakouts and breakdowns, definitely this 200 mark, another factor of confluence, a nice little solid 200, right? Breaking out, and it goes to 220s for an all-time high test, and now we're trickling back up. So that is looking hella strong on Apple there. So maybe some more confluence with that upgrade happening today. Let's see what Friday has in store for us.
All right, a few other things to consider here this morning. I saw this one, PHUN, pop up once again this morning, trying to get back to the upside. Did make a move yesterday very briefly, but faded it, gapping up in the early pre-market this morning, but back to the downside a little bit here so far this morning as well. We were talking about TSM to get things going. I saw there was a positive note there on Adobe as well. So a ton to get into. There's lots of little ones moving around as well. Small cap world, very, very active this morning. COSM, CARM, ESPR, INFN, just to name a few here, all well over 1 million shares. At Cosmos Health already at 20 million plus traded so far in the pre-market there. So, all right, let's get into everything we need to know here heading towards the open. It's Friday. It's the last day of the week. Let's go.
So exciting. 55.46, guys. We closed out right below that key area of resistance that we've been talking about for a while of 55.50. We're above it now. We're trading at 55.57. So let's see if we can hold that 50-point level at the open, at least on a closing basis. If we do, let's look to the highs over here, 55.87. That's the high that we put in on the 19th. If we break down below 55.50, let's look to that 10-point level that we've been bouncing off, 55.10.
Lots to know and lots to understand, as always, in the pre-market. If you haven't done so yet, go to the website, tradertv.live, wait for the pop-up, and then enter your email. And then you'll get the absolutely free watch list sent right to your inbox every single day. Nike, ugly to the downside this morning. 15.7%. We just took out session lows there. It's trying to bounce a little bit, but through $80 and then some. We're now down 14% on the month, and this is all forecast related here, specifically around China, is saying they're not really expecting much in the near term here from China.
No, Brando, and the main thing that really stuck out here was they missed on the top line. They actually missed on revenue. They beat on EPS because they were able to shore up costs, but that doesn't mean that they were generating more revenue. So here's a look. Soft sales in China, Brando mentioned that. Uneven consumer trends globally, slower online sales, and this is the part that really kind of bamboozled me. They're switching from their direct-to-consumer methodology through their website and through their own retail stores, and they're going back to this wholesale format where they do business with Foot Locker, do business with Dick's Sporting Goods. So I'll have to see how that all works out, Brando, but does not look good here.
Continues to slide even right now. $79 incoming here quick, guys, for Nike.
Our 99 Super Chat, appreciate you. We love all of our viewers. Something from the show, pass it on to everybody. Like, hit that subscribe, and contribute to the community the best you can. But we do appreciate the Super Chat. You know, there's a saying that I absolutely love, and I forget who coined it, but it's along the lines of, you know, if you care about somebody, tell them what you think, and if you care about yourself, tell them what they want to hear. So Ms. Westmeyer, Gamble bought Nike 125 at 86 share. Thoughts? I can't pretend. Obi and I were just talking about our approach to Nike today. I'm looking to short pops on Nike, and the reason, as a trader, the reason's kind of obvious. On a weekly chart here, I zoomed out way too far. There you go. On a weekly chart, you look at this support at $82. You've taken this out pretty clean. Like, this is a weekly going back to 2022. The only thing underneath that is the pandemic low. The pandemic bottom is what is left for the stock. So could it be an SSR bounce play? A lot of times you'll hear me say, hey, down over 10%, looking for an SSR bounce. If it was falling into 82, that's what I'd be doing at the open. I'd be like, yeah, let's go SSR bounce hunting, bouncing off that 82 area. But unfortunately, that's not the case here for Nike. So, you know, analyze the report all we want. In this situation, I'm just looking to short pops. Oh, this is cutting off. This chart's not showing anything past 5 o'clock. So if you show one that has past 5 o'clock, I can probably do that on Trade Ideas, and that'll be just fine. So if you pull this one up like a 15-minute, so here's what I'm looking at. You've got this big consolidation right here after things got the worst. The call came on and it dropped even further and then consolidated right about 83. That's that big level on the daily, 82, 83. So anything into that, I'm looking short. It has to be above 83 for me not to want to be short in that price area. And so a lot of ways this could play out. Short into pre-market highs, or at least these local pre-market highs, 81, 81 change, and just sort of look for pops to short. It could end up being VWAP. It could be the even 81. As long as we're getting into that 83, then I want to be looking for the other direction on Nike. It could be down 20 points today, and it wouldn't surprise me after that big of a break. So as a day trade, you know, I'd be looking to short pops here on Nike. Just hope to be able to get into some. You never really know. I would suppose $75, or if it's something like 75 or 70, those would be levels I might look for an SSR bounce.
Yeah, no, I definitely like the continuation short on Nike, even though it's done, like Neil just mentioned, it's broken past 88, 85 recent lows, also in and around earnings dip, and then the prior earnings dip from September 23, right there. We've broken that low at 87.80s, and then we've also broken the low from 22 at 82. So it's like, all right, well, if we do a little bit of a bounce, where am I going to look for support turned resistance? Maybe around that 82.30 is what I was thinking, but yeah, looking further left here, definitely, as Neil pointed out, that COVID low is the distinct level down at 60 here. But I think before we get there, there's 76s as well now. Just pulling up the ATR of this name on Nike. I know it's an earnings day, that the ATR can be a little bit different when there's catalysts and RVOL involved. But as of right now, I have here the 14-day ATR, the 14-period ATR as 1.82 on Nike. So let's see if we can do multiples of ATRs, which again, I have no doubts that it has the ability to do this. But look at the RVOL right there. We talked about RVOL yesterday with one of our guests on the show there, and yeah, look at that. Definitely distinct RVOL doing over 50 times in the pre-market right here. And take a look at where this consolidation kind of holds. This 82.30s, like look at the low of this candle right here. So it's like we talk about support and resistance levels, and like looking left. 82.35 is the low of this candle right here. So it already consolidated at that prior low on a multi-time frame before breaking down further in this morning session. So it's pretty much, I'm pretty sure it's SSR as of right now off of the open there. Was it 16? Yeah, down 16.27% if we open exactly at these prices here on top of that 79. So definitely going to be SSR off of the open. But again, we got to see who's offside, and offside on the longer time trend does seem like it is, it's pretty clear that longs are offside off of this action. The question becomes, who's going to be more in charge? Are sellers going to be in charge, or buyers going to be in charge off of the open? And that we have yet to determine. And I'll definitely be watching the tape and the book to see some hints for that on Nike. But definitely one of the top names on my list for today to trade.
All right, let's go on to DJT. Very active here in the pre-market. Once again, this morning we were touching on that PHUN early on. 10% still. It was up more than that. We took out the high from yesterday in the pre-market early on, touches $42 again. It's trying to bounce right now, but definitely worth keeping an eye on here. I mean, the story is what it is. After that debate last night, you can see a ton of volume even versus what was traded yesterday through the normal session here in the pre-market only going towards the open.
Yeah, up 10.25 or 10% right now, Brendo. Trump holds a 64.9% stake in the company. That's about $4.2 billion. The company's market cap, as I look at it, about 7 2/3 right now. Really, obviously, the story is well known here. It's going to be a technical trade, so just keep your eye out for technical levels.
So I was just telling Obi, like I paid for locates, and I think it was 2 days ago because I wasn't in yesterday. I'd mentioned I was looking for that opportunity to fade on the 50 period after the debate, like kind of like a sell the news type of fade. And I think the issue with that trade is here's a legitimate wick, like that's real on the daily, going right to the 50 SMA and already pulling back. So there's a really good chance that you needed to take this trade at 7 a.m. or 7:25 to pay that short, because it goes 42.5. You're probably realistically short down here, 42. It pulls all these dark pool wicks in here. You get about 39.5, breaking through 40 even, and it's starting to catch a bit of a bid. So I don't know that it's the same trade if it pops back into the upside. If anything, I might just say to myself, hey, you might have missed that opportunity. Unless it fails 42 right away, like if it does the same breakout and false breakout at the open, then I think it can be shorted around that level. But yeah, I might have missed that opportunity on DJT. And it is what it is. Like either you like trading pre-market or you don't. I don't think this is the stock for me in the pre-market in terms of the liquidity that it's going to have. So if it breaks out the top from here, I think that would be quite bullish after the pullback that it's already done. When I sat down and was doing my morning mix on X, it was like if it continues that move into the downside, it doesn't seem as likely now that it's caught a bid. But that 36 level feels a lot like the 33 level from a couple of days ago to me. When you catch like a deep bottom, we haven't seen it hold twice yet. Like you got a deep bottom that held a couple of times there on DJT and then it rallied. So you've already held once on a big pullback yesterday going into the debate and another test of 36. Looks like that's the level you really want to wait for. If we just continue to trend down, I don't really want to be long catching a falling knife, and the only level where I'd look for a bounce play is 36. Any other long has to be on strength, breaking out of highs, higher lows off VWAP at the open or things of that nature. And just because we got a super chat, I wanted to quickly get to Adam DeLuz. Thank you, Adam DeLuz. Appreciate the super chat there. PayPal crossed the 50 MA on the weekly. Thoughts? None of them good, because you're talking about it crossing the 50 in the wrong way. This is PayPal's weekly chart. I don't have to tell you it's not great. You can see the trend down. It crossed a couple of days ago, the 50 MA on the weekly, and now you're consolidating under like the $60 breakdown. So there's your 50 EMA, which already happened a couple of days ago, and now it's consolidating lower. So fail the 50, consolidate lower, you're going to close the week very likely under 60. To me, that's the bullish sign there for PayPal. Sort of bearish sign for PayPal, closing underneath that 60 level. But yeah, I think trading off of that close is already come and gone. And I'm using an SMA. You might have been talking about the EMA, but I use the simple moving average. So PayPal, to me, it's a short till it's not when I see a trend like that.
Yeah, it's speaking a little more about DJT. Again, I didn't really watch too much of the debate last night. I did see some snippets. I know that there are a lot of definitely memes coming out of it, that's for sure. But interesting stuff indeed. I do have to spend some time over the weekend, maybe giving it a quick skim through. But in terms of the trade on DJT today, it is doing some significant RVOL in the pre-market, over 3 to 7x as of right now, but pretty much kind of trading the same prices as we were off of the open yesterday. So let's see, we have been in a bit of an uptrend over the past few days. What's interesting to me here is this little bit of a base that's been, or a little bit of consolidation that's been happening. You can see that it has a little bit of a shake and bake, what I like to call a little test of the lows and the highs right there. So 44s kind of being that consolidation low there as well. You attempt to push below, but then you finally come back in. That's not too far away from where we're trading right now. Now, again, pulling up the ATR on DJT, let's take a quick look at what this thing is potentially capable of. 4.27 is the 14-period ATR on this one. So yeah, it can definitely, it's well within range if we open up where it's at right now, 4070s, to come into that level if we do have some strength kind of going in with that continuation. With the multi-day trend that we've been having, also something to note is that it has about a 13% short float. So it definitely has the ability to push that ATR, especially with that RVOL and with a little bit of that short float as well. I'm going to be keeping it on watch. I don't necessarily have too much planned for it unless and until it can get up to that 44. But yeah, it maybe prior day highs as well, but we've already clipped some of those. So pre-market highs at 42.87 could be interesting as well. Let's see if this trend continues to hold off of this event. But something I know I was talking with Sean yesterday was, is this going to be a sell the news kind of event? We've been running up into the debate over the past week or so after making a little bit of a bottom here just underneath 25s, 24.83s being the low. So it could go either way. I'm a little unbiased, but let's see if it'll bring us any opportunities on the day today.
All right, let's go to Apple here, looking pretty good in the pre-market. Once again, relatively strong versus the rest of tech. We'll give it that at this point. What is that? 216 coming into play here in the pre-market, 0.8% to the upside after a bit of a volatile day yesterday. Still, very good week for Apple. Double check the monthly performance here in a second, but yeah, I mean, you were mentioning this earlier, the economic version, I guess, or the lower price version of the Vision Pro debuting in China for Apple. There's a couple of positive notes from analysts as well.
Yeah, there Oppenheimer today reiterating Apple with an outperform and a price target of 250, so that's a good one. There's also this headline over here, Apple iPhone shipments in China surge 40% in May amidst discounted offers, so recovering a little bit in terms of demand on that side of things. And then as Brendo mentioned, the Apple Vision Pro debuting in China now, but it's $500 more expensive than it is in the States, and that's got a lot of social media buzz happening in China. They're not happy about that.
No, it's crazy, absolutely crazy. 11.3% to wrap up the month here for Apple. I mean, nicely positive. What was that one? We opened the quarter at 171 for Apple, so huge quarter here coming to an end as well for this one.
I mean, it's okay. I mean, if that's all you're going to do, I mean, you could always do better, Apple. Come on now. But look, I'm not going to complain about it. And as Obi was mentioning, that trend, you drew that channel, Obi. You could probably draw another one that it's in right now, which is putting in some higher lows. And I think when a stock is doing this, I don't see any other way. We were showing you that trend to the downside on like PayPal just now or on AMD. When you see that, you want to short the pops on the high end of the trend. And when something like Apple is doing it, you want to go long off of those bottoms. The first obvious place, I like support turning into resistance and vice versa. I mean, it's pretty obvious to look at 215 and just say to yourself, okay, 15, 15, there's 215 multiple times. If we bounce right away off of 215, you're just looking longs off that level. Otherwise, the dip to me is into this 213. So you got two prime levels on a Friday that make sense with the trend on Apple, and I don't want to confuse things at all. There's probably, looking at what happened to Google with that downgrade, and we'll get to that one later, I just feel like that, if you're looking short, probably sets up a little better in terms of not having to fight this overall trend, which is held very nicely. Like, where have you gone wrong buying a dip into support on Apple in the last couple of days? Like, don't get me wrong, it doesn't always work. Certainly there was that, that closing event on Friday where it goes into support and gives it up, but that's right at the end of the day on a Friday when you have a bunch of index rebalancing. Everything else has been a good opportunity to buy into support. So 13 and 15, keep it simple.
Yeah, something I want to note real quick is that Nike just broke that 79 level and pushed another quarter down into 75s,
Wow.
and the block boys are here to party. The block filter is going off 4,000, 5,000. 13,000 on a lit gate through the level at 78, 88s right here. Here, let me pull it in right there. So some big boys come into play here through that level. So it does seem like there's some selling going on for sure. Some size kind of getting into the bid there. But yeah, no, Apple, we kind of mentioned a little bit before there. I do agree with Neil here that 215, that 213 does look very enticing. If it does come into that prior day, end of day consolidation high there, could potentially look for high or low, right? So it's like, okay, well, this was a little distinct. Now we're trading up above that. So the question I always like to ask is, if the bid is real, where will it catch? And definitely prior day consolidation, especially the end of day consolidations, could be a decent place to look. But you can see here, looking at Wednesday as well, a little bit of a double top at just underneath that 215, and we're pretty much trading there. So again, if the trend is there and the trend is your friend on today, it does seem like the trend has been pretty dominant over the past few days. And again, we talked about the bigger picture breakout trend from this channel right here happening as well. So yeah, let's see if we can get some of that to the upside there today. Maybe revisiting some of these levels, 218s. Look at that, selling comes in quite aggressively off a lower high, off all-time highs at 220. So let's see if we can kind of bid back up into there. But again, it's a Friday. I don't think Apple's definitely one of the main watches there. But let's see if the market is strong and we get some strong tailwind. I think it's more than capable of making some of those moves there. I'll keep it on watch. I think that 213 to 214 is definitely interesting. 215 as well, about a three-point range, if you want to call it, to potentially look for the bid to see if it'll catch anywhere along there for a continuation of the trend. That's what I'm thinking. It's just my opinion, but let's see what Apple does going forward today.
I just want to show this real quick. This is Google's monthly chart. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 months in a row, straight higher. It's up nearly 22% on the quarter, including 7.5% here in the month of June. We flip over to TSM, nothing shabby to look at either. We got above 180 briefly. On the way back in here, 2 days ago, they announced this share repurchase program. It's been higher ever since, though, so you can see a ton of volume at the bottom end of the scale there coming in as well. But nice looking monthly chart, even for Taiwan Semi.
Yeah, definitely, and definitely probably confident in their stock. And this is interesting as well. This headline coming in here from Japan looks like they're going to invest about $10.25 billion to finance the construction of its second fab in Japan and a second fab in Arizona using advanced process technologies, obviously looking to have a foothold in the U.S. and in Japan, looking to de-risk from China and Taiwan.
Any ideas here, guys, for semiconductors today?
Oh, yeah. You always look. You have to have something going in the semis, and I think that's just, it's par for the course. The last couple of earnings seasons, I don't think there's been anything more interesting than when you've had some of these names reporting. Now, TSM, we kind of went over this, and I'm not that excited for TSM unless on that upgrade and the repurchase, unless it's above 175. So you have some relative strength, all good, great, fine, market 1.14, TSM 1, but if it's not above 175, then the 170 level's probably what I'd wait for. TSM, I always want it at the best price or when it's very clear off of a level. The volume's not going to be as good. You know NVIDIA is going to be better. That's just how it is. Micron day 2, I think that seems pretty obvious. 137 to 1, like right in here, just support into resistance. I think that's a fade after Micron's disappointment. So if there's a pop in the market, this is a stock that I want to fade. And we've mentioned AMD and its downward channel. I'm sitting at the 163. You can set an alert if you want, but if AMD gets to 163, I still think that's a shortable level. In terms of any longs, I think the first opportunity would be NVIDIA at $123. And if NVIDIA loses 123, I don't like that down to the until we get down to like maybe a 120 for an even dollar bounce or 117. We know the 117 level has been a pretty big deal for NVIDIA. So I try to keep it relatively simple. AMD's been a trend down that I want to short pop. So 163 has been there for an entire week. Micron day 2 play, shorting into 137. That's just yesterday's high, previous support. And then NVIDIA, if it bounces off 123, that was good 2 days ago. That was the only long that worked for me 2 days ago on NVIDIA. Looks like you could have grabbed that in the middle of the day, like right at noon. You could have had that 123 again on NVIDIA. So day 3, if it doesn't bounce this time, hey, the level's already been good. You go back to the well till it runs dry.
Yeah, I like this look on TSM on the bigger time frame as well. Bit of a multi-year double top here from 21 and 22 here at that 142 level. You can see that was pretty distinct, and then we traded all the way back down into 59s, 60s right there before reclaiming this double top and kind of. Again, a little bit of shake and bake here. It would seem anybody playing the breakout, anybody playing the breakdown, take them both out, and then continuing to the upside. It would seem, but if you look at the bigger picture, it is trending very, very strongly to the upside. So maybe it's TSM that's poised for another ticker that pushes that 200 in the coming weeks or months even. But yeah, interesting little trend here. And then going back down to the shorter time frame, you can see that it has been holding a little sideways just this week here. Every time it gets up into this 175 after prior weeks, it's been kind of selling off there. So interesting to see here. Let's see if we can come back into that 175 area and we see more of the same kind of pressure coming in that's been there for the past couple of weeks there. Actually, only this week. Monday kind of cracked that 75 level, and then we've been kind of attempting to push back up there. But seems like selling is definitely there in and around just above that 75 level. So if we can get back up there, maybe that's something I want to be looking for as well.
All right, real quick, Google here, as we said, I'll just let the chart speak for itself. There's the monthly chart for Google once again. Yeah, there's a downgrade from Rosenblatt. There's also a couple others to the upside. So, I mean, take your pick. Analysts are wanting to maybe take some profit here, but 190 looks like a magnet at least at this point here for Google.
Yeah, Brendo. So, you always got to look at these upgrades and downgrades with a healthy dose of skepticism. So I'm just going to read you what Rosenblatt wrote. So the new price target, 181. The rating shifts from buy to neutral. Here are the 3 risks that they outline. First, risk impact on AI and search ads. They are concerned that the potential negative impact of AI features like AI overuse on search ad revenue. They're also looking at search market share loss. They observe early signs that Google might be losing search market share to Microsoft Bing. And third, and finally, rise of the retail media networks. The rise of retail media networks, particularly as more retailers like Walmart follow Amazon's lead, could further pressure Google's search ad revenue stream. So that's how they see it.
Yep. As mentioned, Needham is one of a couple here I'm seeing on the buy side of things, reiterating buy with a 210 price target for Google.
Google shareholders need them to get more bullish on Google shares. See what I did there? That's an example of a bad pun. if you want a good pun, you listen to Obi or Adara. I'm here to give you guys only bad puns because that's what it's all about. And you know what? This is how it should be anyways. When a stock is down 1% in its week, then we're giving horrible puns all day for Alphabet. Why can't you be more like Amazon when it's breaking out, showing a little continuation? Feels like there's some profit taking happening on Google. If it You currently have a fail the 185 level. Like there's your breakout, gets to 186. There's your consolidation yesterday at 85. And another dump in here today. That's just a bad dark pool wick. So I would say for this, because it wasn't on my immediate radar, I don't have orders out. Like I'm not on the offer like I am on a pop in, Nike. We want shorts on pops. I'm already on the offer of AMD. We talked about Micron as well. I don't know that I'm going to throw Google in there at the open because that's 4 names I'm looking to short on pops. That's kind of crazy. But the 185 would be the easy over-under. If it pops in there and doesn't go green, because 185 at 41 is that high, I think you might look for the short opportunity on Alphabet if that's your cup of tea. But we've sort of given the ideas we like the best. I mean, Nike, I forget, what am I even doing?
78.
No, like let's just cancel the short the pop order because I was sitting there to go into that pre-market level at 81, but that's gotten away from us. So we just have to reacquire a new target on Nike if and when it does pop at the open. Yeah, maybe like 79 half, 79, or it's just continuing to absolutely flush in there. So Alphabet,
oh boy,
on a normal day, if nothing else was happening, I might be shorting into 185, but there's way too much that I think are better shorting opportunities. That's just me.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Nike.
I get it. Yeah, slight pre-market FOMO there. We're talking about size going through that 79 level, and we're already down at 78. We talk about that next kind of key level potentially to look for at 76, and that's well within a range. Only about 2 points to more to go for that 76 there. But yeah, it should be interesting off the open. Definitely missed a little bit of trades. But what's the next trade? We'll have to wait and see for that one. But yeah, Google, very, very nice there. Thanks, Brendo, for pointing out the monthly chart. We were looking at kind of some of these patterns yesterday, full-on V-shaped recovery and blasting to the upside there. Prior highs at that 151-ish area right here. Pull back significantly off of that. A bit of a strong pullback. What is that? Almost a 40% pullback. Talk about 30 to 50% retracement, classic, and then you retrace the whole thing. Reversion of the reversion happening on Google on a higher time frame, and we're blasting off 185. So again, we talk about a bunch of these tickers going to 200, and maybe Google is the next one there.
And before, back to Sharif.
All right, guys, we're finishing off average true range today. We're going to talk about the pros and cons and how to use it successfully. So catch that with Adair and I today on How to Trade at 11.
So with only 1 minute to go, you're already back at the 78 level. So Nike just continues to fall. I just heard something in my ear about Rumble, but that's not really moving all that much. So just to recap here, we talked about Nike and how weak that is. Want to get over to DJT, which just lost the $40 level one more time. So that's looking like it's trend down. 36 can be in play. I don't know how we got all this way without talking about 200 on Tesla. So it's failed 200 at least a couple times, back and forth several times. I think the 200 level could be set for a break, but it's already happened. The one where it didn't happen was Amazon. So Amazon pulling back, no break at the 200 imminent. I think you got to look back for some buy the dip opportunities. 195, where everything happened Josh Brownish yesterday, apparently. That'd be the obvious level. Then 197 as well. So we'll have to find our way into, oh my goodness, wow. Nike 77.5. It's just continuing to flush. It might have to do a wipeout bottom as we go to a dare to ring the bell to end the week. What a shorting opportunity it was in Nike. I'm just not happy that we missed that one. Ring it. Oh, you got to be kidding me, Nike.
Nike is going to do right off of the open. That was a strong move, right? Like pushing off into the open there. So yeah, we are definitely a little bit SSR off of the open. 77.50s printing right now. A little bit of volatility. I'm going to wait for this to kind of settle in and settle down to see if we get, again, Neil was talking about shorting the pops. Look at that, a 40-penny pop into the ask right there. 77.90s coming through 77.80. So let's see where if sellers kind of step back into this, or is most of the selling done? It is quite extended to the downside as of right now as well. So I'm having I see VWAP all the way up at 79.50s. You can see that 79.50s, and we're trading 77.50s as of right now. So about a 2 point 2 points to the upside. And remember, we talked about what the ATR for Nike was.
Tesla.
Nike's ATR is 1.82, and yeah, definitely doing some significant moves there. What's going on with Tesla?
Oh, Tesla just broke the $200 level, and no fill, Neil. There on the 200 break on Tesla. Look at it go. It's already at 201. Oh, don't chase. Find a solid entry. Tesla with a big breakout. It's already churning to the upside. Here comes a bit of a dip back into that $200 level. Let's see if I can get picked up in the 20s there. Just want to get a chance to get into this one. Sometimes you just don't cross far enough. DJT, by the way, is dropping like a rock.
Yeah, same with Amazon.
Right into this $36 level. So first things first, I mean, we got the dip on Tesla there into 222. If it gets to 21s again, 201s, not 21. If it gets to 201 again, do want to scalp some out. You mentioned Amazon already going. Oh no, Tesla lost the 200 all the way. So we get on the way back in, and the way back in's no good. Always have a tight stop, but we should have had that break the first time. If you take the break the first time, you're already scalping out that dollar, and then you don't have to worry about, okay, we're only losing on that last little bit. So with this flush, we'll be one and done on Tesla at that 200 because I'm not taking a 200 break the way back through until I see a consolidation higher. You mentioned Amazon's flushing.
Oh, yeah.
My eyeballs are firmly on this move up in Nike. So we wanted Tesla the first time through, but Nike's starting to come up. If you say you're shorting pops in the stock, the first available level kind of looks like this 79 to me. So we'll play 79 short first. If we get 80, I think that'll have to be a separate trade as well. But Nike, $2 bounce off the open.
Oof.
If you're looking to short a pop, this is the first available one, no questions asked.
Yeah, again, that VWAP coming in at 79.50 right there, and that's coming in real hot as of right now. But take a look at Amazon. Amazon, strong flush. We were talking about the 200, and I was like, yeah, I don't know what the ticker's going to do, maybe, but yeah, look at that coming in real hot. We talk about the PCE coming in the pre-market as well. We're continuing some of that sentiment, some of that trend to the downside here. 78.60s on Nike here. Not really seeing anything too distinct on the book as of right now. Again, something to remember in the pre-market, there was, as I mentioned, some significant size here that went through in at the 78.80s, and we're kind of chopping and churning as of right now in there. What's going on, Adara?
Is yours working?
Be aware of LUNR here. This one, nice strong volume pop off the open, up about 8%. This is this company, Intuitive Machines. You may remember them from the moon landing story going back to February. You can see all these spikes up here on the daily chart. But this one getting a buy rating today from B. Riley Securities, initiating coverage in the stock, giving it an $8 price target, currently trading below $4. So keep an eye on LUNR, guys.
All right.
Lunar. So we just very quickly, was able to get 78 halves on Nike, but look at this. Like the second it caught that bid at 78.5, shot right back up into the 79. So this might not be the spot to reload it. I want to see weakness. We've got it on the front end, let's just say, into 79. So I want to see something off the back end. There will not be a reload. If it breaks 79, I'm getting out. Was able to take 30 pennies on it. Now we'll have to look for something a little bit weaker. So if we break out that 79, I'm jumping out of the trade and waiting for a better opportunity. DJT, still falling like an absolute, it is what it is. It was a sell the news event. We might have, like I said, we might have missed our opportunity to short this one early. 36 was the only level that I was looking for here on DJT. So that could come into play very, very quickly anytime soon. So sell a news event, regardless of what you happen to think of the debate, clearly they were waiting for this chance to sell.
Yeah, so I did get a little bit involved here on the Nike, just underneath that 178. It is kind of holding as of right now, but again, I like that VWAP level as well at that at that 79.50s level here. So I might be a little early on this one, but VWAPs are right there, and we could come in pretty hot. And look at that, comes into 79, pushes right back down. 78.80s. Again, we're talking about the size there on 78.80s, and as of right now, we did hold a little bit of that going into that test.
Are we back to
another small cap runner making some moves today? Again, here is going to be LUCY. This is innovative eyewear. This one, as you can see here, ran going back into late May. Not seeing any news on LUCY today. They're up about 91% near highs of days. Tons of social media attention. Market cap of around $7.75 million, and they do have a 5.8% short float. LUCY repeat runner, guys.
Repeat offender LUCY. AMD is screaming, by the way, so it's at 161. We talked about liking the 63. I think we're going to get it here. I'm sitting already on the offer, but we just got to be careful. This is absolutely screaming into a market which is tanking to the downside. So let's respect the strength. Still have to wait for our price level for that. When here comes Tesla trying to retake the $200 level. So it did it once, it did it twice, and now it's trying to do it for a third time. So holding some higher lows here. Tesla looking strong again off that 200. Let's go back into the long opportunity there. DJT might have already caught a bid as well. But I was waiting for 36. It had to be 36 for me, and it didn't quite get there.
Yeah, Sharif, I got to say that smells absolutely
It
amazing.
is enticing. That's the word.
What is that? Like an egg salad? Scrambled eggs. Okay, yeah, that is.
Kills it with that every day.
Definitely. I know. Sharif always comes in with the breakfast around this time, and I'm like, oh damn, like that definitely smells good. You make that yourself? Solid. So you gotta teach me the recipe one time. But okay, so we are trading below that VWAP. We kind of sold off aggressively into that 78 there. Amazon quadunk off of the open, 198s all the way to 196 as we talk about that 195 coming in real hot yesterday. And it seems like the bid has potentially stepped up onto 196 as of right now. But I'm focused here on the Nike here, breaking that 78 back down again.
I just tried to add.
Why don't I have more at VWAP?
Did you get the break at 80? 78?
I did not take the break at 78. Again, I expected to kind of chop around a little bit more there. I might take more if we get to the low of day. But here, we've kind of made a bit of a strong range off of this pre-market candle flushing down into 77s, and then the opening candle here on the 3-minute. The first two opening candles right there, you can call it the 5-minute opening range, pushing all the way up into 79. So we still have this range to kind of break, and players potentially situating themselves in and around some of these levels. So I'm looking for people to be offside, but it seems like as of right now, with that selling pressure coming in on an SSR name, longs, longer term longs,
I'd
might
throw the
be a
flag
little
right now.
offside. But again, I could be wrong. I don't know. But that range is what I'm watching as of right now. 196 holding well. And we talk about that 20 thou level on the NQ. We are bouncing hard off of that 20 thou and 40 as of right now on the NQ. So let's see what is going to happen with that. Let's take a quick look as well across the board.
Oh, that's the wrong one.
See what else has been selling off. NVIDIA, a nice little wick, bottom wick. Amazon obviously selling off here. Alphabet selling off. Apple as well. I'm getting an alert for Qualcomm as well. 199's not too important as of right now. But AMD to the upside. Wow, AMD
flying.
and Intel are flying. So is TSM. So is SMH. So I guess if you're looking for the longs, it might be in the chip sector there. Look at that bottom wick on NVIDIA, Neil. Holy. That is, this is a 15-minute candle as well, so that's a little distinct. Bouncing up off of prior day's double bottom at 123s. We were talking about that 123 kind of bid on NVIDIA. It seems like that bid is still kind of there in and around that area. 123.40s is the low as of right now. This 78 on Nike
my
is
goodness. Here
holding,
comes.
it's testing, it's chopping, it's churning.
Break it again.
What are you looking at?
So look, just a couple of things. I'll get to Tesla first. Tesla broke 201. First time break was great. Second time when I had it stunk. Third time is good. If we get to that 202.20, I like that for the next stop resistance. 202.5 for me is the pullback spot. So if we get to there, we're going to jump out of the trade. I just tried to get more Nike and was unable to. Oh, that's right. You got to really zoom in the chart for Nike because of the flush that it put in. So it broke that initially that 79. I got to really zoom in further. Then held underneath. I had 78 quarters, added on the breakdown, and was able to scalp out 77 3/4. I just tried to get more at the same level at this 78 1/4. Couldn't get it. So we'll have to calm it down, wait for it to hold this consolidation, maybe add to the position there. Oh, AMD, wherefore art thou, AMD? Hold on a second while I hit this key.
AMD's still.
Seriously, AMD? That's what we're doing? Really? 168, 162.75. Somebody had to have got that short on AMD. I mean, you got to be kidding me. I was sitting maybe a couple of cents higher than that. Clearly Nike, which was moving around, going to have orders out there. Tesla we're happy with. But AMD just gave you pretty much the exact short you wanted. Just had to be a little bit lower for that offer. Yeah, I might have missed this one. We'll have to look for another entry into AMD. Went right into that 163 level and pulled back. Unfortunately for me, I've missed that trade altogether. Amazon, we like to dip by at 195, not there just yet. Apple, we should probably be paying attention to Apple on the dip, as that could come into that 213 level. I'm going to get out on that bid. As we need to go to the desk with Adara.
Keep an eye on NYCB here, New York Community Bancorp. This one trading a little bit lower yesterday, announcing a 1-for-3 reverse stock split set to take place in mid to late July. Not seeing any news on this one today, but nice little recovery here, up almost 3%. We do have a short float of about 10% to be aware of for NYCB, guys.
Can't believe I missed that AMD, but all you can do is move on to the next. We talked about Micron for a potential shorting opportunity. That one did not pop with everything else, so Micron looking a little bit relatively weak. I'd look back at just the opening range high, like 133.25. That can be a play as well. So just got to play your patience game here. Tesla working okay. Still have that 78 on the reload of Nike. That's holding underneath that 79. DJT still in a downward channel. So I got to wait for that 36 level. And I've seen Adrian and a few other people munch in Adobe a couple of times here. It's looking pretty good. I didn't do any work on Adobe this morning, and I can tell you the spread's $1 and the volume's light. So it's not really my cup of tea, but yeah, got to acknowledge the strength that I'm seeing here in Adobe. 1.5% to the upside, but it's pretty thin for a $500 stock. I'd need that one to calm down a little bit.
Yeah, no, Adobe came up on my scanners, and yesterday quite strong. In terms of the price action there on Adobe, and I was like, "What's going on here?" And apparently, a lot of the software tickers were bid up yesterday. I think what was the reasoning given was something about some economic factor being lower and software companies taking up in that scenario there. So 78 held for a little bit on Nike. We popped up into 78.80s just underneath that VWAP, and then we're coming right back down into 78. I kind of missed my ad in the 78 halves. It was holding a little bit there, and then the bid started getting hit again. Now again, we talk about this. If an SSR ticker, the bid is getting hit on an SSR ticker, it kind of becomes clear who's kind of doing the selling there, because it's definitely not short sellers who can hit the bid on an SSR name. And we talk about who is offside. Bigger picture, long term, definitely going to outweigh some shorter term price action there. But then again, we are still trading well within that opening range I was talking about, that 79 to 77. So I don't know if we can crack that as of right now. Well, yeah, exactly. I don't know if we can crack that, but as of right now, it seems like VWAP is a little heavy. Again, volume-weighted average price being a little distinct level to be watching. You know that algos are on that. You know that there's also like TWAP sellers, there's VWAP sellers, there's a bunch of different participants.
TWAP?
That, time-weighted average price.
Okay.
So you, again, keeping that opening range in mind, I know that there hasn't been too much time since the open, only about 15 minutes, but again, we're coming to the close of that initial 15-minute candle on Nike there, and the low a day, a little bit distinct at 77.10s. But we're chopping in the middle of that range, 79 to 77. We're holding this 78 as of right now. What's going on, Adara?
There we go.
In a few seconds here for the month of June. Forecast of 42, consensus of 40, previous number of 35.4. So we're expecting a bit of an increase here. This one comes in 47.4, so well above the consensus of 40, the forecast of 42, and the previous number of 35.4. A little bit of an uptick in the SPY as we get that number coming in through. So just to clarify, Chicago PMI 47.4 versus estimate of 40. Guys.
Thank you very much, sir, Derek. Just a couple of things. Look, I'm out of Tesla. I'll show you exactly why. We talked about 202 being a target for me. It just zoomed out too far. It just tagged that 202 and pulled back. heavily here. So I got out when it did not hold this 201.5 level, kind of thinking we'd get a push back in at 200. So I'm out looking for a re-entry point. I've only traded two names here, Nike and Tesla. And what I love the fact that, look, there's a lot of indicators when I started out trading where like, I try this, I try that, and then you throw some to the wayside. I haven't heard anyone say TWAP in a heck of a long time. So shout out to Obi for that one. But oh boy, Nike is falling. I'm not going to sit on the bid at 77. There's a buyer here at 77.60s. So when I was short at the last few times here at 78 and 78 quarters, you've been bouncing off of this level. So that's a good higher low. If it takes that out, I think you could just absolutely destroy that 77 bid. So I'm not going to have a bid just sitting out there. I'm going to look for a place to add on trend. And then obviously, if we break that 77, there might be a breakdown to be able to add. But when it's SSR, you can't really hit a breakdown trade the same way. You can throw an order out when 77 breaks. Like I got shares when 78 broke this time, but you never know what's going to happen when it gets down there. My style of trade, I'm willing to stop out and then look for another re-entry. Did it on Tesla, did it here, but both still working out to the upside, to the downside, I should say. And then Amazon, Obi.
Yes, sir.
Amazon, as the market's bouncing, there we go. Amazon has made a bid at 96 instead of 95. I still feel like it's trend down. I don't love the fact it just resisted yesterday's support and might be pulling back in here. So unless I see strength over 197, I'm still going to wait for that 95 level for the dip buy in Amazon. And then DJT is the other one that we're obviously watching in here. Only traded two, but DJT is catching a nice bid. Doesn't seem to want that 36 level that I was patiently waiting for. So Nike's still working. We'll look for a place to add there. Tesla, still want to try to add to that, the long, maybe get back on that bid. And DJT is just going to have to wait, I think.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of scrolling back down because I wanted to show you. It was what we talk about. Okay, who can actually sell into the bid on an SSR name? So, Buddy here, 22,000 shares at 77.90 on an edge edge A, I think. Just slapping that bid again on a lit gate, right? You can see that my tape is kind of filtered. The yellows are mid prints, the dark reds are below the bid, the greens are on the ask, and the light greens are above the ask. And Buddy slapped it below the bid with over 20,000 shares there, just underneath that 78. I can't seem to find them. Again, there's a lot of blocks going through on Nike. Obviously, again, kind of showing you who might be in charge for now. Now that can flip, like that script can flip real quick on Nike, and it can go for a run right back to VWAP, right? So again, it's what I'm seeing as of right now, what the price action is doing. I do like the bounce that happened off of 196, a bit of a mistrade on my part on that. But take a look at the wick dance that the ES is doing, both to the upside and to the downside. But I do like this bounce on the NQ as well. Missing out a little bit on that Amazon trade, but you know what it is. It's fine. I'm going to wait for the next trade there. I'm sure Amazon's going to have multiple opportunities if I'm looking for them throughout the day. But that wick down at 195.92 was quite nice. Maybe that bid on that 195 yesterday, we talked about how much volume was going through at that 95 off of the open. And if you look at the intraday chart, that 95 held quite well as well. We're going to the desk with Adara.
Another small cap here. We just had Clearmind making new day's highs. This one has run in the past. CMND today running after getting some patent approval in Hong Kong for its binge behaviors treatment. So CMND, 3 million share float, guys.
It's in command, let's just say, that CMND. We've got to throw some puns out there for everybody. We'll do the best that we can because I can't do that. Like the Amazon, I was going to say Amazon's primed for a break, and I was going to try and say that as many times as possible today. But what the heck are you supposed to do when Amazon doesn't make the $200 break, misses your dip buy zone by $1, and now is just flying in the middle? Oh my goodness, Nike is oh boy. It's not good. This is not good. It's down 18%, and you're now continuing to flush in. So here comes the test of 77 on Nike. It is flush city for them. Oh, AMD, by the way, as we get to the 77 level, I'm not going to be sitting on the bid here. My plan of action is if it fails a break, I'd probably jump out and then short the next available pop. AMD should have had this short here, but the second time through, we got to be more patient. So there's a dump through 163. There's another flash. If it fails at a third time, they got to be very careful here because that first shot is where I should have been short into VWAP. Now it's a very strong trending stock. I got to take a very cautious approach here in front of that 163 level. Should have had it that first time, and I don't want to get too far out of the pocket here, but this is the level we like on AMD. Nike coming in to that 77, hasn't broken just yet, and Tesla doesn't want to give me the dip buy.
There was a stacked bid at 77.50s, and as soon as that stacked bid got taken out instantly, I was like, I want more. Right in the 40s, I got 47s on that push through that stacked bid. Now we're breaking a low a day. Let's see what we got in store. Do we get some wick dancing action here off of that 77 or not? But 77.11s was the day low, and we're bidding back up off of that. So let's see what we got in store. VWAP all the way at 78, 70s as of right now. If we can break that 77, again, we talk about kind of looking back on the chart. 76 was an interesting area from the past there. We talk about those COVID lows. And again, we know that a lot of people dip bought that flush during COVID, and we're pushing back into some of those levels. So anybody and everybody who has been long off of those levels is a little underwater if we start breaking through these levels a little bit more aggressively, and aggressively we are. Whenever I see a stacked bid or any size on the bid, as of right now, again, getting hit with blocks, a lot of deep reds coming through on the tape there. About 300 lots sitting at that 77 can be taken out quite easily. Again, we see the type of size that's been going on here on lit gates, not just dark pools, on lit gates. I think that is what is distinctly different here. So size coming in into the bid, below the bid, block sizes, again, kind of making a statement almost. The tape is talking to me here through some of that bid action there.
Remember, it's SSR, so
it is SSR, exactly.
Every bounce, like it'll look ridiculously strong in these little spurts on Nike. So just keep that in mind. If you're watching a tape of this stock, you're going to see it bounce off of 77 and just churning, buying. That's because it'll get to like a level and the sellers can't really be as aggressive. So it might make a bounce here. If it fails this level, like I said, I'm probably jumping out on a failed break of 77, which hasn't happened yet. But I would just look for VWAP, maybe the 78 to jump back into the short. AMD just got to the high. I was going to go talk about NVIDIA being a rip your face off rally, but AMD just came in. If it breaks 63 again, I'm not even waiting for the high of the day. That should have scalped some out in front of the 50 level and then play into 162. I think you got to play a tight stop in here the way this is going. You know, just to take a step back, Nike's going crazy. You look at what the market just did here on the NASDAQ. Like you flush down, you don't get to 20,000. Now you're making a test of that high. If you just start breaking it out, you don't need to be fighting strong stocks. So yes, it's at the level that I like, and we probably should have already had this, and we missed our opportunity the first time. But I got to recognize a trending stock where it is. You know, if you want to have consistent success, sometimes you want to avoid fighting the trend. So if we can break down underneath VWAP, I think we look for some more shorts at different levels on AMD. And you look over at NVIDIA, when was the last time these stocks were agreeing on what they wanted to do? Both AMD and NVIDIA are flying and making higher lows. And if you liked NVIDIA at 123, this was your chance. While we're trying to get shorts in Nike, which obviously is a good idea, NVIDIA gave you that 123 and is off to the races. So that was a fantastic opportunity. Hope somebody got that buy down there and did a little bit of the Kincaid spike.
Yeah, what a bounce happening here on the NQ. Take a look at that, all the way back through, holding that 20,100. Some strength coming in for sure. 20,140 coming in for a test as of right now. Pre-market, or this reference price high off of the PCE number, just underneath, just shy of 20,180 there on the NQ. So let's see what that has in store for us there. But yeah, oh boy, that bounce on Amazon off that 196 coming right back in. 197's testing as of right now, and the bounce on Nike kind of happening as well. ES still kind of looking like it's not even trading here. Maybe I don't have the ticker. Like it's not even moving. Is this right? on the ES. Is yours trading at this price as well? I have 55, 65.
63.
63. Okay, so my chart might be lagging a little bit there, so I do have to kind of fix that potentially here. 77 halves coming right back in on the Nike. Yeah, I'm gonna refresh it in a second here. 77 halves coming right back in on the Nike. So we did bounce off of that 77 as of right now. But again, what Neil said, the bids when and if they do come in, they're gonna be pretty aggressive there and look like a strong bid up. But again, nothing too crazy there. VWAP is at 78.64, about a point away. But again, we talk about that stacked size that happened. What was the last distinctly different thing that happened on the tape?
Oh,
that
you couldn't get it.
a stacked bid at 77.50s that got taken out, multiple hundreds of lots. And we're kind of struggling as of right now. So the question becomes, can we bid back through there? We just made an attempt and it got slapped back down into 77.20s. Again, we talk about bidders stepping up and stepping down. Here comes 77 again. Let's see what we do with that initial low at 77.10s. Can we break back through that? I am looking to get more. But again, it has to be along with some of these sellers. Somebody's slapping the bid once again below the bid over 7,000 shares there into the bid. So let's see if that 300 lots can be taken out at that 77 level. Can we get that even dollar break to the downside there? We saw what was happening in the pre-market. They started very, very early, and that sentiment is being carried on through the open here. 77 teens coming in. Let's see what happens with that 77. 7709s, 08s. Can we print 05s? Not right now. We're just printing back up into the 10s here, but it is kind of distinct pulling back into the 10s. And
remember, we got a number coming out.
Yeah, we do have a number coming out in 3 minutes, so we do have to stay a little wary about that. 97's holding, 197's holding on Amazon, not really paying too much attention to it right now. But here's the thing, Neil. I think Nike's doing its own thing. If Nike moves on the number, sure, but I think that it is moving a distinctly different.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about Nike.
Market.
Yeah, I'm not worried about Nike in terms of the Michigan sentiment number coming up in 2 minutes. It's just about some of the other names that are going. Like if you're trading, like AMD here, he scalps them out there, that 162.5 level. I said I don't want it taking 163 again, don't want to fight that too hard. So just try to stay green on it. You know, have a tighter stop than giving it to the high of the day. Like I said, if you're fighting the trend too much, you're just going to find yourself burned. Speaking of trends to the upside, Tesla. Let's forget about buying back in at VWAP for a quick little second because it doesn't want any part of that. I think maybe 201. I want to try to join this again. We did have that 200 breakout. Now all of a sudden you're just screaming. If we get on Tesla to $206, that's kind of, it's a 200 period moving average. It's also resistance on the daily. Like that's the spot where you stop chasing the long and start thinking about where could this reverse. So until we get there, I'm looking for a place to get back into the long on Tesla. We've only traded Tesla long, which worked. And then, of course, AMD, this 163. I think that's more trouble. Nike, I want this to break at 77. And then we can finally figure out where to add to this because I don't know if we're going to get a shot back at that 78 level. It might just be a break of 77 and then a future flush. But with 1 minute to go till the imbalances, or not the imbalances, until we get to Adara and that economic number, Michigan sentiment, I did want to track back to DJT. I know some people are probably really interested in what this stock is going to do. I haven't traded it. I've traded Nike, Tesla, and AMD, so exactly the names we wanted. I thought this would be one of the names, like the fourth name. There's the break.
Let's go.
Now you're flushing on DJT. It's getting pretty nasty. On Nike, but DJT, if it gets to 36, we're pretty darn close to it. Now we're $1.50 on Nike and still dropping. Let's go to Adara. We've got the economic number in just seconds. Wow, Nike.
15 seconds here until we get this Michigan consumer sentiment number. So we're going to get the final number for June. Previous print here is 69.1. Consensus and forecast a little bit lower, 65.8 and 65.6 respectively. We're also going to be getting these inflation expectation numbers. This just dropping in now. So we got the Michigan consumer sentiment here coming in 66.2, slightly above some of these estimates. 68.2, so above the consensus and forecast here, slightly below the previous number, 69.1. For the 5-year inflation, 3% versus 3.1% previous there. 1 year inflation expectation final also 3% below the 3.2 and 3.3% forecast and previous number. Expectations final also above estimates here, 69.6 versus 68 forecast. Michigan consumer conditions final, 66.9 versus 64 previous. We have the SPY getting a little bit of a move up here on those numbers. So we did have a higher than expected Michigan consumer sentiment print, just to summarize that. We also had a little bit of a move up on the futures earlier today as we got that lower than expected lower than the previous number there for the PCE, in line with expectations. So good look for some of this economic data. Other names on watch include DJT, just hanging out around this 38 level. This one has certainly been on watch this whole week, trading higher. It also had the debate yesterday, bringing this one to people's attention. So Trump Media Technologies. Last but not least, we also have Google here. This one still trading lower, down about 0.7%, getting a downgrade from Rosenblatt over some AI transitional concerns. So quite an interesting day here, guys.
Super interesting day. I feel like we got to ring the register on Nike. We talked about the 77 break to the downside, didn't hold. We're going to look for a trail out. I got trailed out of it myself. I'm going to look for another spot to get back in. So there was the break of 77. I'm not going long on even dollar holds for SSR bounces, but if a short goes into one of those even dollar levels and reverses like that, I'm just going to get out of it. So that's the other way to play it. Like, I'm not going long, but I am going to cover a short in that situation. So the short was obviously a good play on Nike. We tried it multiple times in there. The first one, maybe a little bit too early, and then we worked off the 78 level. If we get back to 78 in VWAP, sure, why not? We'll just go right back onto it. And this is why you get out of the way of things. See? You know, AMD, it's okay to be wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong. The 63 level gave you multiple opportunities to go short. But eventually, this sucker is just a big break to the upside, and you've got to be able to get out of its way. That wow has to be for Nike back under 77.
No.
Amazon.
Yes. Take a look at the NQ, man. 20,200. It's like not Nike. But yeah, no, I got out of the Nike short there. I was looking, okay, oh boy. All right. You know what? I do have to keep my eyes on this tape here. 77 is churning. Maybe sellers kind of stepping right back in. We talk about that 76 level being key. I do want to stay involved with this trend if it's going to continue here. Maybe I should throw up a moving average there. Maybe there's
oh my goodness,
some more sellers. Tighter sellers perhaps on this one there. 77's holding as of right now, but 98 halves coming in real hot there. I got a couple wicks on my chart that I'm trying to edit while this is happening, and I'm like, it looks a little muted because I do like to use the peripherals, the visuals.
Will be NVIDIA 127.
127 on NVIDIA, yeah.
127 on NVIDIA, that is, it's not yesterday's high, but I mean 126 and a half, and ignore these dark pool wicks up in the 30s. And then you go 2 days ago, right at the close, 126 and a half again. So it's breaking it out. Well, let me cancel 125 dip buy in there. We're not getting the dip. When this was pulling back, it's like, let's just try to go something long in front of VWAP. You saw Tesla, which we have a couple of longs on today, none on NVIDIA. It never gave you a 125 dip. If we turn at 127, I know I have a line of resistance up there, but the idea would be I want to pull back into this instead of a break. I don't want to take this breakout at 10 o'clock. I feel like that opportunity has maybe come and gone. The breakout should have been in here and then going into that dip. So let's look for the next available dip. And then Amazon 200 is a different story.
Oh, yeah.
Like, whatever Amazon is doing when it gets to 200, I know some people don't like breaks like that where, you know, you have to run into and it's gone so far and it's obvious resistance. This is different. I'm just taking the Amazon 200 break. I'm not going to get an order in yet because I might try to buy the dip back into like 197 half or 197 even. So Nike, I'm just going to sit out for a minute. Don't want to throw away the good trades from this morning and have to now be patient because I feel like we missed our chance already. And I missed my chance already in Tesla off of VWAP once. I missed a chance on NVIDIA off of VWAP. Thank goodness we got away from AMD. See, if you force a trade, I'm like, I'm not in anything. Let's just short AMD again. Would have got smoked and lost everything. So I'm glad we stayed away from that one. One and done on that short. That's how it should be.
Yeah, the 77 is still churning right there. So again, I got out 77.07s. Again, I missed a couple entries on this. Looking back at it. Again, VWAP tests into 78 halves can definitely be having more there. If we print below the 77 in a distinct way here, then maybe perhaps we can continue to the downside. Here comes 76. 80, so definitely a little too hasty on that cover there. But oh boy, look at the Amazon and look at these markets. I did refresh the ES chart here, and we are blasting to the upside. 5.6K coming in, potentially only about 30 points away or 20 points away now, as 55.80 coming into play here on the ES. And the NQ blasting right through that 20,200, printing about 30 points above that. Spiders coming into 550 as well. Alphabet, bit of a V shape happening there. NVIDIA has broken prior day high as well as Wednesday's end of day. Kind of, if you remember, a little bit of a pop into that, what is this price here? Into, let me get specific, 126.50. So yeah, 126.50 breaking out as of right now. But again, that high at 129.74 from earlier this week on Tuesday is definitely interesting as well. Can the week go red to green on NVIDIA if we break through that weekly opening price? 199's coming in here on Amazon. Yeah, it seems like that bid definitely stepped up off of that 195 from yesterday. I do have to kind of remember, what is the bigger picture? What are some of the bigger picture things that are going on? 199 potentially coming in. We saw what happened yesterday, how euphoric that move. Again, potentially fueled by Josh Brown, but again, it's volume. I don't want to keep on saying his name, but volume comes in, the move happens, you get a leg up, you break out, and then you have a bit of a reference price here. All-time highs as well, 199.83s, and going into the Friday off of a strong multi-day trend that has been holding, anchored VWAP from earnings as well, is pushing up into that 200 level. Look at that reclaim of that 77. So you know what, 10, 15 pennies here and there. I do have to get a little bit better with that. Again, I think I took like half of the size here down below the 78. That's something I can definitely improve on. VWAP is the place where people, again, volume weighted average price, the average participant from that pre-market session and perhaps some of that after hours session as well is sitting underneath that 79 level. And if sellers kind of show up every time it gets up there and start slapping the bid, kind of gives precedent to who might be selling. And who might be selling are the longs there, and I do have to kind of work on accumulating more inventory for the short in and around some of those levels alongside with those sellers there. So got to do better on that one. 77 holding right now. Again, it is an SSR name and it's coming into 1030. So let's see. It is a little extended to the downside, but again, I don't want to fight the trend here. I don't want to fight the actual dominating pressure on Nike. As you can see, both the ES and the NQ are blasting off to the moon, and Nike is still struggling at that 77 level. So it is doing its own thing. AMD at 165. Intel at 31.
NVIDIA made the break, by the way.
NVIDIA has broken out, yes. 127.18 is happening as of right now. TSM as well. We were talking about that one in the pre-market. TSM is breaking that 175 level. We were talking about how that 175 and change might be a place to look for sellers here. But I'm looking. This is quite an extensive move that we've been having. So I'm potentially looking to revert this move, but we'll see. It is quite extended. Things are hitting their ATRs. Things are not necessarily doing their RVOLs or doing multiples of their RVOLs. So this move might just be being carried by the overall market here. Potential push up and tailwind driven move here. I am looking for a potential reversion. It's almost 10:30 as well.
The question is, where are you going to find a reversion?
Yeah, I mean, I got some rules for reversions. I'm not the
Micron
best,
is going to Micron, I think, is going to give us one. I'm on the offer of Micron. Just a couple of things. One, NVIDIA is making that 27 break. So we talked about 127. I would have preferred a dip buy, but the break happened first. I'm on the offer of Micron because 137 as a continuation is too obvious. It gets yesterday's high. You just got to wait for it to get in there. I might take a shot at this if it fails right here at 135. We talked about AMD to want to short. Now it's at $165. So when you look at that higher time frame, why is my trend line not in there anymore? Okay, let's just give it to this. If you look at this on the daily chart, we're essentially breaking this trend right now on AMD. So I don't want any part of this unless it's right back underneath. It's got to fail under 165 to be a short for me. And I still think Nike, even if it doesn't care what the market does, if Nike doesn't care what this market does, I'm going to still look for some shorting opportunities. Like, look at it. It's just hugging the bottom while the market's breaking out. To me, that signals we might have jumped out of it too early. I still think 78's the obvious. I would love that level. But if you fail a few more times under 77, I might just take another shot there. I got in and got out flat, which I think was a mistake. But let's try some shots here on Nike if we can. I mean, NVIDIA's gone up like 10 cents in the money and 10 cents out of the money. I want this thing to get to the 25, 30 level. Then we can maybe take some out. Tesla doesn't even want VWAP. We keep thinking about this Tesla dip buy at VWAP. We're not even getting it on Tesla, unfortunately. So we're into NVIDIA. Still looking over at Nike. It's very tempting to just short 77 again on Nike. I know you're looking at the same thing.
It's holding the moving
average. It's definitely holding that. Yeah. It's definitely holding pretty well there. All right, I'm just going to take some at quarters. If that's all we can get on NVIDIA, we'll take some at quarters. I did add to it at the 12 level. So we had the break. The initial break gave you a decent one-to-one trade, but then it came right back out and failed. It held it the second time. The second time was stronger. We're able to add to it, and now we just took some out at the 30s. I'm going to offer in front of 128 on NVIDIA. As long as this one is arrow up, you want to give it every opportunity to blow it out. I would have preferred to buy a dip back into one of the other even dollar levels, but when it's breaking, sometimes you just got to take the breakout.
Yeah, I think so. Wow, there goes the pullback on Amazon. I'm like, if it can come up into the 199, maybe I want to look for a little bit of that reversion. NQES not really pulling back as significantly, but Amazon pulls back a full point. But well within trend, you can see that the trend is definitely holding intact off of that dip into 196. Yeah, I'm gonna say this again. I'm gonna say this again. But I gotta look for these for levels and strong bidders, levels that are holding prior day to kind of start stepping up in an overall trend, and it seems like that 196 was a place to kind of look. Something I want to note when I say distinctly different, in terms of distinct differences on the tape on Nike, there's a lot more mid prints that are printing as of right now relative to before. So I'm keeping an eye on that now. That doesn't necessarily mean anything too significant, because sellers can step right back in as it is still holding moving averages. It's holding below VWAP. It's churning a level like at that 77 where we did see 300 lots of size. Sure, there have been more. There's been bigger size that kind of slaps into it through the tape there. But okay, so we are trading a little bit below. But again, look at that low right there in and around 76,
futures
70s.
Flying.
But yeah, futures are absolutely going there.
So new position alert for me here. I didn't think this was going to come into play, but Google 185 just came back in there. It is what it is. Like, Google fell, and we talked about this with AMD. Sometimes, if you're thinking 185 short, and we talked about that when it got that downgrade, we're thinking, okay, 185 short, it gives you at the open 184 half to 183. There's always the chance that that was your opportunity, and that might be the only trade in there. So if I've made a mistake, it's maybe just not taking the first one and taking that second. So I'll go with a tight stop. It's a nice consolidation at the 85 level. If we pop down into VWAP, you know the drill. Upward trending stock. For me, if it works, I'm scalping out into VWAP. NVIDIA's flying, so one way or another, I think, yeah, I mean, I don't see, like, NVIDIA and Google don't have to go the same way, but the way that this market's going, the way that NVIDIA is going, just flying to the upside, we'll probably take, I'm not saying we're going to take an L on Google, but we're looking awfully strong here. I like the level, but we should have had that maybe at the open when we were shorting Nike, because that's when you got the real drop on Alphabet. Nike still can't break that 77 OB, but I'm not really going to fight that one.
Yeah, I'm being patient now, because things have changed. Sellers are not being as aggressive. Like I said, a lot more mid prints, not as many below the bid dark reds happening. Sure, there's some reds and greens, but a lot more mids. So it is kind of settling off for now. But again, bigger picture is still holding trend. What's going on, Adara?
Huh?
Oh, okay.
Early for small cap.
Yeah, keep an eye on this Lakeside IPO. This IPO just opening here, priced at $4.50 a share. opened here around this just below 530. This is a supply chain logistics related company, mostly working in the Asian markets. So LSH IPO to keep an eye on, guys.
Yo, if I had a key where you could throw a flag, I'm throwing a flag for an IPO opening up at, when the heck did this thing open? You're not supposed to open IPOs in a timely fashion in the morning at 10 o'clock. That's not how you do things. You're supposed to have everybody wait all day long, and then at 1:30 or 1 o'clock, when everybody's all got the, you know what, the itis from eating too big of a lunch, and we're all lulled into a sense of malaise, then you open it up. But this stock's doing 300,000 in volume. So you know what? When a stock is done this little, I mean, the chart's all going to look pretty nonsense. When a stock's done this little volume on an IPO, it has to be like a halter. If it's a multiple halt stock, then you can start getting into it. So if it's not going to do something crazy like breaking out and going into halts, I think you stay away from it. I did mention the likelihood of both NVIDIA and Amazon working, or Google working, was low. So we'll take our first L of the day on Google. NVIDIA just made this curl here, got up to 75s, and then pulled back. So I just got some more shares out, and I know exactly what you're thinking. Remember how many times we're like, this is probably a re-entry as weak as in Nike was at 77? There it is. Now it's giving it up. So this was the opportunity to be short Nike. We might have missed our shot to jump back in. We'll have to look for a different entry point there.
Yeah. If it's trending, I'm sure we'll get more chances.
If a stock trends all day and you can't find yourself into it multiple times, then you've got to re-examine your strategy. It's trending down. If it's going to trend for the rest of the session, it's only 10-15. There will be other shots. The market's turning here. Micron, I said if it doesn't make the break to 37, this would be the other level we play. I want to fade Micron only today. So this is right in the pocket. AMD, way too strong. I'm so glad we got away from that one. But the other name we like short is Micron. And if the market is turning here at 202, then we'll try to respect it. But wow, Nike just continues to flush. That is the one
that is
today.
Definitely
Shorting
the
that.
one, yeah. 76.55s is low a day. We're trading at 58s on the bid. Bit of a reserve happening there, so I am kind of watching it. Did miss the break there. It kind of dropped into 80s and then 70s. I'm like, all right, we might go now because again, a lot of deep reds coming in and hitting the bid on the name there. But this is absolutely crazy on the futures here, Neil. Like almost 200 points off of the open, and it hasn't even been 1 hour of trading. Like, did Josh Brown say something about the futures now? Like, I don't know what's going on. It's absolutely euphoric, kind of crazy move happening there. But again, it is a Friday. I don't know what's going on. I don't ask too many questions. Maybe I do out loud, but I'm just trying to trade the price action here. And the price action is absolutely wild. So if you had any of the longs off of the open, good on you.
Got to take your profits though.
Definitely there. Yeah, let's see. I've barely looked up, but yeah, let us know in the chat. What did you guys take long? If you guys did play some longs, or did you take the short on Nike? Did you take any other shorts? Something we might not be looking at here. I know that DJT is also selling off, talking about a sell-off, talking about sell the news event. DJT coming in as well. Almost 5 points to the downside.
It's funny that you say that because DJT, like that level we liked on DJT was 36.
Yes.
So it broke 36. It's at the first spot adjacent to it where it's trying to curl. So you're trying to make a bounce here. Like 36 like came and went and got absolutely shellacked. But it's now trying to make a bit of a bottom. All right, I'm probably going to take a shot back up through 36 even. Just to recap here, because I want to get over to NVIDIA. You know, I said I was going to go short Micron. NVIDIA got most out on the scalp upside, but it did not hold on to 27. If we're going to continue a pullback, I think 26 and VWAP is in play, but it could always just regain 27, and then we're good to go on that one. I only want to join trend long on NVIDIA, and I still feel similar about Tesla. But DJT, yeah, this is the spot that I wanted to try to jump into a long, so it might make this breakout back through 36, and then we'll have our first DJT trade of the day. We talk about being patient. You have to be really patient with this. It's 10:20. I thought we'd be in this one at the open potentially, but sometimes you just got to back off and wait. Now we are ready for small cap recap for real with Adara.
You have IWM here finding some rejection resistance at this 203.80. So it's going to be the market level of support, forming some pretty intense resistance here. So keep an eye on the IWM up on the day, but starting to turn a little bit here for the Russell 2000. Some names to watch out for include Nanonuclear Energy, NNE. No news on this one today, but as you can see on the daily chart here, we did have some interest in this one over the last few days. On Tuesday, got a price target increase to $39 from benchmark. So NNE on watch. We also have CMND. This is another one that has run in the past. Clear Mind Medicine getting this patent approval in Hong Kong for its binge disorders treatment. So nice look for CMND. For this one, you do have a float of about 3 million shares. And last but not least, we have LUCY, Innovative Eyewear. This is another name that has run in the past. No news on this one today, but lots of social media attention. You do have a market cap of around $7.75 million. So keep an eye on LUCY with that 5.8% short float, guys.
Lucy, we got a short float. I love that stock because it's just, they rate themselves. I'm not old enough to have actually watched I Love Lucy, but when it was on air, but what an absolute jokes of a show that was. You probably have never seen I Love Lucy.
I've heard about it, but yeah, no, I haven't.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me, Nike.
Yeah.
You see, the problem with Nike is, well, the problem is the stock is getting smoked, but like when you're getting into this thing, like it just made another flat bottom break. So it broke this 76 and a half level and then just went sideways off it for a while. You try to get an accumulation. It just made a bit of a push down in. You get on the bid to try and scalp some out. Then it starts flying back into the upside. So you just got to wait for it. Size is flashing every now and then. There's a size at 48.
EdgeX.
Yeah, size on EdgeX and the ask. They might actually want that fill. So you're getting a bit of a fly to the upside. NVIDIA's curling. I do want to pay attention to NVIDIA curling here. I don't want to only stare at Nike over and over again. By curling, I mean bouncing. Sorry, curling would be to the downside. NVIDIA is bouncing higher low here. I thought we'd get VWAP. Looks like we're not going to get that VWAP trade. And I said we might get into DJT, but it just refuses to hold above 36. So if we're playing the patience game, which I am, I'm not just hunting for any old long as the stock falls. I want to get something showing me the strength. I want buyers above 36, or maybe you just go with a really tight stop at 35.50. Either or works fine for me, but it's doing neither now. So we're back into the short in Nike. We're still in that Micron short in front of 135. And we'll see if we get DJT, but I'm not in a rush to fight this trend. I want to see the buyers step up in front of that 36 level.
Yeah, so I did want to take a look back at the chart and kind of define some of these levels. So this is the COVID bottom right here, March 2020, and look at this. The price is trading at 76.40s, and look, it kind of makes sense. Support and resistance, once again, we're having some trouble right here, and there's a gap actually all the way down to 72.68 from here if this 76 halves level breaks. Now, I did kind of dabble right back in. I don't have anywhere near how much I really want on this, but the trend is definitely being our friend here on Nike. And take a look at this right here. So if this kind of gap fills, it's all the way down to 72s, but some of these prior highs here at 74s as well, so only about 2.5 points away. There was a stacked bid that came in at 76 halves that got taken out. And then 76.48, as Neil pointed out, there was 500 or close to 500 lots on an EdgeX. And that eventually got taken out, but it comes right back in. So I'm kind of watching some of those prices. Let's see what we do. 76 halves. We saw similar action that got me into more at 77 halves. When that stacked bid got taken out, I'm like, all right, well, I can tell who's selling here on an SSR name, pushing into the bid like that, and really just slapping all those orders out of the way. And we got some more of that stepping down. We talk about buyers and sellers stepping down, and it seems like sellers have stepped down to 76 halves as of right now. Again, VWAP, we are starting to extend quite aggressively off of VWAP as well. But we talk about trending tickers, and Nike, definitely a trending ticker. Here comes 76s, 76.20s. There is some size there. Everybody gets taken out in a wipe. Can we get to 76? How much size is sitting at 76? Another 360 lots I'm seeing at 76s. Oh boy, why can I not hold some of these trades? These trades are very, very directional. They're telling you, the tape in the book is speaking to you. Why am I not listening? I got to do better at that. But take a look at this. We're pointing out,
you know what
looking
it's saying,
left
actually,
on the
right
chart. What is the chart saying?
That the Nike stock, if you listen really, really closely,
Yes. Whoosh.
I see dead stocks. That's what it's saying. Very, very. But you, like you said, you got to be paying attention to the tape. You really got to be laser focused on it, like you are, because no, not really. It's just going down. I don't know. Like, is it really
Down.
Is it really that complicated? Like I got the first trade I had short, we got out of it. But then it's like every other opportunity. When it looks weak at 78, short that. Probably should have shorted 77. Look, not probably, 100% should have shorted 77 again. That was a mistake. 76, half broke, you short that. It gets to 76, scalp out in front of the even dollar. If it breaks 76, fine. I don't know, like 75 would seem like the level because it's just a round number here that maybe you catch a bid off of that. But outside of it, the trend is to the downside on the stock. And the tape is definitely giving you some entry points. As long as you're looking for the short, DJT just popped into 36.6 and I didn't get anything out. Maybe a mistake. If it gets into the $0.50, we should probably try that. This is another one. Like, it's trending down, Neil. So, like, if it gives me that initial pop, I should be scalping some more out there at 36.5 and then look for a more aggressive place to add to it. Uh-oh, Tesla just lost VWAP, heading back into the $200 level. Not looking good for Tesla. I'm not going to be on the bid. I think the only dip buy is going to be NVIDIA. And it just happened. I knew we'd take it, and I knew we'd take our shot at it. Micron was holding this nice consolidation in here. We're looking for that consolidation, pop back into VWAP. That would have given us $1.20, and then we were looking for the low of the day, but it broke out the top, so I got to jump out, wait for the 137 level. On Micron. It's one of those mornings. You're having a good morning. You don't want to give it all back on one trade. I like that level, but I like 137 a heck of a lot more. So we'll have to be patient waiting for it. Nike's going to break that 76. I feel like it's inevitable.
Coming in
so
hot.
The third short has been just as good as any other ones on Nike. And I think you just got to, until it does something that shows you the trend is broken, it should just be a short over and over and over again. And just to cover some names that we haven't traded today, Amazon, still no 200 breakout for Amazon, but it's putting in a higher low. It's very much still in the pocket. As long as it holds a higher low, the market's relatively strong. We could still see an Amazon 200 break later in the day. I'm never forgetting about this stock. It's going to be up. I'm probably going to have alerts set or just have a window dedicated to it. I'm not missing a 200 break on Amazon, but it's just chilling out in the middle of the range here, doing not much. So we're in the right ones. You see where the momentum is, at least to the downside.
Size on the offer.
With Nike. There's size on the offer.
Size on the offer.
The problem with that is there's always going to be size on the offer because it's SSR.
Yeah, fair enough. Right in front of 76s as well. 76, 400 lots happening there. But yeah, no, Amazon was a ticker that I kind of was trading quite often at one point here on the floor. And I definitely was like, okay, well, time to kind of expand and move on to the other larger caps there. But Amazon definitely kind of piques my interest here, holding some of yesterday's levels, right? We talk about holding prior day levels here, so pulling up this chart right here. So a bit of a chop and range that we've held. Look at this right here. End of day consolidation kind of makes a lower high just underneath that 199, and take a look at this pop right here with that euphoric strength. Or I don't want to say euphoric, but that strength with the NQ and the ES pushing up quite aggressively comes right into 199s, and as soon as that strength kind of dissipates, look at that, 199 attempted test all the way down to 197. So definitely some potential to take moves off of Amazon on that one. It is quite aggressive. It is quite strong. Here comes Nike bidding right back up into 76.20s here. What do I have? I have, I guess, moving average right at that 76 halves again, where that size initially showed up. VWAP all the way up at 78. So we are getting a little bit of an aggressive bid, but again, we talk about SSR names. Whenever the bid may come in, it can definitely get a little bit aggressive. So I'm kind of being patient for that. Here comes Amazon into 197 there. Oh boy, if the futures come right back in and retrace, 20,200 is what I'm watching for the NQ, and we're headed right into it, only about 20 points away from that. If that can happen, let's see if what happens with this 197. If we can get back to 196, the question I'm going to ask once again is that is my I guess theory or opinion or guess whatever you want to call it, that the buyer at that 190, 195 from yesterday, have they actually stepped up to 196 if we come back down for a 196 test? Or did they step up even more intraday into that 197 area? I have no idea, but that's what I'll be looking for. That's how I'm kind of thinking right now on this ticker that has been, I guess, consolidating, breaking out fresh all-time highs, pulling back in, a lot of participants, a lot of volume kind of chopping and churning on the name, and obviously the ES and the NQ, the spider, all very, very strong on the day. I do want to take a quick look here at the tech basket. Intel has not pulled back at all, and neither has Broadcom, it would seem. So Broadcom super strong. SMH pretty strong as well, looking obviously very similar to that of the NQ. Yeah, Apple sideways, Alphabet sideways, Softy pulling back as well into its VWAP. Where's Softy's VWAP here on the 15-minute? 453.66 I'm seeing. So I don't really know where the VWAP here on the NQ or ES is, but here comes 197. What's going on?
One name to keep an eye on here in the crypto space is BitDeer, BTDR. This one up about 11.15% right now. Market cap around 1.3 billion. So if you're looking for a smaller cap name, we do have this crypto catalyst here, BitDeer. This is primarily a mining company, expanding its power capacity here through this strategic partnership in Ohio. So interesting story here for BitDeer. In terms of Bitcoin itself, we're seeing a little bit of a bear flag here on the daily chart. We have this fall on the daily chart from early June where we hit that 71,000, pulling back here now, consolidating around that 61,000 level. So very interesting look here for BTC on the daily chart. As we know, a few days ago, we broke below that previous resistance level, support level of 60,000. So it'll be really interesting to see what's in store for BTC. Right now down about 1.5% on the day. Ethereum also a little bit weaker here, still holding on to that 3,400 level though. But we actually have strength in quite a few other cryptocurrencies. Solana, which had a really great day yesterday, pulling back a little bit today. Some of these other ones up 0.5 or 0.6%, but Avalanche here up to 0.7%. So a lot more divergence between the crypto names than what we normally see, guys.
Thank you very much there, Adara. And I want to answer a question that someone asked me in the chat. Was like, why do I think that Micron is going to get to 137? That's not, apologies if that's what your intention was, or what you heard. No, not at all. I was just simply saying that's the next level. If I'm not shorting it here on a fail at 135 and it holds above 135, then the next place I want to short it would be 137. So it's not that I'm thinking it has to get to that price, not at all. It's just that that's the level that I really like for the short, and the reason for it just has to do with post-earnings top, support, turning into resistance after earnings, and that would be the level I really like. But the 135 just came back in, so I did short it back underneath at 96. If it makes a fresh high, I jump out, and then I wait for 37 to play it another time. That's all I was getting at there. I was trying to get Tesla on that hold of 200, so I've drawn a bit of it. Now that, look, I missed the trade, so it doesn't really matter. But there's it holding 200. There's your confirmation. I was trying to get it back through 50, and it just shot to the upside. But now that it's happened, I got myself a trend line formed on the opening range. So Tesla, it's got higher highs. Now it's put in a higher low above 200, and I'm going to respect that trend line on Tesla, looking for some longs here. And why no Walgreens love Creative Life just said.
There's an iceberg at 76.
At the end of the day, sometimes you're just going to miss opportunities because you're looking at other stocks. So we're complaining about the fact, look, I like Nike short was the first thing I liked this morning. So Nike's been a great shorting opportunity. Tesla long's been great if you've had it. Nvidia's been a good long as well. You can't catch every single trade. And quite frankly, I don't know why Walgreens is so strong today, except for the fact that it's a continuation SSR bounce maybe because it got destroyed on earnings, and it's pulling higher low. There's a $12 even level, so it could just be SSR day 2 bounce off 12 even. That could be the explanation for Walgreens, but it just wasn't on my list. Let's go back to Adara.
Just be aware here, guys. We do have another IPO to keep an eye on. We did have that LKH earlier. Now we have ALMS. This is a Loomis. This one is not opened yet. Share apparently pricing here $6 each, with the IPO price indicating $16. We do have more than 13 million shares being offered here. So ALMS, another IPO, and watch, guys.
IPOs to the left of them, IPOs to the right of them. What is the deal? Fridays don't usually have IPOs. It's like a Wednesday, Thursday thing. We got 2 of them on Friday, so that's all good. We'll see what happens there. So Walgreens, like I said, maybe it's a thing, maybe it's not. But if you've got it, I think the play probably was some kind of a SSR bounce, short sell restricted because it got smoked. And you could look for something similar potentially on Nike tomorrow. Like Nike's going to be down 20% on earnings. Like why not Nike? Like why couldn't Nike give you a distinct bottom some point today, put in a higher low tomorrow? Okay, check that. Put in a higher low on Monday, and then you're looking for an SSR bounce because it's down 10%. As long as it, as long as we open up at a reasonable price, you could see an SSR bounce on this one on Monday because it's going to be short sell restricted on Monday. It always lasts for 2 days. I have my trailing stop in. See this hammer wick underneath 76? That could be the reason that we have to jump out of this one more time at an even dollar hold. We did the same thing when 77 held. I'll do the same thing if we get 76.15 or so here on Nike. Micron will get some back as it's on the way back into VWAP. So, 37 doesn't come into play for me. So we short back into 35. And we're able to get 34.30s out. We're going to look for VWAP here. 133.70 should be the target. If the stock is strong and the market is strong and I get my level, but it's not the home run level, then I'm playing it back into VWAP. If this was 137, I'd like a rejection there a heck of a lot more than I like a rejection at 133, or so 135. So I'm going to take the $1.20 or so and run. If it continues to see through VWAP, should be good enough if it trends underneath VWAP to find another short here in Micron, which is now flushing into VWAP, but up 1%. So you got to respect the fact that it is still relatively strong on the higher time frame.
Yeah, some again, distinctly different action happening at that 76. So a bunch of size comes in, initially showing 400 lots on the bid at 76. So I get in front of it to take more, kind of for a potential breakthrough. Again, it's SSR, so it has to bid up to take me along for the ride there. But all of the size gets taken out, and then 76 starts reserving with an ICE. But before that, what's going on, Adara?
Just be aware here about Microsoft and Google. We have this report from Reuters that the EU antitrust regulators, who we know have been after a few companies this week, are now seeking views on the exclusivity clauses in the Microsoft OpenAI partnership. They're not going to investigate the deal under merger rules due to lack of control. Also, the EU also looking into Google's AI tech deal with Samsung and looking for talent-driven acquisitions, apparently. So Google and Microsoft, a little bit under the microscope from the EU, guys.
I find myself only in that DJT, which doesn't want to go anywhere. So, we're out of Nike. We just got trailed out. I got that VWAP there play on Micron. So you had to take a couple shots at that level. And I hope it made sense when I was explaining, just because any trader says, okay, I'm going to short here. If it doesn't work, I'm going to short at 137. That's an if it gets to 137. I do like that level first. And if I believed it was going from 35 to 37, I'd find a long trade. It's just more about being patient. So we're out of that. Nike, I think I heard you say something about SSR bounce. I don't want to speak for you. But you're getting another hold here at 76. So I just trailed out of Nike. If you're looking to short pops, 77, VWAP are probably the places that I think you wait for. But at some point, this is going to make an SSR bounce into VWAP. I'm not doing it. I don't know if you're going to take the long, but I'm not there just yet. DJT, I mean, come on. Like, you keep bouncing off 36 and getting into the 40s and won't go any further. I should probably listen to the stock. If it really only wants 25 to 30 cents, then scalping some out for 25 to 30 cents is just what you're going to have to be able to do. So that's what I'm going to do here. It's been a good morning, but this one has been a disappointment. It didn't get to 36 level for a dip buy. I wanted that cracking off the open so you can get that really big bounce. Instead, it does this little dipsy-do underneath 36, get the consolidation, and now nothing after consolidating off 36 for DJT. Did you take that long? It's looking pretty good.
No, so I was saying that what seemed like an almost infinite reserve starts showing up after that 76 stack gets taken out on Nike, and it barely dips. What is the low? The low is 75.91, and then we're bidding back up. So I was like, yeah, maybe potential for breaking the trend here if we can push past the 30s into 50s there. We have been holding some moving averages. We've been holding some prior bars, so I'm kind of waiting for that to change. But the tape did distinctly show something different, something that we haven't seen on the way, all the way on the way down there at that 76 mark. That's what I wanted to point out. That level was iced for sure, and then now we're holding that level. So again, I'm keeping in mind that distinct difference there on the book, on the tape there, and that reserve on 76 might be something. Again, we took a look left, and I was like, yeah, that 76 area might be a place where we can look to target for the short. And yeah, sure, we didn't do the best kind of taking it through 77 to 76s, tried once again, but I stopped out instantly when we got that crazy bid right back up off of that action, off of that 76 hold into the 30s, but we are still technically holding trend here on Nike as of right now. Now again, we talk about trending tickers. The ticker can slow down the trend. Maybe it goes up to the next moving average. I know people like to use 8s and 21s and 50s and 100s and 200s and even VWAP. VWAP's all the way up at 77.60. So if we're looking for a reversion, I'm going to be looking for a potential VWAP, a retest here, but it is 1040 as of right now. I got to remember the ticker is doing over around 30 times RVOL. 30 times RVOL. I see Neil's dancing beside me. What's going on?
No. Okay, though, it was Adara was singing all the way up. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. So she's jamming over at the green screen. So I'm just getting in the vibe as well. Let's go to Adara for either the song All the Way Up or Sector Watch. One of the two.
We're going to give you guys sector watch over here for sure. We do have a lot of sectors very strong on the day. Transportation pretty much green across the board here. Uber, UBER, and LYFT Lyft are definitely trading higher here. We did have that news that they settled this lawsuit with Massachusetts, the state of Massachusetts, regards to pay for its drivers. So UBER to the upside for sure. Health services also pretty strong, other than a big drop in HCA. We have some strength in consumer durables, of course, Tesla, producer manufacturing, finance pretty strong across the board here as well. And of course, our tech sectors. Google to the downside here a little bit on that Rosenblatt downgrade, but we still have strength in a lot of these tech and cybersecurity related names, talking CRM and Adobe, Oracle, all pretty strong today. Electronic technology, pretty similar. AMD, Qualcomm, NVIDIA, Broadcom, a lot of the chips in this sector, very much to the upside. We do have to talk a little bit about the more subdued sectors on the day. Utilities flat to weak, retail trade, pretty flat, though. We have CVS recovering pretty nicely after the Walgreens drop yesterday, which it moved in sympathy with. And of course, consumer non-durables, Nike leading this group to the downside after earnings. A few names following, guys.
All right, yeah,
no doubt about it.
Definitely moving around.
Distinct pullback here. So I'm going to give you a couple of things that are happening. Then I'm going to get to why I like Intel for the short. So AMD already did this curl. It's probably broken the trend, and I think you need to be short in here, 165.5. You already saw Micron make the pullback into VWAP. We got that one. So very quickly over to Intel. If you put the higher lows in, why Intel's up 2% and the others are doing their thing. I mean, NVIDIA's up 1.4. I don't know why Intel's stronger. I have no clue. I really don't care, to be honest with you. If it consolidates and holds underneath that little trend break, so just from the open to the higher low, held here, now you've broken this trend on Intel. So I think the short into 31 from the teens here is going to make sense. And if it takes out 25, I think you got yourself an easy out. Oh, GameStop also flying to the upside, so shout out to any apes out there. If you're looking for some strength, you might have found it in GameStop. Well, I'm sitting here while DJT does nothing at this 36 level, and of course, if you're looking at DJT and it's not going, maybe there's something else for the squeeze hounds out there, which is trying to make a move. So a bit of a break, not a huge one on GameStop, and just to keep it in perspective, look at the failure yesterday through that 26 level. I think it needs to reclaim 26 at least to get me excited about anything. Maybe a dip buy into VWAP with a trend, but outside of that, let's be very, very careful with GameStop. It's still very much of an inside range. In terms of NVIDIA long, I was looking for it to set something up, like show me where the trend is going to be, and then I can try joining that trend. That pullback did not hold on to VWAP, but you just held on here. at 125.60, which I guess is, that pre-market high, and then this previous dip price. Well, it's held a dip price. If it can now hold that opening trend, I think you can start to buy dips. At least I will. Nike not going to do much of anything, but Intel still holding that low, or not really a low, but this consolidation under that trend break. I want to see NVIDIA fly, but if Intel doesn't go with it here, then I should be shorting Intel right in this teens range. So DJT's chilling. Nike's doing absolutely nothing now, Obi. So I don't know if you're eager to get back into it, but it's now flatlined at 76 for about 15 minutes.
Yeah, so I was mentioning earlier that level's iced. They came back in. Another stacked bid came through at that 76. And then you could see that iceberg kind of start playing around again with showing, I guess, much less size on the bid than is actually printing. So I'm kind of observing it. It is starting to go a little sideways. If we go sideways enough, that can break the trend. If we bid up enough, that can break the trend. Or we can kind of continue going down. We're still holding underneath this moving average, this trend indicator that I'm using to kind of give me a bit of a guide here as to see if and where selling might be coming in, if algos or other players are using those indicators there. And it does seem like every time we pop up into the 8, the selling kind of becomes aggressive. But now we have a potential opposing party holding that 76 for now, and unless and until that bid drops and that ice is melted, we may not see lower levels as of right now. But I am kind of staring at it, watching it. 197 on Amazon as well. Oh boy, was that reversion quite juicy. 199s to 197, so about a 2-point drop on Amazon. But again, you can see that it is a market-wide move. So you could have taken that on the Spider, you could have taken that on Alphabet, you could have taken that on Amazon, you could take that on NVIDIA. Multiple vehicles that you could have exercised that reversion on when it's the actual market that's doing it, right?
Maybe not Apple.
Yeah, maybe not Apple. You got stock selection is also I guess a key factor of it. Here comes a little bit of a strong bid here on Nike. Let me pull that chart back up. So let's see if we kind of wick back down. 76.30 is happening as of right now. I don't want to chase too hard. Again, 76 seems like that's where the buyer really is. So if I really want to buy at a good price, it would seem like, and I want to get with bigger players, that ice is definitely much bigger than I can push into the ticker. So let's see if we can get back down to some of that 76, or we kind of hold trends sideways here, sideways consolidation, and then maybe a continuation leg to the downside. But who knows? We are breaking a little bit of the trend as of right now here on Nike. So this might be all she wrote for now. But I'm also watching some of the other tickers here. There you go, flash up into the bid. A lot of bright greens happening right now. So people slapping that ask, above the ask even, back to 76.50s. Now, if we remember, 76.50s was where that stacked offer. Yeah, of course. I've seen the Key and Peele.
Garcia.
Yeah.
One more time, Garcia. Just for old time's sake, Garcia. I need that slap ask. Those guys are chill.
Yes.
So I played baseball,
Neil.
and like I'm not naming any names out there, but there was on every team, there's always somebody. Maybe not like the sketch for a second, but there's always somebody out there that just has to get a little bit of that slap ask. I'm just saying. Now you have me saying slap ask, like no, it's slap ask. But it's definitely a thing in baseball. You gotta lighten it up every now and then. And I wanted
Trading is fun.
I wanted to get to this GameStop because I was joking. Look, I wasn't joking around, but I was sitting there saying, yeah, I don't know. I guess it's more exciting if it can break out the $26 level. Sometimes I didn't even pay for locates on this thing. Look at the easy reversal on it. Failed, broke 26. Look at yesterday. I wasn't here yesterday, but this failed break at 26 late in the day got to 26.05 or 06, and then it pulls back. What does it do today? Breaks 26, goes to 26.06, and pulls back. Sometimes it ain't that complicated. You got to be willing to trade in both directions, and I understand most people only want to go long, but let's be real. If it holds a bit above 26 and goes to 27, if you like the stock, you should find your way in some point. But when it's at a level like that for a scalp trader, you could be short 99s into 75s there for 25 cents pretty easily. Like I said, I didn't pay for any locates on GameStop because I thought DJT was going to be the wild and exciting thing all day long. Now it's just like every time it gets to the offer at 40, somebody stacks in front of it, which is annoying because I'm sitting at 39, and someone just did it again at 38 and 37, and I keep moving the order by a couple cents and not getting filled. So I'm just going to take it this time at 38. If we get VWAP, we'll have to jam out of this one. I think it's a disappointment in DJT, but we're not losing on it, so we can't complain. Before we go to money talks, we looked at that trend line downside on Intel. There's our consolidation under. We shorted 18s and 19s, just got some 10s, going to take some VWAP, going to take some out in front of 31. Simple trades. Just keep it as simple as possible. This was a setup. Last time Obi and I were on the show together, remember it was Shopify that did a similar strong trend break, was later on in the day, but gave you the pullback into VWAP. Now Intel's not going to fall as much as Shopify because it's a $30 stock, but you can still play those setups. Trade good setups and go to the desk when summoned for Money Talks.
DXY here breaking lower, initially a bit of a red doji candle on the day, waking up into that 106.10 area, now pushing a little bit lower. A lot of economic data to discuss today, of course. Among the Fed's preferred inflation gauge coming out here today, the PCE price index, pretty much all of these numbers were exactly in line with expectation here. We actually had the PCE price index for month over month coming in actually flat. So 0.0% versus 0.0% expected and 0.3% prior. So lower than the prior number, exactly in line with expectations. Core PCE 0.1 versus 0.1, also lower than the revised number here of 0.3. Chicago PMI coming a lot higher than expected here, 47.4 versus the estimate of 39.7. Consumer sentiment also a bit higher than expected here, 68.2 versus the estimate of 65.6 and the prior number of 69.1. So slightly below that prior number, above the estimate. We also have some Fed speak to talk about today. Fed Barkin earlier today saying that he does not think that forward guidance is particularly helpful in terms of where the Fed sees these cuts in the future. So being a little bit quiet here about where rate cuts could be. Coming up, though, we have Fed's Bowman at 12 and Fed's Daily at 12:40. Fed's Bowman notably hawkish, actually saying earlier this week that she can see a rate hike if necessary. So keep an eye on that Fed's be coming at 12 and 12:40, guys.
So Tesla's breaking the high of the day again. I'll get to Intel. Intel, fine, it's going down. But Tesla established the trend, and once it was established, I was kind of looking for the entry off of the trend line instead of the entry maybe here off of VWAP, because you maybe could have had 201.20 and give it to that level, but look at it breaking towards the top. Got to respect it. We only wanted longs in Tesla. We did get the breakout at 200 early, the second time it came through, but nothing doing on it now. We had the breakout 127 on NVIDIA. Now, look at this. Like, it's not nearly as strong. You're actually stair-stepping down on NVIDIA. So Tesla, I much prefer over NVDA. Intel, I took another leg out there because it just bounced off VWAP a second time. So we got the short, but remember, up 1.6%, and it is trending up. So yes, this gave us an entry to go short here, 18s and 19s, into this bid. That said, it's still an upward trend. You got to keep the bigger picture in mind with what's going on with Intel. It has a comically long consolidation down here. All of these wicks have rejected above 31.25, so see over and over again. That's why we like some shorts. But eventually, there's going to be a breakout on this thing. I don't know if it's going to be today. I'm kind of skeptical on a Friday that it's going to do it. But if it gets back up to the top, I want to take profit out so I can take another short off that high on Intel. So far, so good. I'm not going to complain about anything just yet. But actually, that's not true. I'm going to complain about the fact that I'm not in Tesla long. There you go. So I am now complaining, not just about the fact that they bumped my MRI for a week and a half, but because that's kind of annoying. But I'm frustrated that I didn't get back into this Tesla dip buy. So we'll look at the next available move. Could be VWAP. We got to be patient. 1054. Don't want to rush into anything just yet. Robert Arnold says, can we look at DXYZ? Yes. Yes, we can. 100% we can look at this. I always like to think of this as like, it's almost like a squeeze type vehicle. When you're looking at I want to be invested in Starlink and all of these other like pre-IPO, like early companies. It's a good notion, but anybody that's done any work on this DXYZ has said it's overvalued relative to what it holds. And you can go look up all of the different sort of pre-IPO startup companies that they have in there. But there's a host of them, and some good ones in there. But it's making some runs today. I just want to put in perspective where this stock has come from. It was a squeeze early, and that's where it got the notoriety. It seems to have found some kind of a consolidation here around 10 and 11, so there could be something with it. And this 18.5, look where it turned. This high here back in May, same high today. Effectively, like 18 quarter, 18 half. This is why you zoom out, everybody. Because if you get caught in an 18 break long and you haven't looked at the daily chart, this is what can happen to you. So be willing. We talked about this with lesson of the day on Wednesday. I'm pretty sure it was Wednesday, possibly. If you have a break that seems fantastic in a trend that's up, if you zoom out and you see overhead resistance or resistance at that level, be willing to jump out of the trade early and look for another opportunity if you still like it. Because those big levels where you have sometimes bag holders, you're going to see drops like this from time to time. And if you just take an 18 break, you're like, I like the long. Well, it doesn't matter how much you like it. Do you really like it all the way back to 15 bucks? My guess is no. Be willing to get back out and find another way into a trade. There's nothing wrong with taking a loss and getting back in if it sets up again. That is much better than just going short over and over and over again until it gets to 137 for myself on Micron. But we'll see what happens there. Thank you very much, Ian Rispetto, for the super chat. Key and PLR was the best, second only to the Chappelle Show. Also, question, are you getting into AVGO before or post-split? What's a good level for entry? I'm not buying Broadcom personally. I own enough in the space. Not really looking to add to it. If anything, there's some things that I would like to take, maybe look to take some profit on. So I'm probably going to trade it post-split. Clearly, we don't really trade this stock because of its price, but I'm not buying this dip in my personal account. I've been buying the Qs for the last year as my new, like when I put money into the market every single month, I've been buying the Qs. And when you do that, you're buying a lot of Broadcom, so to say. So if I have a bunch of individual names in my personal account in the chip space, like NVIDIA, I have some AMD, I've even got some Intel, I've got ARM. I just don't know that adding AVGO when I'm already just essentially buying, like dollar cost averaging the Qs every single month, I don't know that makes any sense to me, but that's just myself. I'll trade it post-split, no question about it though.
Yeah, so we did kind of come in. I'm looking at, again, some of this Nike here. I did punch in for a flip long potentially on the break of trend, and now we're kind of starting to chop. Again, that 76 level coming in very distinctly here. Don't have too much just yet. I do want to see some more confluence and some more, I guess, confirmation to really delve into the size that I really want. But again, just a little bit of a feeler right here on that pop. But again, I do want to reiterate what I saw at that 76 level, which was, again, distinctly different. And yeah, we're holding the 20s as of right now. Just want to see. We were holding the moving average one way, and we kind of reclaimed it above and started holding on the other way there. So I do want to see, again, more confluence with the tape to see if bidders are holding some of these levels above that 76 to push to look for a potential reversion. But again, I could be wrong, and it could be that sellers are stepping right back in. They lifted for a little bit, and they step right back in, maybe, you know, grabbing some more liquidity, grabbing some better prices to sell off of. 76 was a bit of a tough one to get through, and sellers can be like, all right, well, you know, that's a little difficult to get through as of right now. Let's pull off a little bit and kind of take it back down a little bit later there. It seems like that might be what's happening right now. Let's see if the ICE at 76 shows up once again. Or we hold some higher lows relative to the day low at 75.91 as of right now. Now Amazon, oh boy, we've retraced all the way back to 196, and that's coming into day low. So I do have eyes on that ticker as of right now. I just want to pull
Amazon?
up. Yeah, exactly. That's where that bid showed up off the.
Oh, Amazon. Oh boy.
Oh boy, you can see. Look at that. That's a little bit of consolidation. That acceleration started off the 95 yesterday. 76 is where we caught the bid today. Let's see what we do. Sorry, 96. I'm thinking about 76 on Nike here as it comes right back in. But 96 is where that bid came in on Amazon. If we're going to break the day low, again, market tailwind definitely a little distinct here. We've reverted a significant portion of the move. We're hovering right in between 20,200 and 20,100 as of right now. Let's see what we do going forward. But Amazon potentially coming in for that day low break. And let's see if the bid can catch anywhere in and around some of those levels. Here comes 76. So yeah, I definitely can be a little bit tighter with this position. I have 76, 45s, I guess, 44s, 44 and some change. But I'm looking to get more at the place where I've observed that bidder show up before. Now, if that bidder drops and it's gone, I do want to get out of the trade as well. So I do want to stay a little bit nimble there. Again, 75.91 is the low of day. We're only trading about 20 pennies off of that, and it seems like sellers have kind of stepped back in as of right now. But the tape, not printing so much as much dark red as we were printing up here on the way down. Again, we talk about the trend breaking and consolidating sideways. That is what we are looking to do as of right now.
11 o'clock.
It is.
I don't have the key for it before. Like we got some time. I'll give you.
Too much fun here.
We're having fun. I wouldn't answer Mr. Westermeyer. Asked a question. He's like, "Do I still like Kava for a short, for like a swing short?" And it was asked a question. Someone said, "What do you like for swing trades?" I just feel, when you have Chipotle come to market, Kava doing everything that it was doing, that you could get a reversal off this. But I'm just going to very quickly show you, like, it's got the 50 period, it's got the trend since it held the 50 period. It just needs to break down. Like, I don't see yes, I think this can be a pullback and a deep one on Kava, but there hasn't been any kind of a setup for an entry. There's no break of this local trend. If it loses 90, I think that makes sense. A failed breakout at 100. I don't see an entry point just yet, but this is one I do have my eyeballs on. Intel flushed through 31, so that continues to go down. DJT making a move to the upside, so that is good. And I can tell you, we'll be back at 2 o'clock. You know what up to end the week. It's going to be a fly afternoon show, but it'll be even better on the midday. Learn to trade. Oh, goodness. I just saw Adara into some NVIDIA short. Good luck as the market comes back in there. We got Sharif, Adara, Learn to Trade, and NVIDIA short.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the How to Trade show, formerly known as that midday show. That right there is your girl, Adara, and she's very excited right now. So we're going to forego the whole
Don't you don't have to forego the roll call.
Oh, it's Friday, Darren. You're gonna make me do the. All right, Havana Woody, 4 lats. We got the OG Darwin in the house as well. Shout out to the world's greatest moderator, Bears versus Bulls, doing the absolute most, always in a good way. Looks like we're having some delay having everybody over from the other chat or the other stream. So we'll just wait, pack our patience, and hang tight. They are still on the other stream, says Bears versus Bulls. And so we will cover Adara's gasps very soon. I do promise. Aaron and Joanna Brewster in the house as well as Benson Adara.
Yeah, so NVIDIA, I took this short. I actually, this is the whole point of confidence, right? And believing in yourself. I took this short because I knew we were about to go VWAP, but what I said is I like these lower highs. I said we'll risk, actually for me, kind of risking a decent amount here. I was going to risk into 126, like 30s, like this previous wick, right? I was like, you know what, why not? We actually didn't need to. I think the highest I was ready to add at 126.15s. We didn't get that. I said, Adara, add at 126.01s. That was kind of or 05s. That was kind of the highest we were getting. So I said, cool, I can live with that. Then I was going to take out part of this at 125.60. That was always the plan. I initially had 59s. We get to 60. I was like, come on, NVIDIA, don't do that to me. So I moved up to 61s. That's cool. I'm going to get out here now, though, because this was a level I was absolutely watching. If we don't, if we reject off 50s here, I'll stay in. If we continue above 50s, that is where I'm going to have to leave because that 40 area was definitely, look at that top. That was that pre-market top. That 40 area was huge for me. 125.40, pleased as punch. If we come back to 125.70s and we reject again, I have no qualms getting back in this short, but I am really happy with this trade. This is the second day of me hiding my P&L for my sanity. So we're going to keep doing that. Basically, I want to clarify again, I knew we had that VWAP bounce, but my plan for this, my impetus for the trade was that we would break below VWAP. And this is why sometimes you just got to have confidence.
Guys.
And here we go. The people are coming now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
Thank you for letting me rant there.
no worries. People finally coming in. Sorry, guys. We did not migrate over from the other stream. So now people starting to come in. So welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining Adair and I on How to Trade on the Midday Show. We are talking all week about average true range today. We're going to take it easy before the long weekend. We have a long weekend here in Canada. We're just going to talk about, some of the pros, some of the cons of average true range, and we'll get, a nice little light lesson today. But before we do that, let's have a look at the markets and see what is moving at the moment, guys. Charts moving up right now is basically Google, really nothing else, everything on the downside. Amazon looking for a possible double bottom at 196. Keep your eye on that. 214 possible double bottom on Apple. I was telling Adara, kind of off camera today, I feel there's a lot of 50 exponential interest between the Mag 7 and the 50 exponential today. And what I see here is multiple rejections off the 50 on Apple. I see a bounce off the 50 on Microsoft. I see multiple rejections off the 50 on Google. Nice bounces off the 50 on Tesla. And look at NVIDIA getting its footing right over the 50 again above 125.50. There seems to be a lot of interplay between the Magnificent 7 today and the 50 period. So I'm going to keep my eye on that. Personally, I'm looking both ways today, both long and short, depending on the instrument that we're talking about. These are some of the small cap gappers I'm looking at. I didn't get to put the ticker on this one. CMAX is what this one goes by. And this one just rocketed up about 30% or so while we were migrating on over to the other stream. 475 right now, topping till candle. Watch out for that, though. We'll get more information on these. I'll give you the details on them, et cetera, once we get back. Anything you want to cover before we start the lesson du jour, Dara?
Yeah, thank you so much, Noah, in the chat there for the kind words. I really appreciate it. I'm always really happy to be here, and I always feel very lucky to be able to trade the mega caps and everything like that. Trying a SPY short here, really small position, like teeny tiny baby shares. But really, I watched that 548 rejection in the book, and I said, you know how much smoke I want? All of it. And the SPY said, okay, Adara, we'll get a bonfire started here. Please does punch. I don't have enough shares for a beak wetter here, so if we get to 60s and we don't bounce, I'm getting out. Happy with that and ready for our lesson of the day.
Yeah, sorry, just putting in a couple of tickers, and then we're going to start in a second over here. So as I mentioned, average true range, we're talking about that all week. Today, we'll talk about how it's a powerful tool, but not a crystal ball. Definitely can help you, but does not give you that, what is the word I'm looking for?
Certainty?
No, looking for that clairvoyance. There we go. Traders, we've explored how the average true range, ATR for short, can be a valuable tool for intraday trading. Today, let's address a crucial point. ATR is definitely not your crystal ball. While it does offer valuable insights, it does sadly have limitations that we need to understand. That's what we're going to talk about today. So the allure of the prediction. I mean, everybody always asks, us and others in the chat, what do you think Micron is going to do after earnings? What do you think? Should I buy Nike at $80? We all want to be able to have the allure of prediction, to be able to predict price action. Sadly, that doesn't always work out. So we all crave certainty in the ever-changing market. The ATR might seem like a magic formula that predicts future volatility and price movements. But remember, guys, the market is complex and very much influenced by various unpredictable factors. So the power of the ATR, of average true range, let's talk about some of the good stuff that it can do. It really does excel at analyzing historical data. Historical data needs to be underlined and bolded here. Here's how to help us even without predicting the future. Understanding volatility is one of the main measures of average true range. It tells us how much an instrument typically moves in a day. This helps us gauge things like the market environment and choose suitable trading strategies for that particular instrument. We talked about how to use the multiplier 4 times this week, and the multiplier that you use in the formulas that we've given you over the past few days have to do with the market volatility, with the instrument volatility, and with your own specific trading style. So you need to get really nuanced if you're going to use average true range to influence your stop, influence your trailing stop, influencing your profit taker. You're really going to have to figure out what multiplier works best for you and in what circumstance. So I want to highlight that point. ATR also quite good at setting realistic targets. Instead of fixed profit goals like we talked about when we talked about profit taking using ATR, ATR average true range allows us to set dynamic targets based on the expected daily range for that instrument, which leads to more realistic profit expectations and really customizable profit expectations. I shouldn't expect the same type of volatility from Google as I expect from NVIDIA. I shouldn't expect the same type of volatility that from Tesla in 2022 as I saw from Apple, okay? And I also shouldn't expect to trade the same way that Adara would trade NVIDIA as myself. That's why this all sets realistic guides, realistic expectations based on the multiplier that you choose. And it also helps informed stop loss placement. We talked about how stops can be your best friend but your worst enemy because they shake you out of winning trades sometimes. By considering the historical volatility of the instrument you're trading, you can place stop loss orders that account for normal price fluctuations for that instrument, which prevents unnecessary exits. And your trailing stop management, we talked about this yesterday as a way to kind of gauge where to place trailing stops. Combining average true range with trailing stops allows us to dynamically adjust our exit strategy as the price moves in our favor, balancing profit protection with giving the trade room to grow, okay? So beyond the ATR though, right? To make informed trading decisions, we need to go beyond average true range and look at some other technical analysis factors, like using technical indicators like support and resistance, moving averages, momentum indicators like RSI and MACD, to confirm potential entry and exit points. So again, like we always mention on the show, it's on the balance of the evidence. Don't place too much weight into one indicator or one piece of evidence. And you also have to look at the fundamentals of the company. What is that sector doing? Like we know, for example, today, microchips, semiconductors, been very strong this past year. Would I necessarily trade semiconductors the way that I would a more maybe subdued a sector like banks? No. My expectations for true range on semiconductors, immaterial of the actual name, should be a lot more than what I expect on banks. Banks are not as volatile as semiconductors, and you can make that blanket statement for the majority of them. So the way that I would trade these semis is not the way that I would trade banks, and it's also quite good for risk management. Always practice sound risk management techniques like setting appropriate position sizes and making sure you're using stops in order to get you out of trouble. And guys, remember, the market is always dynamic, rarely is it static. News, economic events, investor psychology can all cause unexpected price movements. So take that into account, I should say, when you are taking average true range or incorporating average true range into your trading arsenal. And again, just to surmise, average true range is a tool, not a guarantee. It doesn't predict future volatility. It doesn't even try to predict future volatility or price action. It is a lagging indicator, not leading, and needs to be looked at. And so bonus tip, always combine ATR with other analysis methods and risk management strategies to make those informed trading decisions. Backtest your strategies if you want using historical data. And I know for certain that Trade Ideas allows you to backtest your strategy about 3 months into the past there. So go on Trade Ideas and use Trader TV 20 for 20% off, Adara.
Yeah, shout out to Michael Noss, who was on the show this morning. He's also on the market recap on Monday. So shout out to Mr. Noss, the Noss boss, if you will, who will be hopefully having a very fun Canadian holiday because we have our Canada Day. Wow, words. But yeah, thank you so much to Sharif for that lesson of the day. Yeah, ATR is really interesting, and I like that you use those examples too. It's very much a more personal indicator. It depends on how you're going to be trading, what type of stuff you're looking for, and like everyone's going to have their kind of own approach. It's not a one-size-fits-all, which is pretty cool. So shout out to that. Okay, so I have not gotten back in NVIDIA short, but you guys know I'm always looking. I'm looking at the 60s area, should have gotten involved here, but instead, I think we could flat bottom break here. I don't know if I want to say flat bottom break, but if we break below that 125.40s, which like I said, that's been a level I've been looking at for 2 days now. Third day could be a charm. I want to absolutely have my eye on that level. AMD here though, initially I tried the long because we were bouncing, then we ended up getting this topping tail candle. We break into 163.10s. I got involved 163.29s, I believe. We break into 163.10s, I get out. I'm like, cool, it's fine. Right now, if we kind of break up into this 163.30s, and I see something different here on the book, I'm going to be getting out. So we're thinking about 25 pennies. This is a smaller position, both the short that I'm taking now and the long I tried previously. I know we're kind of near this support-ish area that we had earlier, so I'm very cognizant of that. But I think if it breaks down in tandem, Argus and Confluence, with that topping tail candle, I think this could be a really interesting look. We have broken below that 163 while I've been in the trade. I would like to see us break below it. Again, right now we're kind of hanging out in this trade. Noah, thank you so much for the $5 super chat and best of luck to you here, saying, just entered my first ever real money short. Choo! I'm short T at $19, and I remember to set up my stop loss at $19.25. If I lose, worth the tuition. Woo! Yeah, I love that attitude, Noah, because I think you really have to try stuff. As someone who was scared to short for a long time, even in the sim, I have to give you props for that.
Push back. She already pushed her chair back.
Push back of the day for this T chart. This is a gorgeous look. I love this look. Look at us hanging out. If we break below that V, this is the type of trade I love. So shout out to you, Noah. I do hope you print. We always hope everyone prints.
Of course.
And I think this is honestly, this chart put a smile on my face. But look at this too. We're also coming into that previous area of support here, that 1890, what is this, 7. So be aware of that level. I think this is a really cool short, though I totally pick up what you're putting down. Because Sharif was saying yesterday too, sometimes it's like you don't always know what people are seeing.
Yeah.
This chart, I absolutely see what you are seeing there. Hopefully you get a call that says, congratulations, you got some money on that on your AT&T mobile. Also, speaking of puns, I really want to quickly address the pun that Neil was making on the big show.
What do you do?
Amazon primed. So Amazon Prime for 200. That was something I said, not realizing it was a pun. I just said it this morning. I was like, I think which one's gonna break first, Amazon or Tesla? I think Amazon's Prime for it. Then everyone starts whooping, and I'm like, what did I say? So I accidentally punned. So I wanted to put out there because Neil noticed it. I said to him, we get part ownership, but I just wanted to.
Yeah, that's nice.
But yeah, shout out to Amazon, which is really interesting there also too, because I brought it up. This is not when I trade very often, but I was looking at that 196.40 short, should have been way more on that. Nice breakdown here, a bit of a doji candle. If we come back to 196.20 and reject, it's on. AMD kind of slowly trickling to the downside like water in the stream, so I'm happy with that. What are you looking for?
I'm looking at Tesla. I'm looking at getting in at the 50 exponential. I've set up my dip trade at 60. Pennies exactly to front run this size over here. If I get triggered, fantastic. If I don't, I still kind of believe in the higher low situation here on Tesla. So I will take a breakout trade through the break of 201.11. So if it goes up into that 201.11, I will take it there, but I'm still looking to get filled at 60. So I will not cancel that 60 bid. So we'll see what we get. We're doing the dance with no pants on the future right now on the NQ September contract with that 20,100 level. We're below it at the moment by about 4 points. Some bottoming tail candles coming in, looking to take it again. I'm not really, completely satisfied with the view on the market so far. So I'm going to, just pack my patience until I see whether we continue to trend down or we mean revert a little bit over here. So Tesla right now absolutely holding that 20 period or that 50 period on the 5, the 50 exponential moving average on the 5-minute chart. That's what I mean by that. And it's making a higher lows. They've been successively higher lows all morning long with that flat top at around 203. Sure, we got above 203 into 203.20. However, the closing prints exclusively all below that 203 level. So we're dancing right now, not triggering any of my orders, either on the breakout trade through that 10 penny level or on the dip trade to defend the 50 exponential. So we'll see what we get, and we won't get upset with TSLA. Now, let's talk a little bit. I might get triggered here to the high side as it holds 201. So if that comes in, we'll see. Some of the other small cap gappers today that we've got on our watch. Lucy, L-U-C-Y, absolutely great day today for Lucy. Great chart. right now looks like, absolutely putting in higher highs and higher lows, so we'll see there. All right, so I did get triggered into Tesla here, so now it behooves me to put in my stop. Now, I do have a DCA that I want, that I absolutely like at that level because of the 50 exponential, so I'm not canceling that. So what I'm going to do is going to take a beak wetter at 25s. We'll see if we get up there. We just moved up into 25s, scaled back pretty quick. We'll see what we get. I'll leave that one to work because I think this one is going to take a little bit of time to do its thing. So we're just going to let that one work. Lucy's, as I mentioned, moving to the high side around 60 pennies. Let me put that on my side chart, actually, so I can have eyes on it. It's up 80% at the moment at that 60 penny area. Having trouble, though, sadly, with 60. CMND breaking down now below the volume-weighted average price. I was really looking for a pre-market high hold at this level at around 186, 190. It didn't end up coming in, and it ended up breaking down and holding off the 50. Again, I don't know what's going on with the 50 today, but for whatever reason, it's being used here on the market. Did I get filled on Tesla? Not yet, so pack your patience. All right, QSI, another good one here, about 14 1/3%. This one, a penny stock and light on volume. The chart looks good, though, but becoming awfully consolidative here between 106 and 109. So I let that one go. This is the one that I've really got my eye on, though, and I think this one may have a shot and is actually respecting areas of support and resistance. Look at all these bottoming tail candles through VWAP into the previous area of resistance there, into the open. NNE, what a great look on NNE here. Go Tesla. There we go, baby. We're printing big here on Tesla as it breaks through the $0.50. Happy with this trade. Again, just basically saw that off the 50 exponential, and that's really the crux of this trade. No other reason other than higher lows and respect for the 50 on TSLA. Simple as that. Anyway, back to NNE. Great respect here between this stock and the volume-weighted average price, as well as a previous area of resistance. Look at this move up here at 930. We get into that 1950, 19.25, huadunk, back into 17.5. But boom, shoot up into 22. Lo and behold, though, when we do retrace, and the retracement was coming, it is a small cap gapper, we hold VWAP and we hold that 19.25, 19.5 level. This is a good one, guys. But remember, with these small cap gappers, they're around for a good time, not a long time. Make sure you're wetting your beak where appropriate and do not overstay your welcome. Because, again, they're not around for a long time. Now, the deets on this one, 4 1/3 million shares on the day traded. It's an $865 million market cap. The float is about 15 1/5 million shares. And let's find out the short float here and shout out to Nas Boss and his crew. NNE, it does not have a short float according to Trade Ideas, or they just don't have it. So no data to give you on that one. But that's my look, looking at NNE for small cap gappers. That's my fave, Adair.
Yeah, NNE has been, it's been a nice little look there for sure. AMD. Okay, AMD right now is aggravating me. I couldn't think of a letter word that starts with D a little bit. But no, so if we keep bouncing here off that 163, I'm really, this is where we go. I was looking for something different here in the book. We are fluctuating wildly here at this level. So this is where I just want to see what we do. I want to see this 163.15 because this has been an interesting level. I did add to the trade initially. We were rejecting that 162.88 really nicely. I just want to see what we do here. One more test of 163. If we bounce here, that's obviously going to be an issue. But I liked that short. I just do not like the support we're kind of finding here at 162.50. I did, like I said, I added to the position. I had my reason for adding to the position. It's all good there. But yeah, this is too bouncy for my like. I don't want to get on that trampoline as a short. Happy I did into it. Happy I tried it. Very happy with my profit taker here at 162.60. And happy I got it where I did. If you want to break 163 again at AMD, holler at me. I was tempted to go short NVIDIA. I'm so happy I didn't because I saw something on the book that I didn't like. I said, Adara, you love that 126.40 level. Just because you're seeing topping tail candles doesn't mean you're also not seeing that support still hold up. So I'm very happy I didn't go short. Wish I had gone long instead, but you know what? It's all good here. I have no plays on NVIDIA as of right now. If we keep rejecting, like if we make a lower high here, 126.20s, whatever, that could be interesting for me. Like I said, I like that 126. I like whole dollar levels. I like VWAP breaks, etc. But this candle's a little bit too bullish for me to try to come in with my little red scarf to use a weird bull and matador analogy there. So interesting. Look, I want to shout out your Tesla though.
Oh, thank you.
Because you had that Cybertruck.
I want to get right back in. I want to get right back in Adair because it came right into my level, into 60s, bounces off the 50 period again, guys. and puts another bottoming tail candle. But I want to make an observation. So I scalped it on Tesla. However, I'm seeing a distinctly different pattern right now between Tesla and some other of these Mag 7 names. Let me make my point. I'm seeing double bottoms on a lot of other Mag 7 names, and I'm seeing a possible double top come in on the Cybertruck over here. Case in point, look at the dead one. It's exactly Tesla flipped upside down. Double bottom at 213 3/4, 50-ish area. You get the general area here on AAPL. Exactly the opposite on Tesla, where we have two double tops into 203. We know the real resistance level is 203. The wicks go into that fifth of a dollar. Fine, let them go. But the closing prints, the real prints, go below that 203 level. We also have very skewed double bottoms with some other ones. Look at Amazon. Even though it has a longer or a lower right side of the W than does the left side. Look at Meta, a little bit different. It's got its right side a little bit higher. Softy, same thing. Google, same thing. So I'm seeing a little bit of, difference in the pattern here. Now, what does that mean to me? What do I do with that information? Am I theorizing that it's all over for Tesla on the day and we retrace here while the other Mag 6, for example, are all gonna, break the neckline of the W and go higher? I don't know. I need confirmation. And the only way to get confirmation is to break that neckline in the middle part of the W is what I mean by the neckline, and to print higher highs. In Apple's case, it's gonna have to be a print above that 215.5 for me to say, yeah, that was a double bottom, and now we've cleared it. It's gonna have to break this level here. To me, even though, these letters are never as clear as they are when you write them, this is a pretty good W with this being the middle part of the W. So if Apple continues to run 215.50, we'll see what we get. We won't get upset, but right now, it is Tesla holding up at that 50 exponential with higher lows and bottoming tail candles showing you the importance of this level to traders intraday, at least, that the 50 exponential featuring today on Tesla there.
Yeah, AMD. So I want to, the reason I got out of this AMD, like I said, we broke above that 163 in a way I didn't like, so I stand by that. I was willing to enter if we broke back below 163, and AMD was like, no. That's okay. We're still rejecting that 163.30. That's something for me to note. But also, we do have some support here at 162.60, so it'll be interesting to see if we can break that. Right now, we're dipping. I think the lowest we were at when I was at, we broke below that. That's all good. Missed my opportunity to reshort it. Where's the next trade? As Obi said, that's certainly a mindset I need to get into. NVDA. Oh, I see you. I see you. Okay. If NVIDIA wants to bounce off VWAP, I have zero qualms. I am qualmless. Look at the book. We get to 88s and NVIDIA's like, yeah, I mean, cool, I will bounce. So that's fine. I'll risk this into, we'll give it 70s. That was an area I liked on the way down. So let's see. I want us to hold 80s. If we can't hold 80s, I'm not going to rush into it. But I definitely have a better read in NVIDIA than I do at AMD right now. So I want to be able to trust that. To be clear, it's not like, the AMD trades were like life scarring or anything. I'm pretty sure I'm flattening them. But the point is, you have to have the tickers that you trust. And I trust, the book, in terms of what the book's saying to me, as Neil and Obi were talking about. Right now, the book on NVIDIA is a lot more interesting to me. I don't want to get involved in either direction yet, but there's something brewing, like a little pot of tea, boiling over. Also, shout out to Big Spile Burdett, saying that he was looking to short the SPY, shout out to Big Kyle, at VWAP. We did not get to VWAP, we got to the 90 MA. I wish I'd had my eyes on this. I had my little SPY short earlier, I was happy with that. But look at this 548.10. Look at that. Sometimes chart patterns aren't going to matter on the futures, but the SPY was like, it does to me, okay, Adara? It matters to me. Because look, we had this little chop and turn chop at 955. We come into this area, that's why I took it short, that 548 rejection. Come right back up, we bounce. Oh, okay, I see you too.
Semi-chair pushback.
A little bit of support. Yeah, it's a half back. Then, like football.
Half back, I love it.
And then we come to reject, I told you, I know CFL. Then we reject this 548 area here again. So 548 on the SPY, I definitely need to be more aware of. NVIDIA, I see you. AMD, I'm not going to be able to get back on you right now, but let's wait and see what we do. These markets have been so fun. IWM also having a low of daybreak, perhaps, by chance. I love those. And the Russell's something might be rustling over there. So hopefully we can hustle
we
to
should
the
tell
downside.
everybody, too, that today's a Russell rebalancing day. A lot of the traders not here because they're saving their risk for that trade. Oh, are you guys doing something for that today? You don't have to tell us what you're doing, but is the floor doing a rush trade? There's Ob says there could be potential opportunities and stuff. There's opportunities all day, guys. The Ob, the one, the Canob. You guys know.
Also vote for tickers.
Yeah, I promise I'll get to that in 1 second. But today is the Russell rebalancing day. Ob sat down beside me today, and he's like, the IWM is doing basically higher volume in the pre-market than typically would. And I looked at my calendar, and it said Russell rebalance. Talked to Wainers in the back, and he was setting something up for that as well. So, guys, Russell rebalance day. Keep that in mind. I don't know if you guys trade it, but yeah. Now, perfect time to tell you guys to join. You got to vote for your favorite ticker. Otherwise, the Ob, the one, the Canob, and the Neil will not cover it. Make sure you're influencing your friends in the chat to vote your way, because only the top 5 make it on, guys. Whether you want to see Chewy, GameStop, whatever, get into the chat right now. Have your say every day and vote for your tickers using the prompt that I just showed you there on the screen. If you don't know what it is, Bears versus Bulls will tell you. All right, D-Loaf, I promise you I'd look at Palantir, and I will stick to my word as soon as I put in the ticker. There we go. PLTR. Here's what D-Loaf says. Palantir can get going here if futures hold. Higher lows into 250 or into 25.55. Confluence with pre-market highs too. Next level closer to 26 for a scalper. Couldn't agree more. I like the higher lows. The higher lows show you one thing. But the other thing is this obvious area top in the general 255, 250 area. Why are we not getting above that area? Well, it's been a good few days for Palantir, no question about that, getting off the lows into the mid-20s again. Let's zoom out a little bit more and do some more chart analysis over here. This 25.55, is it a previous area of importance? Yes, it is. So we did consolidate at it a bit on June 20th. We did top out there for whatever reason in the pre at 25.50 on the 21st. So interesting rounded bottom as well. Let's zoom out a little bit more though, D-Lo, see a bigger picture here. Well, all I see, my friend, are higher lows. So even though this one a little bit volatile, since the end of May, this is basically taking us to May 21st. So over a month look here on this chart on the half an hour, higher lows, higher highs. This is interesting. You're looking though from an intraday perspective. That to me is a bit of a tougher ask today, D-Loaf, unless you're looking to get in off a dip. Like look at the range per candle. They're wide. They're wide. Given the actual notional move on the day, the range per candle is quite wide. So I don't know how you're looking to play this, but intraday, today is not the day for Palantir. However, I do definitely like it from a wider perspective. All right, back to Tesla here. I'm still keeping my eye on Tesla. I'm seeing umpteen amount of bottoming tail candles come into the 50, and now we're getting a higher low on this bottoming tail candle. They're all bottoming tail candles. I will not be convinced that there is not a buyer of importance at the 50 exponential on the day. The IB low held the 50 exponential. The dip at 10:30 held the 50 exponential. Even the dang institutional prints at 8 a.m. held the 50 exponential. And we're holding the 50 exponential right now. I will not be convinced otherwise. Let's see how we can weasel away into this trade on Tesla.
Yeah, I hope you are able to weasel your way into that Cybertruck. Force them to open the doors for you, Sharif. They don't open on their own. But yeah, that
Jerome
aside.
Powell, maybe.
Pardon?
We'll get Jerome Powell maybe to help out.
Yeah, maybe. Well, Jerome Powell likes closing the doors.
Yeah, a very good point.
Like
that's a good point there, Daryl.
Yeah, just to factually remind us all what happened there. That is literally one of my favorite memes in the stock market ever. I literally told people who don't know the market to check it out because it's so funny. That's not the point, though. The point is, Sharif is going to kill his Tesla trade again because he already killed that first one. And AMD, I am in this again. I did not have a good transition there. So I got back in AMD because it's about confidence, right? I was looking at NVIDIA. I was waffling between the two friends there, the two cousins. Shout out to their CEOs who are literally cousins. But I was interested in NVIDIA for long, like I said, off that 126. And AMD, I have been interested. Well, I initially tried it long, but since then I've been interested in the shorts. I had levels I liked. I kept mentioning that 162.60 support. That was like pretty cray-cray for me. So that's why what got me out of that first short there. But basically decided to get back in the short when I said it. Dara, we'll risk into 163s. You're seeing stuff you like on the book. We can't get above 162.80s. I end up getting involved at 162.69s.
Disney just did something very aggressive at Dara, so we have to cover this.
Yes, we do.
Disney just went down big, guys. Here it is. It just dropped like $2 or $3. It's on its way to 100 here, guys. I'm not sure what's going on. Today's Elon Musk's birthday, so happy birthday, Elon. I have no idea what's happening with Disney. I'm getting a price spike down notification from Trade Ideas, but nothing specific to what this is all about over here. Let me put it live on the side chart so you can get the actual movement, because for whatever reason, this chart is frozen. Down now 1.88%, on the way down to $100. We're very close to 100. 122 is the LOD on DIS. Again, nothing coming in right now. Brendo, there's nothing on social media. Okay, Brendo doesn't have anything either. So as soon as we find out exactly what's going on with Diz here, we'll let you know. But that just came in quite well. Look, it started dropping at around 1050. It did a bit of a consolidation here at 101.5, and then it really huadunked this last 4 minutes or so, coming down into that 100. So again, nothing right now on DIS, but we'll keep you guys apprised if anything changes there.
Yeah, this AMD is weird. It's like it'll get within a cent of where I would like to make my exit. And it's like, yeah, but I don't have to. And I'm like, well, I'm aware, AMD, it's fine, but grr. Anyways, okay, there we go. As I'm saying that, it's like, oh, you're trying to like coax me? Okay, Adair, I'll prove you wrong. So there we go. AMD struggling with 162.50s for reasons I don't really understand. To me, the level earlier was 162.60. But yeah, I didn't want to get out part of it this early, but I saw that resistance. I was like, I owe it to myself to do that. Pleased as dang punch. The best flavor of punch. No, I'm joking. But what I really want to see here is a 162 break. I have no idea if I'll get it. I believe, I don't know, I guess we got to 162 earlier. I saw 162.20s, but I'm going to keep my eye out here. We do have two super chats here from Big Spile. Join Spile is his first one. So join $, PYLE. I've got to shout that out. Thank you for being very good-natured about me using a pun for your name there, Big Kyle Burdett. Thank you for your $2 super chat. Put another super chat here. Do not know if this is real. I don't think it is. I'm not good at sarcasm. But $5 super chat. Disney and Nike announced partnership on Space Jam 3. I'm going to guess that's sarcasm.
Yeah.
But either way, that's pretty funny. Thank you very much there, Big Kyle, for the super chat. Speaking of Nike, I want to shout out Neil and Obi, the Neilage and the Obi-Wanfidence there for those trades here earlier on Nike. Oh, Nike, are you flat bottom breaking? Okay, look at this bottom here with these wicking tails at 76. I know Obi and Neil were talking about the $76 level quite a lot earlier. We have this high here, this pop into 76.5, then we get 76.17s. This is on my side chart, and it might have to weasel its way into my heart.
100 broke, 100 broke, guys. It didn't even stop. It didn't even stop at 100. I got my eyes on it the entire time. It blew through that $100 level. $99.60 whatever, low 61, 62 pennies right now, trying to retrace. Sorry to interrupt you there.
Oh, it's okay.
Right back into that 100, but that was a big boy move to the downside. Still not seeing anything right now on DIS, but a lot of weakness. Look at all that blue and red coming in on the tape there. Here comes the low of day again. We print another low of day there as we try to fight to stay above that $0.00 level. A lot of selling now, down 2.5. Here we go again with that 61 penny level, and there goes that 61 penny level. Here comes the $0.50 on DIS. Still nothing coming in on my blotter. I'm willing to bet, though, this is something juicy, baby, because you don't usually get midday moves on the Disney like that. Back into that $100 level we go. A bit of a tug of war now between buyers and sellers. Here comes that $100 level. I don't see too much selling on that. I see about 40 lots, maybe a little bit more than 40 lots at that $100 level. We'll have to see if the sellers come down from higher levels to push this bad boy down a little bit. Unbelievable midday move here. Still not seeing anything on the Disney. I'm keeping my eyes peeled here, guy, or whatever the expression is. But not a good look right now for Diz.
Yeah, I'm just laughing at Tammy KB in the chat. Did Roaring Kitty post a mouse picture?
Oh!
But shout out to you, Tammy KB, that put a smile on my face. So nice look. You know, NVIDIA, you're fascinating to me. I know I'm talking to the stock guys. I apologize. NVIDIA getting all choppy and churny here at 126. You might be like, Adara, pick a lane, long or short. I can't pick a lane yet because it's just so darn bamboozling, to use a Sharifism. We get to this 126, we held 126 for a bit, now we're waffling below. The really specific level I like is 125.90 because I like to see us break below a key level and hold it. Because if we can do that, then I'm like, okay, maybe there's still a little bit of magic in the air. Also, AMD broke below 162s without me. I'm not gonna be upset, Where's the next trade, right? I'm still happy with this short. What I was doing basically was I was waiting at every 10-cent level. Can we break and stay below it on the book? If not, God of a mouse. We had a really hard, I don't know why I said that word like that. We had a really hard time breaking below 162.30s. We keep popping up to 39. Oh no, we go back down. 30, oh no. So I got out at 39s for the rest of the position, got out half at like 50s. Pleased as punch with this. I'm aware I could have stayed longer, but that's not my trading style. I've said this a lot. I have the horrific tendency to bag hold when I stay in positions for longer, and I would not like to hold a bag unless it's like a nice little, like, I don't know, Gucci purse or something. No, I'm joking. But I don't want to bag hold these trades. Pardon?
No, you're not.
I'm really not. There we go.
I don't know if this is it. So I don't want to.
Well, he's pals with pelts. So that.
Well, this came out on the 28th at 11:20 a.m. I don't know, man. Elon Musk slams Lucasfilm's president for being. No, this ain't it, guys. This ain't it. We're gonna keep our. I'm looking on the internet. I'm looking everywhere to see exactly what's going on. But here comes that $100 level again. We're fighting right now to get back above a buck. Let's have a look at the book. Is their size moving down to push this bad boy back down? I don't see any size, whether moving up with the bid or moving down with the ask. I personally don't see it. So a bit of tug of war happening right now at that $100 level. I want to see exactly what happens here. Is this just a nice retracement on the way back down? We often see this, right? We saw it here when it was trending down. Retrace, Huadunk comes in. It's just about where we get back into. So keeping my eye on Disney here. Let's load it up on the 5-minute on the side chart to keep an eye on this one. We're well below any sort of moving averages on the 5. You'll have to trade this on the 1 if you want to use moving averages. The 10 exponential on the 5 right now is at a 101 right now, 101, and we're at 125. So we're far removed, really, from anything here in terms of 10 exponential. All right, Ram just sent me something. Let's have a look at what Ram sent to see if it's...
she's so good at finding news.
Yeah, she's quite good. Here we go. Where is it, Ram? Is this it? Magic Kingdom had no choice but to turn away hundreds of Disney guests as its brand new opening day attraction sold out of virtual queuing in seconds, setting new historical record. Well, yeah, that's kind of good and bad, right? Yeah. Like the fact that they had a lot of demand, not good that they couldn't fulfill said demand. So again, thank you, Ram, for that. We'll keep an eye out on any news right now, but I'm still keeping an eye on Disney because I want to see if this thing mean reverts, whether or not retraces back or we take this this little pop-up off that 99.5 right back down to where it came. So keeping an eye on this one. Right now on the 5-minute, though, Disney put in a bottoming tail hammer candle. This is the 10. Let me show you the 5 on DIS. This is the candle that just formed on DIS right over here. Most importantly, though, the subsequent candle does not make a new high. So there seems to be a bit of a seller at this $100.41 level. You have 141 over here high, 141, 101.42 high. Sorry, Guy, get it together, bro. 141, 142, and it's coming right back down again. So there does seem to be a seller on DIS in the low 40s. I didn't see that reflected on the book. It reflects more on the chart. Let's see if we can get something from that information. Let's put in a short on DIS, possibly at that level, and see if it comes right back in to defend it there.
Yeah, shout out to a song we were talking about a little while ago in the market recap. So I think back to Wednesday, NVIDIA's being a monster. Shout out to Nicki Minaj, Jay-Z, Kanye, Rick Ross, Bon Iver. But that aside, this NVIDIA, I was talking about this long. I don't know if I was talking about it, but I was interested in it long, at least internally, from the fact that we held this 125, 30-ish, 20-ish area. This is a level I have been deeply interested in going back a few days now. So this long, once we saw that VWAP bounce, I said I was very curious. And then they said, Adara, why are you waiting for your 88s? Just as long as we stay above 88s, you can stay in the position. So I did do that. We do have a little bit of a topping tail candle that I don't love, but the reason I added to the position was because at that time we were holding 126.20 like a glove. I'm going to be keeping scalping in and out of this, as is my nature. We're going to take the next set out at 42s, which is shout out to 42s. That was just a level that I liked, so we're going to be getting out there. If we can't get back above 126.20, which was that area we struggled with a bit, not going to necessarily love that, so we're going to keep an eye on the book. As I always do, I am an avid reader when it comes to, I mean, life, I wish I could stay awake more to read. But when it comes to, yeah, the older I get, the less I can stay awake to read. It's kind of disappointing, but that's not the point. NVIDIA, you better not disappoint me. Stay above that 126 and I'll be pleased as punch. There we go, nice little bounce at 126. I don't want to add to this position right now. I'm okay with the fact that I added before. We'll have to see though, because this NVIDIA could get a little bit, go a little bit haywire. It could be instead of wah, wah, it could be wong, wong. Shout out to Jensen Huang. But yeah, that was really, really, really lame. But hopefully this NVIDIA trade won't be. And shout out to Sharif for that mean reverse in Disney. He's taking that house of mouths.
No, we took it short. We took it short. We already wet our beak on some profits. Let's see if this one continues down. I've got another beak wetter there in the 60s. We're short at 92s, already de-risked a little bit here in the high 70s. Let's see if we can get that continued move down on DIS. Let's see, here we go, 79, showing a little bit over here. A bit of a buyer coming in, to be expected at these levels, I guess, right? So we'll pack our patience here with Disney. Brendo telling me here could just be a nasty algo, low liquidity tank. Absolutely. The stock is flat on the day. Major news expects a couple of percentage moves at least. Shout out to Brendo. I mean, we never really know exactly what's going on here. We're going to give you the price action regardless of what's going on. But, you know, as technical traders, personally, I just like to know that there is a catalyst and then we can just trade. The importance or the veracity of the catalyst really is not what I'm assessing here. I just want to know that there is one. And right now, there's none. So we're going to have to pack our patience with that one. Disney, though, finding a little bit of support here. I'm going to have to pack my patience with this trade to get the next beak wetter. What else is moving on the side? Keeping my eye here on Tesla, which now broke decidedly below that 50 exponential on the 5. Here's a look on TSLA and getting a bit of a doji candle here. Looking, though, to bounce off that $200 level. So comes in to that $100 level, and it does a bit of a doge right there, a candle of indecision. And this candle hasn't decided whether it wants to make a newer high or a newer low. Right now, just keeping my eye on Tesla, see if there's anything that we can do. Go Disney, wow. All right, down goes Disney into the $0.50. The tank is real, it's fast, it's furious, it's coming back down, guys. Now 2 3/4 on DIS. Very happy with this trade.
Yeah, can I say I'm pleased as punch for you?
Thank you,
Adara. I am. There you go, yeah. Sharif said to Disney, he's like, you know, move over, Mickey Mouse. I'm the new guy in charge. You said, what's up, Bob? That's what you did. Shout out to Elon Musk, whose birthday it is. He said, hi, Bob. That's what he said to
Hello,
Disney.
Bob.
So shout out to Sharif. Puns aside, though, I'm seriously so happy for that trade for you, because that was amazing. You killed it. You came, you saw, you conquered, and you took Disney for a little jaunt to the downside. NVIDIA here, you're gonna make your girl go crazy on a Friday. Come on, man. This NVIDIA 126.30 is just bamboozling. To be fair, it kind of makes sense. We had a little bit of resistance with that area earlier. I got 40% of the position out at 33s, and then NVIDIA back to the downside. I'm staying in this. I have no reason to leave right now, but man, NVIDIA, my impatience will get the better of me if you do not your way up above 126.30 with a bit more viciousness, a little bit more vigor, because this is getting a bit stressful. You've now put in not one, but two. I need to stop talking to the stock. But NVIDIA's put in not one, but two topping tail candles here. We're still above the 9 EMA, yada, yada, yada. I know my price is a lot higher now. My average is kind of meh, because I did add to the position and then got out of the rest of it. But I mean, I'm okay with this right now. My book reading skills, my spidey senses are telling me I want to leave, so I am going to leave. You have to trust yourself a little bit here. I would rather get out. Yeah, there we go. If we come back and bounce, I'll get back in the trade, but I was just not feeling good about NVIDIA and its weird wishy-washiness with 126.30, so I decided to stick with that. Paula Blackford actually echoing what I'm saying here, saying that she's not convinced NVIDIA. Neither was I, that's why I got out. Also, guys, we have Michelle Bowman coming through. I don't know why I thought of this, but Fed Bowman, who is notably a bit hawkish, even saying, hey, I could see a rate hike coming through at 12 p.m. Then we got Daily at 12:40.
Daily was dropping hot lines this morning on Squawk Box anyway. No, she wasn't. She's in Europe. at the Ideas Conference. What is it? What's
With
the
Andrew
conference?
Sorkin outside.
What is that conference? Do you remember the name of it?
Do not.
I forget the name anyway. There is some sort of conference right now. Some heavyweights over there. Guys, here is the look. It looks like the Cybertruck may be headed down. It is now below $200. And if I had to guess, this one may be headed down a little bit more. Low of day right now, 198.58. That is the implied balance low that printed right at the open there at 9:30. And then it rocketed up in the next candle above 201.5, 201 2/3. It is doing bottoming tails right now, but it bamboozled me earlier with its umpteen amount of bottoming tails into the 50. So there was definite respect with the 50 today, but the sellers overwhelming buyers pushing this bad boy below the 50. Are the sellers strong enough, though, to push the Cybertruck lower than the 200 on a closing basis? Alas, not yet. All the prints below 200 right now are on a wick basis. No closing print south of that 100-point level quite yet. So keeping my eye on Tesla. Simultaneously, I'm keeping my eye on the dead one. And the dead one continues to print lower highs. Start from the IB high right here at 9:30. And every successive high has been lower than its predecessor, despite the fact that we keep finding support at the whole $214, multiple troughs into that 214 level though. However, the lower highs, are more important in my humble estimation than this 214 hold, because it is a bit of a descending wedge. If we do get the break of that descending wedge, well, we all know what that turns into, and that turns into a flat bottom break. I want to stay silent there to troll Ram.
I know.
I decided not to, Adara.
Ram.
Yeah, well, that's okay. So we're possibly, no, because you always complain that when we hit the flat bottom break animation, we stay silent. So I want to be staying silent just to bug you, Ram, because that's the way it is around here. But anyway, 214, a line in the sand today for AAPL. I don't know how long that stays. If this double bottom, not even double bottom anymore. It looks like more like a descending wedge. Unless we get that break of that 215.50, this ain't going to be a double bottom in my book. But here we go again, coming back into those highs, the local highs, I should say, that 214 3/4. I've been looking at this area, 214 2/3, 214 3/4, not just from the technical or not just from the moving average perspective, but from the price action resistance. Look at this trough over here that we put in at 10:30 and 10:25. That bottomed out essentially on a closing basis at 214 2/3. We're now flipping and using that 214 2/3 as a level of resistance, previously support. We'll have to wait and see if we can get above the volume weighted average price at that 214.80-ish. But really what I'm looking for is a break above 215.50. That may take a while though. All right, let's look at the small cap gappers because we kind of just dropped those and started looking at some other stuff. Gumma is back. GME, is this thing moving or is my chart? Oh, okay, it's right back. Right back near the day's high, printing 25.83. The day high was 26.07. So GameStop up 3%. Again, Roaring Kitty yesterday tweeting or Xing a picture of that dog, kind of implying something about Chewy, bark, or woof. We don't really know. Likely Chewy, based on the fact that Ryan Cohen was the CEO, or is the CEO, I don't know, of Chewy and also of GameStop. Yeah. Ram, thank you. Ram.
Oh, exact colors.
Whoa. I had to push back my chair there, bro. You have no idea what Ram just told me. She's like, I'm giving you analysis from a graphic designer. She's talking about herself. She's like, let me tell you, he used the same colors. Fabian. He used the same colors, apparently, as the dog in Chewy was the one that, similar colors to the one that posted by the Catman yesterday on X. So we'll have to obviously keep an eye on it. GameStop, though, decent move here, 25.83. We'll see if this one keeps going to there.
Yeah, shout out to kittens and animals everywhere here. Roaring Kitty there with the dog. Also, Amazon. I am not, I'm not the Amazonian. I am not often in the zone or in the zone. But, I mean, to me, this is a great look at this 196, okay? We have this 196 chip chop. I wanted to take this short at 196.40. I wasn't on it enough. That is on me. I cannot complain. I was having fun with NVIDIA, but that's not the point. The point is, I saw this short. I saw us kind of have this Whoa, okay, Amazon,
Whoa.
break close of day.
Get
break
it.
close of day, Amazon. Please this punch. I obviously wanted more shares. I was going to build into the position. Amazon's like, yeah, you're not going to. That's fine. Here we go. I want to take some out here. We keep bouncing here. Let's try to get 47s, 40K. Finger, please cooperate with what I'm trying to type here. 47s, we're gonna get part of this position out there. I am pleased as punch. You know what, I'll have very little shares left once this get filled, but I do want to have a little bit of, some profit secured. Want to secure that bag. Don't want to be a bag holder. That 60s area was really interesting to me. If we come back to 60s reject, I'll add there. That's fine. I don't need my 75 print. I like my 75 print, but that's neither here nor is it there. So look at that. And if there's Amazon, GME, Chewy, any tickers you want to look at, you go in the chat right now and you go right there and you go to vote.
Yes.
Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. GME, AMC, Amazon, NVIDIA, blah, blah, blah. Google, Apple,
there we go.
Words. You'll go in there right now and you'll put those stickers in the chat. Amazon, if you want to break 195.40, I think you know what beverage I would be as happy as. It'll punch.
Get it, Adara. Great. I think that's a great trade, Adara. And it kept rejecting off that 10 exponential on the 5. I think you have a solid trade there. And you know what I'm going to say.
You hope I print?
Hey, there you go. You know.
I don't have to hope you print on Disney because I know you
print
did.
animation. I think that would be pretty cool.
But yeah, I don't even have to hope that Sharif printed on Tesla and Disney because I know he did.
Oh, that's nice. All right, let's have a look at some of the other ones moving. This is what I was telling Adara here. This is the green line is a 10 exponential on Amazon, and it just keeps rejecting over and over and over again. So great trade there. Let's keep an eye on Apple. It's right back into 214. Uh-oh, are we getting a bit of a range trade here on the dead one? All right, all right. She didn't do a pushback. She did a move up this time, right? She found out about the range and she leaned for it. I love it. There's always good times on this test.
Oh, yeah.
No question about it. Yeah, 214 seems to keep bouncing here on AAPL. So I keep looking for a breakout or breakdown trade. Maybe that's the wrong look, right? We can trade it as a range. It doesn't have to be a breakout or breakdown trade. So let's see what it does on this attempt at 214. It's below 214 right now, but it's done that a bunch of times anyway. So we'll see where the buyers step in. It probably behooves me to look at the book to keep an eye on where the sellers are showing up.
Bless you.
Bless you, Ram. I'll keep it down over there. But keeping an eye on the size, on the bid, on the ask. I'm not seeing anything at these levels, so nothing really interesting me here in terms of a level 2. I'm keeping an eye on the tape as well to see if there's big boy size coming in, whether they're printing green, red, blue, or yellow, because that means something specific. Nothing really happening except that it's just bouncing above 214 again. I think if I get in here, I can really give this one a tight stop below 97s or something. Bless you again, Ram.
Bless you.
So let's see what we get here. Yeah, this is definitely a range. I'll pack my patience. Vin, with Sharif, you don't need sound effects. Oh, baby, I can do whatever sound effect you like.
Yeah.
I'm pretty good.
You're good at vocal mimicry, though. Even because I know the way he does the OBO boys are weirdly accurate. He can do the woof. He's so good at vocal. He does a really good Jim Parsons that well, which fits, which makes sense because you love that show.
I love that show.
I just want to show you right there.
I appreciate you there. Day trader cut Fed Bowman in 5 minutes. Yes, sir. We are all aware of that. Thank you very much for reminding. It probably appropriate for us to look at the economic calendar, although Adara does a fantastic job throwing that into the watch list every day. So, Fed Bowman at 12, as we know, keeping a lookout here for anything. A lot of oil stuff coming in. Baker Hughes oil rig count coming in at 1 o'clock. Keeping a look here. Anything else? No, these are all commodity stuff. Nat gas, soybeans, silver, copper, aluminum. These are all commodity reports coming out a little bit later. Nothing really to report to you guys except Fed Bowman in about 5 minutes. Thank you for that. Nick W., can you look at now? Absolutely. Nick, so
we can look at it now.
And I'll look at it immediately, right now.
Yeah.
So let's go NOW. What is this stock? I don't even know what this is.
ServiceNow.
ServiceNow, thank you. Wow, 157 billion. Yeah, man, I keep forgetting this company is huge. All right, let's put in the ticker and then talk about the technicals. So first and foremost, we're going to start out with the daily so we can figure out exactly what kind of trend we're involved in. So we just printed all-time highs not that long ago. into the early part of. What the hell is happening there? Raymer, play that again. Raymer, do it again.
That's Ramin and
What
Fabian.
is that?
I can confirm
What
that
is
Statler
that,
and
bro?
Waldorf are Ramin and Fabian.
Unreal. I love it.
100% confirmed.
Anyway.
That was the idea.
She said, okay, all right, Raymer.
Love it.
$817 seems to be that high that we put in February. We did tank, it looks like, here on earnings back at the end of May. Great recovery off that 640 area and right back into that consolidative area that we've been at on service now for a while, a little bit below 800. So it's a good look from a daily chart perspective. We're well above the COVID highs. So it's not one of those COVID stocks that, may not ever see those highs again. Let's keep an eye on that. Let's go to the 50-minute here. Okay, so great local trend. At least since the 20th of this month, it's been consecutively higher highs and higher lows. So this one obviously trending back from the earnings miss at late May. Look at this. This is a monthly picture here. And as you can see, it just keeps trending higher and higher and higher. On the day, I really don't have anything on it other than to say it's a fantastic trend. Intraday, I wouldn't trade it. It's too expensive and there's not enough volume. But for a swing trade, it looks fantastic. Look for a resistance at 800, as I say. You've got $13 from where we're currently trading to possible upside. So hope you print on that, Nick Dub, and let me know how it goes.
Yeah, interesting look here. Paula Blackford saying lots of bearish divergence on NVIDIA. I do not disagree, but NVIDIA really does not want any smoke below 126. It sees that 126 level, then starts coughing. It's like, I don't need the smoke. Having a bit of an asthma attack there. So it's not, I don't think NVIDIA wants any smoke right now below 126, but I do have eyes on this. I was going to go short when we broke decisively below the 90 MA, but NVIDIA, quickly as it can, scurries up right back above it. So this is quite an interesting look here for N to the V to the D to the A. I don't want to short it right now, but if we really flip here, the 90 MA, this is one of my favorite levels. I'll take it short. We could not get decisively above that 126.50, which is why I exited the long. But I don't want to short unless I have a lot of confidence in it. All these trades I took earlier, I really did feel good about. I had that confidence. Speaking of confidence, Amazon is making me, making my heart aflutter a little bit here. I think we could be finding a bit of a bottom for whatever reason at 40s. Again, I'm not that Amazonian, I'm not an Amazon whisperer, but I just saw levels I liked in this, and this 195.40 getting a bit dicey. I have pretty much no shares left. I'm interested in adding if we reject here at 50s. I'm aware of that bottoming tail candle. If I add at 50s, I'll get half of my position out at 195.40s because I still do think there's a little bit of a something in the water. If we get above 60s, I'm getting out. I need to consistently see here these lower highs. I'm going to be watching the book on Amazon for a bit, which is ironic because they used to sell books. So accidental Amazon shout out there. That worked better in my head. But let's see here. Amazon primed to break lower. So let's see what we do here on A to the M to the Z to the N. Tesla, which Sharif was just riding that Cybertruck to the upside earlier. Now, Tesla. Tesla bouncing off 199.40. Butte. I guess I'm saying Butte. I don't know why. I'm an old man apparently now. But let's see what we do here at 199.85s. That's right. That area we had all this chop and turn earlier. I'm aware 200 would be the more normal level, but that is not the level that I'm seeing. I'm seeing this level of resistance here earlier. Fed's Bowman is notoriously bearish, hawkish. So I'm definitely interested in taking that short. But also, thank you so much to the super chat from Pablo Huise. Sorry, we didn't get to it earlier. $2 super chat. Long in STBX since the morning. Let's take a look at STBX for Pablo. STBX here, got to be honest, there's not a lot of volume here at Pablo. We're below 20,000 shares in volume. I'm not seeing a lot here. This is a penny stock. I'll take a look at the daily chart for you. To be honest, it's a little bit harder to analyze these stocks that have very little volume on the day. On the daily chart, we have some nice support here, I guess, at that 16.8 cent level. But we do have higher lows, and I think we're also having a lot of resistance at this 21 cent level. So STBX, I want to learn more about this company. STBX here. This is Starbucks Group Holdings, and I'm going to find out a few more details here. Do you mean Starbucks or STBX? I'm trying, is Starbucks or Starbucks? Because I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right stock for someone here. Yeah, 30.4% insider owned, 35.86 mil market cap. Yeah, lower highs, lower lows here. Let me know, though, Pablo, if you meant Starbucks or STBX. Because I want to make sure I'm looking at the right thing. Starbucks, though, looks like a bit of a flat bottom break on the daily chart. And let's see here how we do yeah, on this stock. Amazon broke lower. I didn't get to add to the position, but it's all good there. Vic Jan Novak saying NVIDIA is about to choke on the smoke, so it looks like we're near 126. This might be a short opportunity. How are you doing?
I'm good. All right, I want to let you guys know that GameStop is really going, guys. High a day right now for GameStop, 26.17. It's printing 26.12 right now, so 5 pennies off day high. Good volume coming in there. This 5-minute candle is going to look, I think it's going to close green. It's got about 500,000 shares on this one candle over here, and it still hasn't closed. Got a couple of minutes left. Keep your eye on GameStop. It's up almost 4% now, but this bad boy, ASNS, ASNS, moving big. This one started moving in the aftermarket yesterday at 4.25. Let's find out if this is an earnings winner or it's an aftermarket headline that dropped. Let me look here to see what we got in the aftermarket on the 27th. There it is. Okay. So Acetylus Network shares are trading higher after the company announced that it had received an order of over $300,000 from its new channel partner in Italy to support a national transportation infrastructure project. Okay, this company, guys, is the prototypical small cap. It's got its market cap is 11.25 million. It's done really good amount of shares on the day, most of which just came in at 11.40. Just started. Look at the volume bars over here. They just started coming in. Now, it's done 17.6 million shares. The float, a hefty, a nice 4.1 million share float. Let's drag down trade ideas and see what ASNS has to offer in terms of short flow. Decent, 8.16% of the 4.1 million shares is short. We broke through the aftermarket high, which was a little bit below 2.25, was at $2.23. We're above that by about 12 pennies at 2.35. Still dancing with that 2.25 though. Let's have a look at the daily to figure out what this kind of trend is. We'll get, Neil is ready to get to it in 1 second. Obviously, this one coming off much higher highs when it IPO'd or direct listed or whatever it did back in May of 2022 is around $40. And then it did a 1-to-10 split over here to get back into the good books. And since basically the 4th of June, it's been waking up. So it had a monster outlying day on the 5th of June. I don't remember this one, but it's awoken basically since the 4th of June onwards. Keep your eye out on this one. It could move parabolically, but it does have a tendency to give back the gains that it made on the subsequent day. Case in point, June 5th and then June 6th, June 17th and then June 18th. So keep your eye out on this one. But we do now have the lesson of the day with Neil.
Welcome, everybody. Lesson of the day today. And I was hoping it's going to be a bit of a fun one, but you know, we always talk about what's your plan of action, what trade are you going to make, what stock do you like, what direction, all that good stuff. But sometimes you take that first shot, hey, this is the level I like. Maybe it's a 200 break on Tesla. Let's go into the long. It doesn't work the first time. It sets right back up after you've taken a hit, and then it goes. And what I want to talk about today is when should you take that same trade the second time it sets up? When should you go back to the well? Maybe you're shorting the same level. Maybe you lose on a trend short and you want to go back into the trend. Maybe a stock breaks at a key price level, kind of fails the break, but then continues trending back into that level and breaks it out a second time. So I want to go over these situations where I think it makes sense, if a stock is one of your better ideas, that you listen to yourself, jump back into the trade, even if you just took an L on it. First off, it's got to be something significant. So I'm going to start with Tesla because why not Tesla 200? And why is this one significant? A, because it's Tesla. B, when you look at this consolidation on the daily for Tesla, hold that 50 forever. We don't see Tesla do this. And that local high, $199. I mean, could it be set up any better than that? Local high, $199 in the daily. You've already consolidated into it the day before. You know this is going to be a heavy trade for a lot of people looking at that $200 level. Right at the open, it makes the break, goes about $1, then immediately fails. But just look at what happens after the fact. This is your bottom on that move, 198.6. By the way, I'm going to get out of this short if it gets to 198. Previous close down here, 197.5. But if it breaks back up, holds the higher low, reclaims that 200 level, I'm willing to take multiple shots at it, get down there. If it turns, I'm probably just going to trail it here. Yeah, it's close enough to 198. I'm going to trail it to like 198.5. Sorry, guys, but in the middle of lesson, things happen. And you've got to be able to make that adjustment when it does. So I'm going to trail this to 198.5. We're getting a little bit heavy here. And I don't want this bid to get caught as the futures are right at that bottom and might make a bounce. So anyways, I've now trailed it to the half, and I'm going to hold for that actual close price of yesterday. But when you talk about that hold of a higher low, it's significant because of the 200, because of the big level on that daily chart, and then it's that second shot. If it fails the first time, you've probably got a lot of those weaker hands out of the trade, right? So if it's going to go this time, you maybe trap some shorts, A. B, you've got a lot of other people that took that original long, not clogging up the offer to scalp out of it, so it's a clean move right back into that high. Now, it doesn't just work with longs or shorts or something that's in the right direction. This is a clean breakout and a stock trending up. But I'll give you an example of going against the trend where sometimes you've got to get in that second time. So I said Micron after earnings, I wanted to be short into 137. Earnings drop, 137 high, turned in because it was previous support. So it was a big support level. I can go back further, and that would be a support level. Turns into resistance. I know where I would want to short. I wasn't trading yesterday to short that level, so I'm thinking shorts into there. If it fails 135, fine, but the bigger level is going to be that 137. It comes in, shows some resistance at 35. I jump into the short. On a consolidation lower, I get wicked out. Now, if I like the short in the stock, I know the reasons in the higher time frame post earnings why I want to be short this name. What happens is it wicks me out, then you get another even bigger rejection. So at the same price level that I want to be short, and I think the stock is a short, it's going to make another break of the high, but an even bigger wick and a bigger rejection candle. If you like this position and you like this idea, this is a better setup than that. Because it's trapped a breakout long. The same reason why Tesla was so good. It's trapped that breakout long. Tesla, I'm trailing this again another dollar while Tesla's really falling. Bounce, just held. All right, I got to go to Tesla. Let's go to Tesla for a second. So Tesla just made a bounce. And of course, I just typed TLSA. You guys just saw me do it live. Oh, you got to be kidding me. I haven't made that mistake in a while, but it happens. Things can happen. Absolute flush city on Tesla, right into previous support. I'm not saying I'm going long, but this is kind of that spot. Once you're into that double top area where I'd be looking for a bit of a bounce play, and the futures are going to get to 20,000. Sorry to cut them. Any trades happen in the middle of the day here while we're even doing the lesson. So just to finish the thought on Micron for everybody, look, it's a better short setup here because it's not a consolidation short. This is an absolute made the level, failed the breakout, and then immediate retrace. It's a better short, play it into VWAP. As a matter of fact, now that I look at it, the same thing happened, and I went to Tesla instead of back to Micron. Fair enough. But same thing happened, shorting a pop, doesn't work. I end up getting out of it here when it breaks out, but I could have just jumped right back in on this breakdown. Sometimes you can love a price all you want. You can love a trade, you can love an idea, you can love a direction, all of that good stuff. But there are going to be situations where it could be market makers that are running stops. It could just be bad luck. It could be economic news or something on the futures happens while you're in that trade that just gets you out of it, but doesn't really ruin the setup. Now, instead of sitting in there and holding the trade and saying, I'm just going to hold it through 35 and wherever it happens to turn, it turns. I'm just going to hold on to the trade. You can get out and get back in. There's nothing wrong with that. Because if I like a short to 137, I don't have to hold 135 to 137. I can get out of the trade and look for either an opportunity back in at the same price area or maybe a little bit higher, maybe 136. Maybe I have to short it underneath VWAP. I could miss this entire trade, wait for it to do that, and then take this short if I like it trend short to the downside. There will be other chances. And if you stay alive, you just need a chip and a chair. Now, Tesla, ideally, when it broke this trend to the downside, I probably should have shorted it here, not here, but that just goes to the same point. There will be other opportunities. You miss and it doesn't work the first break, Be willing to take it if the same setup presents itself. The market does not care whether you won or lost on your previous trade. It doesn't know. It's just whatever's going to happen is going to happen. So if you see a positive expectancy trade, you take that trade. That is what you're supposed to do as a trader. If something sets up for you that works for you, you should be in the trade regardless of what happened 10 minutes ago. And it might be the same stock at the same price area. So it's okay to have a stop. There's nothing wrong with losing on a trade. The cost of doing business is going to be that. But if it sets right back up at that same price and everything about it is just as good or maybe better, you've got to get locked and loaded and get right back in that chair and make that trade. So sometimes you get it the first time and it works. That's the easy way. Other times you need to go right back into the well when that trade is there for you. So don't be afraid to take it again. That's your lesson of the day. Let's go, Tesla.
Great trade there, Neil. That was fantastic. What a drop there, and covering live for you on Neil's lesson of the day, guys. Make sure to check out.
Neilage.
Yeah, dropping Neilage. Make sure to check out Neil's lesson of the day every day around noon. Dropping hotlines, eloquent, informative, and awesome as always, guys. Neil Roberts. All right, let's get to the Hwadunk that manifested on the futures and the Meg 7 while Neil was dropping hotlines. Yes, I'm talking about you, Tesla and NVIDIA, including you as well in this Meta, because we dropped nicely there on the futures. Did hold, though, the IB low. Bless you, Ram. And yesterday's closing print on the NQ September contract. That takes us down into 20,039. Lo and behold, this candle comes right into that level of maybe a skosh, a point or two above it, and right back up we go again. So keep your eye on yesterday's closing print on the NQ September contract, still marginally green on the day. However, the same cannot be said for the majority of the Mag 7 names. In fact, most of them are red. Meta, Amazon, red on the day. Goggles, red on the day. Microsoft now red on the day. A little bit above, a little bit below. Apple, Tesla, and that's it. Apple and Tesla and NVIDIA are the green ones on the day, but barely. Now, I've set up a dip trade on the dead one, Apple, to take a 214 long. You know, it's make or break time here for Apple. It's either going to flat bottom break or range me into a coma, because quite frankly, it's rejecting off the 20. That's been my observations. Initially, there was love for the 15. Now there seems to be rejections off the 20. We just got another rejection off the 20 as it gets a lot closer to the price action, and where the 20 period exponential is and where yesterday's closing print on Apple is getting awfully close together. So it either breaks 214 to the bottom or curls back up above the 20 on a closing basis, maybe to touch the volume weighted average price at the $0.75 level. So keeping my eye on Apple. I've already set up said dip trade. It's already there. Tesla also finding support, lo and behold, at yesterday's closing print, 197.50-ish. Low 40s, it looks like here, was the closing print. Alas, we do get into that level. We print 22s, and now we're back up into 93s. Look for a possible rejection near that IB low at 198.50, 198 and 2/3. TSLA, great day, but now just up 1/3%. Broke through that 200, though, for the first time in a while. It does look like a very bearish day. We all saw Adara's amazing short on AMZN. It continues to print lower, Adara, after having multiple great days to the high side. Looks like some profit taking coming in here on the Zon. Meta as well. Meta had a fantastic day yesterday, really got into that 520s again since the earnings dump that we had that took us down to 400. Looks like more profit taking today on the Zuck train. 523 high there in the pre. Now we're talking about $10 lower at 513. Alas, keep your eye on this area. This is the IB low on META. We are right there. If this is going to double bottom, at least for a scalp, because we know there were buyers hanging out around here. That's why the price went back up. Are those buyers still there at 513.5, 513 3/4? Whatever. You know, Meta's super spready, so 1/2 and 3/4 on that much of a different level. So I'm going to load up Meta here. I could possibly be persuaded into a scalp long on Meta.
Yeah, I mean, I have a Tesla trade I really want to talk about, but first I want to get to that super chat from Who is it there? It was going to be Pablo Huise clarifying because he had the super chat initially saying STBX. He actually meant Starbucks. So sorry about that. Thank you for clarifying, Pablo Huise. $2 Starbucks super chat there. That was a nice little bull flag here. Long since the morning. I don't know where you got long here. We did have that nice bounce off 77.80s though. Now we're curling a little bit lower. Still above 78, but we're getting below VWAP. This was a great bull flag, though, but it did end up failing. Did we see any news from Feds Bowman? Trying to figure out why we had that drop there.
Absolutely.
But yeah, so Starbucks right now, Pablo, we're below VWAP, but that could be just because we had the overall market drop. That's certainly worth noting. This false bull flag breakout, though, certainly interesting. Very much down in the day still. But yeah, I think if we can break back above VWAP and then get above the support level of 78.30, that could be maybe an interesting look. Let's take a look at the daily chart for any levels of resistance that could stop this from being a grande trade. Oh, we're below. We are below the 90 MA here on Starbucks on the daily for quite some time. We tried to get this wick above it, and we had this wick above it into this previous area of resistance at 81. 81 definitely a sticking point for Starbucks. So they're gonna have to see if they can stir up that level. Those baristas, see if they can steam up any kind of thing there on Starbucks. But what I do think is interesting is look where we had this bottoming tail candle in the day so far. That's right, that previous area we chopped and churned around that 77.50s. I think this is an interesting look for Starbucks right now. The fact that we're below the day, the 90 MA and the daily is not great, but I do like this little baby recovery we have here, trying to bounce back above VWAP. Let's see what we do at VWAP. Thank you very much, Pablo Huise, for the super chat. Nothing there from Feds Daily. The truth is saying thank you for
Daily or Bowman?
Oh, sorry, I meant Bowman. I meant Bowman.
Yeah.
Sorry, Daily's at 12:40. But yeah, Tesla. I was happy with this short. Initially wanted 198. Was not nearly aggressive enough for that. But then I said, Adara, just wait, just watch. Plotting, scheming, getting money. Shout out to Drake for this thing, if anyone knows that reference. Maybe not there, but it's all good. I got short because I did see on the book, we were having a hard time holding that 197.70, took a short, risked into 198. Didn't need to, but we're seeing a bit of a change in the tides there.
Ooh.
Or I guess maybe, a recharging of the Cybertruck. Because we found that really nice base here. I don't know if I'd go short here unless I see something mighty fine on a mightily scalpy basis. But let's see what we get. Gonna have to clear my throat here. How's your apple going?
I just took some out, but now I'm out of the money. So now I have to decide whether I want to add, and that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take it long. Are you okay? Yeah. I'm taking it long here, 93s now. So I'll give this to 83s for the last little bit. It's gonna have to bounce off this level. There we go. Let's put out some over. Oh! I have to get out of that. It just dipped aggressively into the 80s, so I had to get out of that super quick. But yeah, still profitable on it, so happy about that. Was able to de-risk super quick on this one, but Apple now breaking the range, guys. Looks like that 214 going for a ride here to the downside, and we're going to break it on a closing basis if this 5-minute candle closes in this way. So here we go. The Future breaking down below as well. Yesterday's closing print at 20,038. We're below that right now. Let me just zoom up. We're actually at 20,033, so we're a little bit red right now. There goes Apple. The IB low on Apple that we printed at 950, that low is 213.57. We're at 67 right now, so 10 pennies away from that IB low. This looks like a descending wedge. Lot of weakness right now in all the Mag 7 names. Really nobody spared from the weakness. Everything down and to the right. So it is time to start shorting, baby. I'm not going to be looking for any more dip bounces here unless we get something distinctly different with the Future. And I'm not seeing anything like that right now. So it's now time to short. We're going to look to short the pops. At least I am. And we'll see we get there. I was about to go long Meta too, guys. I was looking for this area hold here. Possible 513 and a half-ish, 514. It's a $500 name. So, at that level as support. Now everything coming right back up, but I'm not going to be fooled into this again. Right back above that 214 we go on AAPL. So bamboozlement, no question about that, but these bottoming tail candles showing there's buyers there, but the lower high is more important in my opinion. Anyway, let's flip back to some of these small cap gappers because GameStop was going again while Neil was talking. At 12 o'clock, GameStop made another newer high into 26.17. And here we go again with GameStop. Right into that volume weighted average price at 25.55. And it finds support right at VWAP. Last time around, We dipped into VWAP at 11.10 about an hour and 10 minutes ago. We bounced off the 50, but the closing print, most notably, was above the volume weighted average price. And right now, you move up 10, 15 pennies above that VWAP. So it's holding VWAP right now. Could be a double top. I mean, you hate to see these topping tail candles like that because it just shows so much selling coming in at that level, at that $26 level. But hey, man, can you argue with the higher lows? I can't because they're still printing that way at the moment. ASNS as well, continuing to be in play up 65%. Topping tail candle, inverse hammer candle right now, it looks like at 2.5, but this one's cleared all the levels. Like I was trying to trade this one off the 5. It's just far too extended off the 5. It's got to come down. Sorry, I was trying to trade this on the 5-minute chart off the 10 exponential. That's what I meant. And I didn't even get close to getting in because it's just so extended off that 10 exponential at 2 1/5. Coming it down 243 right now. It'll have to come down at least into one of these moving averages for me to get in. I'm not punching in at highs, just not how I trade. But the one that's been very calm, very stable, and very consistent in its price action movement today has been NNE. And this is like the best one that I could have traded and the one that I didn't have any trades on. We talked about this one using a previous area of resistance as support at VWAP right there. It flips to support and then it really does the dalliance with the 10 exponential on the 5. Every single print above that 10 exponential on the 5. So you've been able to get dip trades in spades if you wanted to on this one. I'm keeping my eye on ASNS, GME, and NNE. The other ones that are kind of falling out of favor at the moment.
Yeah, so I'm just staring at NVIDIA here. I have feelings about this trade. I know I usually say I'm qualmless. I have a few qualms. Not enough qualms to make me leave, mind you. I still like the look of this. I deeply, deeply abhor my entry point on this short. And I'm going to stop talking like a soap opera mom now and explain why. So why do I dislike how I entered on this? I should have had my 45 entry initially. Why did I want 45s initially? Because I come in here, we have this just beautiful topping tail candle. That's where I should have entered. I was not confident enough. Ended up getting in where we had like 38s, which was just basically me seeing lower highs here. Yada, yada, yada. I mean, I think this is probably turning. I think this might have been a bit of an error. Happy with my ad at least at 55s, but I dislike the entry here. Right now, I thought we were going to break below 40s as support. It looked like we were for a little bit. If I keep seeing these lower wicks here and these topping tail candles, I am more than fine with staying in the trade, but it's always a little bit hard when you get in at a level that is not optimal. You just got to keep going. Vikya Novak saying NVIDIA going down, hold the short. Yeah, I mean, I have to trade according to my own style and stuff, so I'll try my best. I'm not the most patient person, but I appreciate what you're trying to say there, Vikya Novak. I just do not like the way that we're kind of holding this 40s level right now. This wasn't a level I had for NVDA, so I mean, wait, did I? No, I didn't have 123.40s. 124.40, sorry. So let's see here. If we get above 70s viciously, that is probably going to be a little bit dicey because every time we've gotten to 70 so far, we've rejected. Right now, NVIDIA continuing that here pattern. 70s was a level I did have NVIDIA in the previous days. So I'd like to see that rejection. It looks like we're coiling a little bit higher, but if you want to look at NVIDIA, Chewy, GME, Amazon, AMC, NNE, any tickers there with Obi and Neil, you go in the chat right now and you vote. You go exclamation point, space, $, whatever tickers you're fancy. AMC, GME, Amazon, I don't know what tickers. You guys know what tickers. You go in the chat right now, you vote for those tickers, and we'll have Sharif gesticulate wildly and talk at the green screen, and then we will have Obi and Neil go over those. Also, I did just get out of NVIDIA. We broke above the 80s in a way I didn't like. I can get back on the short. Like I said, displeased with myself because I should have known better to get involved in this anyway, but you got to keep going, got to keep climbing. Not going to let that get me down. Hit the P&L, so we're not going to take a look at that. I am up on the date. I don't need one trade to get in my little brain. How are you doing?
There you go. We just took 25 pennies as quick as you like on the dead one Apple. I should have held a little bit more there, but my finger found its way onto the flattened key purposefully this time. I can't blame the flattened key's position. This was on me. I just didn't believe in the move, and yeah, so flattened out for 25, and it just gave me another 15 or so. AAPL off that 213.50 bottom, and that was the IB low, so that's what caused me to get into it. Alas, we did break the IB low to make a new low because this one was 57s, and then this one printed 52s. So you had to be patient with this one, but it did come in and did defend that level. It's a $200 name, guys. We can't argue over 4 pennies. It's a general area. And when we talked about that week on implied balance high and low, we said very specifically that the IB high and the IB low are zones, not price levels. And so when you do take them, keep that in mind. And the the more pricey the stock and the more spready the stock, the more it'll blow through that area, but generally hold a general zone. More blow through the price, but generally hold an area zone. So that is why I got into it. And now I'm positive again on the dead one. So I'm happy about that. AAPL above 214 again. But if I had to take my guess, this one probably bleeds a little bit more to the down side at the moment. Just keeping my eye on that. Now, I'm also very interested in weaseling into a trade on ASNS, but I'm going to have to do it, it looks like here, on a 1-minute basis. And here's why. It's just far too extended on the 5-minute. So this is the 5-minute look. And for me to get in, it's going to have to dip into 2 1/3. Currently, where the 10 exponential is. The 10 exponential could move up. However, if I want to exercise a little bit more, aggression and lack of patience, then I'd be trading off the 1. Well, right now there was obvious respect for the 10 exponential on the 1 until there wasn't. And then where did it respect, if anything? Well, you can see, basically, look at it. It respected the 20. And right now, it just did another 20 respect. So the 10 and the 20, both featuring here. The deeper retracements are going to have to be ready, come into the 20. The more shallow, come into the 10. And I've showed you guys this in the past, but I want to remind you guys again, if you have chart trading features on your platform like I do, like, look, I can just drag and drop this order. The benefit of that is I can kind of shadow the moving averages. So say, for example, I want to get it on the 20. Right? So then I drag my entry at the 20 and I trigger it. Now, if it dips into the 20, I'll get triggered. And this is my sim account on my brokerage. So I can just take this trade. Not a big deal. So that's what I want to show you guys. And it really works for me, this chart trading, because I like to get in at certain levels that are dynamic. These moving averages, VWAP, they're not static like opening and closing prices and IB highs and lows. Those are static zones in prices. Whereas moving averages are awfully dynamic, and so you want to be able to trade off them. If you do, then this chart trading option is quite cool. All right, Gorev, seems like Nike on a flat bottom break. Really? Okay, let's have a look at NKE. You want to look at it, or should I?
Oh, no, you can.
Okay, let's have a look at NKE over here for our friend Gorev. Let's have a look at Nike. Oh, you were saying flat bottom breakish, weren't you? You did. I remember you were saying that.
I did.
So Derek called it. There you go, guys. We had umpteen amount of bottoming tail candles into that 75 3/4, but that gives way, and now we're at 75 1/3 LOD. Take your pick where you want to get short. I was talking to Wainers back there, and Wainers took Sharage there at the open short, and he was printing like a printer. Yeah. Believe it or not.
Like a Xerox. That's a copy.
Yeah, whatever.
He was printing.
He was printing. Yeah, so that's a look there. Nike's still melting, says Kevy82. Yeah, agree with you there, brother. I got no trades on right now, but I'm looking at Asness Adera, and it's going away from me again. This thing is on the way up. 75% now in the clear. New high of day on ASNS as it holds up above the 20 exponential yet again and prints another high of day. This one really going here, guys. And I want to remind you that this started moving in the aftermarket yesterday. So I personally would base my chart levels off that and not the pre-market highs.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I didn't realize that was taking me seconds sometimes. NVIDIA is being interesting. I want to talk about this. I had a short here, and like I said, I really should have gotten out of this way earlier because I realized I was deeply uncomfortable with my entry price, but it's all good. I got back on this short because, and I've said this a lot, I have a tendency sometimes to get involved, like have my stop losses at areas where should have been where I was getting involved in the first place. Absolutely what happened here on NVIDIA. So I see that we stay below that 124.90 area. So I say I get back on the short. I get back involved at that 124.75. But then I'm seeing we can't break 124.70s. I didn't like the support. Ended up scalping out of that. It's all good. I know we're breaking lower, but I stand by my decision. You have to do what you have to do. I wasn't comfortable, so I left. And I had wasn't feeling safe in that trade. But yeah, I want to see what NVIDIA does here. If we range, I mean, hey. but I don't think we're going to range. I think we had the breakdown. I think I timed the shorts poorly. Still pleased as punch with the trading today, and especially with the NVIDIA trading today. So that's no skin off my back. But look at NVIDIA bouncing off 134.50. Okay, look at you. I see you, NVIDIA. I see you. We're going to be watching this. I will purely be book watching this. I will be taking some trades on this, but I want to feel a little bit more comfortable in what I am seeing. As of right now, I do think we have that 124.40 breakdown. I want to make sure I'm trading it appropriately, the levels with which I'm comfortable. But we're all comfortable with learning. So let's get to the lesson of the day.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for that segue, Adara. We're talking about average true range all week long. Today, we're really not going to talk about any more strategies. We're going to talk about some of the pros and some of the cons that this offers us. So let's get right to it. For those who have missed the lesson, you can just go onto the YouTube page, go to that tab, live videos, and you'll see how to trade. And just go back to the lessons that started at the beginning of the week. Adara and I get into this very, very deeply on a multiple trade level. Whether you're using it for your stops, your profit takers, or your trailing stops, we give you exactly how to use ATR. So traders, we've explored how average true range ATR for short can be a valuable tool for intraday trading. Today, let's address a crucial point. ATR is not a crystal ball. While it offers valuable insights, it does sadly have limitations that we must understand. So we all have that, allure. We all desire to have that allure, I should say, for being quite solid with prediction, to have good predictive abilities. However, a lot easier said than done. We all crave that certainty in the ever-changing market. The average true range might seem like a magic formula that predicts the future volatility and price movements, but it's certainly not. The market is complex and influenced by various unpredictable factors. However, some of the good things that ATR is for is analyzing historical data. Here's how it helps us even without predicting the future. Number one, it helps us understand volatility, right? ATR tells us how much an instrument typically moves in a day. And this helps us gauge, for example, the market environment and choose suitable trading strategies. So when we talked about ATR and how to use it for trailing stops, and profit takers, we mentioned that there was a multiplier involved in that formula, that mathematical formula that we gave you for all three. And that multiplier is really reflective of a few things. Number one, it's reflective of how volatile or not volatile the instrument that you're trading is. The more volatile, the bigger, I'm not going to tell you how to use your multiplier. Number two, what kind of market conditions are you trading in? Are you trading in a consolidative market or a trending market? Your multiplier, your factor should reflect that as well. And number three, what kind of a trader are you? Do you like to scalp or do you like to buy and hold for longer times? That should also influence your multiplier. So when you go back, if you go back and watch those lessons, that multiplier should reflect those three factors. So understanding that, you can kind of move on to the next topic here. Realistic targets is another one of the kind of the pros of ATR. Instead of fixed profit goals, average true range allows us to set dynamic targets based on the expected daily range, leading to more realistic profit expectations, as well as more informed stop loss placement. By considering historical volatility, we can place stop loss orders that account for normal price fluctuations, preventing unnecessary exits. So I wouldn't trade Tesla with the same stop loss as I would, for example, a Google. They're just a little bit more different. Even though very similar in price, they move far differently, right? So I need to be cognizant of that with the instrument that I'm trading. And trailing stop management, very good for that as well. Combining ATR with trailing stops allows us to dynamically adjust our exit strategy as the price moves in our favor, balancing profit protection with giving the trade room to grow. And that's what we all want. You let your winners ride, you cut your losers short. So if you're going to do that, you're going to have some gauge as to know, I should be moving up my stop here, or I should be moving up my stop there without getting shaken out too early. That's kind of the move. Beyond the ATR, though, some things that it's not really good at, or some things that I should say you should be using with average true range, is technical analysis. You should be using support and resistance levels, your moving averages, as well as your momentum indicators like the relative strength index and the moving average convergence divergence, MACD for short. You should also be combining it with fundamentals. What sector are you trading? Are you trading the banks or are you trading chips? That should absolutely influence your multiplier selection because the banks do not move like the chips. So you have to fundamentally understand the sector that you're trading before choosing which multiplier to use. And risk management, always practice sound risk management techniques like setting appropriate position sizes in addition to using ATR to gauge your stop loss placement. And remember, guys, the market is dynamic. News, economic events, investor psychology, these all cause unexpected price movements that ATR cannot account for. So even though, for example, Google, I'm just giving you a random number, has an ATR of 2 on a day when, you know, the Fed may make a surprise interest rate cut or say something that the market wasn't ready for, it doesn't matter that Google has an ATR of 2, it's gonna tank or it's gonna pop. So you have to be ready for those outlying events as well. And ATR, I'm sure people know this already, ATR is a tool, not a guarantee. It does not predict future volatility or price action. It is a lagging indicator, not a leading one. Do not use it as a leading indicator. And a bonus tip, guys, always combine ATR with other analysis methods and risk management strategies to make more informed trading decisions. Back test your strategies using historical data. If you want to go in the sim, go in the sim. If you want to, you know, just go on a chart and see if it works, go and do that. But I should let you know that Trade Ideas has a deal with Trader TV whereby you get 20% off their software, and their software, according to the NOS boss, allows you to back test as far back as 3 months. So go ahead and give that one a try if you're interested, Adair.
Yeah, definitely do. Shout out there to the boss of NOS and his lovely trade ideas. Speaking of the boss of NOS, let's look at the House of Mouse. Let's take a look at Disney here. If you want to look at Disney, which had that big old quaduk we could never explain, IWM, Amazon, SPY, any ticker, you guys go in the chat right now and put that ticker in this chat because we want to, Disney. Yeah, so whatever ticker you want to look at there, please vote for it. Or you're not going to be able to see, to have the big kahunas there, to have Sean and Obi look at your ticker. Disney here. This is why I had that pushback. Look at these little wicks here into 99.60. Look at this rejection of 99.60 at the 90 MA. This is beautiful. This is chef's kiss. I love this look. Shout out to anybody who's in this short. I know Sharif was in this short earlier. He printed up a little storm, so shout out to him. I am pleased as punch to say the IWM trade is going swimmingly. I'm really happy with this trade. I was willing to add if it got back to 80s. We are now a cool 30 pennies away from that. I got up here because we struggled a little bit at 40s. That was that previous low of day, right? Or not low of day, but basically the low here that I could see. So interesting look here. I would love a 202 break. 202 is an area I've liked on the IWM for many moons. I have a very small position left here, so I'm going to let this ride, which is not something I ever normally do. If we break up, if I see like something distinctly different here in the book or the pattern, I can shout out to Obi, then I'll have to get out. But or this 202.40 area might be interesting for me. But right now I'm trying to breathe and just stay calm. Be a Kyle Burdett, $5 super chat. Down, show the fish pics, bro, question mark. I'm guessing Sharif has those. I will ask him about those when he returns. He's just going for a little walk here, but let's see how the IWM does. I am very, very happy here with this little trade. So let's see how this goes. Took out, yeah, like I said, we only have about 20% of the position left. Tesla forming a topping tail. My strategy for Tesla, although I've not been confident enough, unfortunately, to execute it enough, has been to short every topping tail candle. That looks like it's actually worked. It would have worked here and I've been aggressive enough at 96.50s and just watching what I see in the book here. I know things can't go down forever, but like until I see something that tells me otherwise, the trend's my friend until the end when it bends. So with that in mind, I really do not have anything. I want to say I don't have anything to worry about. You always have stuff to worry about. But if we keep projecting here, someone's going to go short again. That someone is going to be a Daryl Page. But Tesla was like, ha, 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 ha. Broke above that 196 viciously. IWM back at 202.50. So if we can't get down a little bit more, I'm going to have to leave that short. But I'm really happy with that. Obviously, I left my NVIDIA short too early, quite clearly, but it's all good. I took some profit
Nice,
on that. I can admit that the mental was not really there for that first trade. And NVIDIA, if you want me to short you again, your pal Tesla's getting a little hairy, so I have no qualms taking you to the short side instead. Happy with these trades. Also, Kyle Burdett's asking about the fish picks. I already read that super chat, but I didn't know what he meant about the fish picks.
Show the fish picks, bro. Shout out to Big Spile Burdette. I will do that in 1 second, but I want to show you guys this. The Neil just pointed this out to me. Look at this flat bottom here on INTC 3090. Seems to have a buyer in and around there for whatever reason. Kind of setting up for a lower high. I'm going to look for a flat bottom break through that level to see if we can maybe mean revert it back into $30.69 or 59 cents, excuse me. That is the low of day. So let's put an alert below that 3090 area, excuse me. I'm gonna put it at 88. Shout out to CD Lamb and everybody there. Leo, as soon as I said it, I got the look. I love it. He doesn't want me associating CD Lamb with his stock. You know, Intel is kind of Neil stock around here. And, you know, the fact that I may be mentioning CD Lamb in his stock is funny. Anyway, up to 98 it goes. It's holding this level. So if it breaks down, I want notifications. If it keeps trending the way it is, we'll look at it as a trend trade. But right now, I'm looking for a flat bottom break. So we'll keep an eye on that. But as Adira mentioned, and as she showed there with her short on IWIM, wow, what a move down on the Mag 7. Now exclusively all of them in red, including Netflix as well. Also down 1/5. Everything now negatory land, the futures and the Mag 7 in general. All negative on the day after starting up quite positive. We did have economic numbers today. Remind me again what we had?
We had the PCE.
Thank you.
We had
PCE.
some consumer spending stuff.
Consumer
and then
spending.
we also had the consumer sentiment.
The sentiment that you brought at 9:45. I remember that. Okay. So yeah, there you go. The economic numbers, for whatever reason today, it's a bit of a sell. So I'm keeping my eye out on these names. I mean, it looks like it's going to have to be basically a short somewhere. All right, I want to show GameStop here because GameStop absolutely retraced off the top there, Ram. 2617 HOD on the way back down now into 25, trying to hold this area over here, this 2510. That is the closing print from yesterday on GameStop. It is below that level right now. It did print below 25, so that whole move down, we really gave up that $26 area quite quickly. So GameStop now also negative on the day. ASNS continuing to trend, but now it broke down below the 20 exponential there. And so this one's going to be, no, I'm not going to trade this one. I had to trade it off a level off which I was comfortable. This doesn't look good to me. So we're going to steer clear of that. NNE, though, still in play. Maybe off that $20 on VWAP. NNE up 28%.
Yeah, NVIDIA. So once again, I make decisions that I just need to be more confident. I'm not confident enough, and then I get prices I don't like because I still do think NVIDIA is a short. That's why I stayed in this. I'm watching this 123.50 level. If that flips from support to resistance in a salient way, I am leaving, and it looks like we're trying to. I like salient. It's a good word. Yeah, I took it out. Good word. Thank you for that. But yeah, I get out now. NVIDIA's like, what do you mean I flipped from support to resistance? So that's annoying. I think I might get back in this short. I'm just a little bit frustrated in myself. I'm getting a little bit in my head. I still have my IWM in the money, so I need to chill out and try to short some more NVIDIA at levels I like better. How are you doing?
I'm good. We're going to show Big Spile Burdette's video over here, Ram. So let's start out. This is Big Spile. First of all, Big Spile, I gotta love the blue. I mean, I'm wearing blue. I'm wearing azure blue. You're wearing azure blue in the video. Shout out to Big Spile Burdette. He's there. He's all right, so let's zoom out. Let's move up a little bit here and see when the fish comes out. You can tell a bit of tug of war between Big Spile and whatever species of fish that is. Big Spile will have to know what that is. And then there's the net catch. Let's show up the other one over here. I hope I don't get doxxed with this one, but here we go. This is the other video that Big Spile said. I love this, man. North Carolina life. You gotta love this. Let's zoom in. Let's move up a little bit over here. The fish is fighting. It's a feisty bugger. It's a feisty bugger. Where's the fish, Big Spile? There it is. Come on in the net, baby. There's a couple there. There's one in the net and one on the rod. Shout out to my man over there. I hope those tasted good, Kyle. So shout out to him. Big Spile Burdette enjoying his life there out on the Atlantic. So shout out to him.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to shout out Tesla. I did get into this Tesla short. I feel like I'm a little bit too short biased now. Things are flipping. I took a really small position here. I got involved just below 196s. Basically, if I see 196 form a support, by that I mean I want to see kind of a bounce that I'm going to have to get out. Yeah, this is not. We're going to have to see what we do at 20s. Yeah, I think this is. My issue is I got out of NVIDIA where I did happy. I didn't get back into NVIDIA because whatever. Sometimes you just have to acknowledge your entry price was bad. You got to keep going. It's unfortunate. I had a really nice start to the day. Right now, things are getting a little bit hand wavy, which is never fun. So hopefully, I haven't really looked at the P&L much because I've been trying to avoid that. But I know I did give some back just with some of those NVIDIA question marks and that Tesla. There's such a thing as being too confident is the moral of that story. Sometimes it's like a Dara, wait for a level that makes more sense. IWM here, like I said, I want to see what we do at 50s. We can't really get above 50s. I don't want to add. I have a nice teeny tiny little position. So I'm just going to let that waffle around to the downside as it does. Really happy with this trade here. I'm going to be having to just watch the book better and stuff. I've not really been, there's been a little too much waffling for me since that start. I feel like it's hard sometimes. I feel like the stronger start I have, the more I waffle later in the day. But AMD, ooh, okay AMD. Okay, AMD. I like this level because we have that slightly below 162. That was a nice little support area. Support flipping to resistance, perhaps, perchance. I want to be cognizant here. We might have a little topping tail candle. This is the same setup I saw on Tesla, and it didn't really manifest. So that kind of questionable fun aside, I'm still looking here. I think AMD is probably not going to be the short I think it is, so I'm going to watch out here. I'm just going to leave IWM here. I'm not really liking how we're hustling over here with Russell. If we can get a 46, there we go, we're out of the IWM. Please, just dang punch. I want to see here. Very upset I gave up some of my NVIDIA, but you know what? I'm going to use that to get back NVIDIA if it sees something I like. Get motivated to make better life choices because that's what we're all about here at How to Trade. Only 10, oh yes, we have Fed's Daily speaking right now. So there's only 10 minutes to auction, but we don't have an auction today. But we do have 1 hour left to vote for your tickers, whatever tickers your fancy. Is it AMD? Is it AMC? Is it Microsoft? Is it Tesla? Is it NVIDIA? I don't know, you guys know. Go in that chat right now. Typey, whatever ticker you're interested in, and then we can get going. IWM still lower, so I might get back at a short at 202.50. Happy I took profit where I did though. Let's take a look, take time to read some books and find a new trade. How are you doing?
All right, I want to let you know what Big Kyle was catching in the videos there. Cobia? How do you say that?
I think it is Cobia.
Cobia? Okay, yeah. And then Red Drum. And then Ganja Fire kind of knew what that was as well. You could tell he's a fisherman and he does some fishing. He's like total Cobia. What other things did people say there? Cobia, Ganja Fire knew what it was immediately. Shout out to him. Yeah, because I don't know anything about that. But yeah, that looks like a hell of a good time, man. Shout out to you. Enjoy there. Guys, I'm looking at the Zon here. I'm looking at Meta. I'm looking at Amazon. I'm looking at Apple. This seems to be, just a very obvious short off the 10 or 20, exponential on the 5. Look at these. This is Meta over here. Multiple rejections off the 10. There you go. It's a rinse and repeat. I'm waiting on Amazon for a 10 touch, right? So we got one over here. We got one over here, all of which rejected off the 10. So right now I'm going to be dynamic with where I get in. Sometimes it's going to be, I'm going to have to move my order down to kind of mirror where the 10 exponential on the 5 is showing. Right now it's at $0.75. Alas, the price is at 40, so I'll have to wait. But I'm looking short here on the Mag 7 until I see something distinctly different from the future. And right now we are in negatory land on the futures NQ September contract. To go back into green, we got to get above that 20,038. We're below that right now. We're barely holding on to that 20,000 level. In fact, we printed a low of day below that 19,985. So it has been a bit of a tougher day for the longs on the Mag 7 at least. It looks like Meta is at that 10 exponential. I'm going to wait for a 10 or 20 retracement here on Meta because looks like that Amazon trade may not be coming in as quickly as I would like. And I'd like to get something short off one of these bad boys. So let's switch Amazon into Meta over here and see if we can weasel into the trade. Well, we're at we're at 114.43 right now. So do I want a 10 exponential rejection, or do I want to wait for 20? In fact, I'm just going to go ahead and say, you know, we'll get a 20 this time. I'm going to go ahead at 515, 514, mid-90s, and I'm going to set up something to reject there and to get short. So we'll see if we can get in on META on a possible pop. I've set it in the mid-90s. It's showing 81 here on the ask, so not far away from getting filled. We'll see if we get filled in and around that level. I'm looking for a 20 exponential rejection on the Meta on the way down. That's if it fills me. Mr. Ian says Rivian is waking up. Really? I thought it was awake just to the downside. Quite frankly, Rivian is getting shellacked today. 6, almost in a fifth in the negative right now. Is worse, I guess, at times because we're off the bottoms. 1345 LOD on RIVN right now, trading at 1359, trying to recover. This one also, you know, either the 10 or the 20, take your pick here. It's been a rejection off either one. Yeah, interesting look today on Rivian. It's done quite a bit of volume today too for the name, about 50 million shares, and we still got several more hours here to get in. So we'll keep an eye on Rivian. Now back to META because it's coming awfully close to my entry here. We're showing 86s. I'm waiting in the mid-90s to get short on Meta. I'm looking for a 20 exponential rejection. Softy just touched a 20 exponential as well, not clearing through it. Not that that really should make a whole lot of difference. Looks like we're getting that rejection, and I'm not getting filled at the moment anyway. My frugality has got me in trouble again, I guess. Well, what frugality? I'm just arguing with myself here, guys. You'll have to excuse me. I'm just trying to make the argument to myself that I'm trying to get in off the 20 exponential. It's not me being frugal. In fact, the 20 exponential is at 55.1515. So I'm front running it by some size there, by some distance, not size. All right, keeping an eye on that. Nothing else really in my purview at the moment. What are you guys looking at? Let's see, Michael Parlato, TBT way up today. Let's see what TBT is doing. This is the 20, is this the 20 year?
You just have to add all of those after.
Capital 20 year, yeah, that's the 20 year. Yeah, it's a 20-year ETF. Let's have a look at TBT for our friend there. Let's see what this one is up to. Great day. It looks like, yeah, yields obviously on the way up. The 20-year on the way up as a result of the market weakness. Not really surprised there. 34.22 looks like high of day right now on TBT. Good look for the yields today. Adrian, 515.59 Meta. Well, I'm trying to get short right now on Meta, my man. I'm sitting there at 514.95 on Meta, and I didn't get printed, and it's heading back down. I had the right idea, poor execution. Not really surprised there because Meta's awfully spready. DJ Marshall, super chat. What super chat? Did you do a super chat, DJ? Marshall, I'm going back. I just see, oh, there it is. $5 super chat from DJ Marshall. Bought 3. June 28, SPY, 545 call yesterday for 178. Stock price is 545.05. Derekst, I don't know what that means. Do you know what that means?
What is it?
Derekst, to when SPY, okay, I'm assuming.
De-risked.
De-risked, yeah, de-risked. Should have known that. When SPY hit 544.87, held 1, stopped out today, 435 stock price, 549.40. Look, you know that I don't personally trade the SPY, but Big Spal Burdette does. I don't trade, but I look at the ES. So shout out to you. I hope you print on that, obviously, but yeah, I'm not really the person to ask about the SPY.
Yeah, the SPY, I scalp the SPY, but I definitely struggle more with SPY levels. So yeah, shout out to you, DJ Marshall. Hopefully you are printing that for sure. Yeah, so AMD here. I took that short. I have to admit, I definitely need to have a little bit more confidence there. I'm going to use this button. I'm getting my stream deck set up. Thank you so much to Fabian Ramin. I have the confident button, so that's the first time I've ever used a button. That was very fun, very thrilling. That was an exciting moment. But no, so this AMD short, look at these topping tail candles. Look at this rejection here of the base. Unlike some of the more, fanciful kind of impulse-related trades I made, this is I obviously still like the level. I'm still cognizant though of the fact we could push higher, but right now I have no reason to ignore the short. I am a little bit, there's some qualms. I'm worried. My new trading, it should be the qualmometer. If there are qualms, don't get involved. But the thing is too, is you're always gonna have some qualms, right? It's about that balance. It's about the balance of the evidence. the balance of the qualms, the qualm before the storm, if you will. Like, how are you feeling about the trade as a whole? I did like all of these wicks here rejecting that 162. I'm aware we could break above that 162 with the viciousness. You know, not to say hopium, but obviously I'm hoping we don't because I'm involved in a trade here. If we break above 162, I know what I'm gonna have to 160 do, and it's gonna be leave this trade. So let's see what we do here. Tesla, also getting a little interesting here. Tesla, a lot of these are forming the same pattern. We're rejecting these areas, then we're getting some very bamboozling little wicks over here. So guys, make up your minds. Let's pick a lane here. Let's find some trades that work. Oh, the SPY though. Let's take a little look-see over here at the SPY. Look at this rejection of the 90 MA, but we do have these wicking candles. Also, it's the SPY, so who knows? I like 548 earlier. I totally missed those trades, but this 546, what is this? 546.30. I'll have an eye on it right now, though I'm focused on AMD. Appreciate what you're saying here on AMD, or what you're saying here on AMD. Adrian here saying AMD could hold. Yeah, I agree, but right now, for what I'm seeing, I want to take the short. I owe it to myself to attempt the short. Don't love how we're holding this 161.80, but again, I have no reason to leave. And I'm happy I didn't get back involved in the Tesla short, though, because that's trying to pop higher. NVIDIA looking like it's a little bit of a long from here. I might try to scalp that. There could be a bit of a change in the tides, in which case I'm okay with exiting AMD flat if I'm not seeing stuff I enjoy in the books. What else is going on here? What are people looking at? AMD is still not long, says McMaster. Yeah, I mean, for my sake, I hopium, you're right. Again, don't want to be taking some opium there. That's not the vibe. But I do like what we got here on this here AMD for now. We'll find out, Lisa, sooner or later how this trade ends up manifesting. Yeah, not wearing my leather jacket right now in NVDA, but man, I do love this little pop here. This 123.70, this was a level yesterday. This could get spicy. I don't know why I'm yelling like this, like a child, like playing hide or seek, but we're gonna have to wait and see what we do here. AMD, do something for me so I know whether or not to leave or not. Do your thing, AMD. Do your thing, AMD. Do your thing. How are you doing?
Good. I wet my beak there on Amazon for quick profit. Tried to get back in as it made its way back into the 10 exponential added. Then it moved up again, so just stopped out immediately there. But I'm keeping my eye on the 20 because the deeper retracements are coming into the 20. We're now trying to go break even on the NQ September contract. So if we get into that 20,038 level and reject, well, then I'll be looking short again. Now, I wasn't able to get Meta, sadly, so I took Amazon instead, but the one I really wanted was this Meta, but this is no longer valid. It's gonna have to be a 515 reject now, so we'll keep an eye on that. I'm still kind of convinced that we don't really trend up here, but it's just, yeah, I'm trying to get the market to prove it to me that that's what we're doing. So I don't wanna chase this too quickly here. I'm seeing some candles of indecision come in on Meta on the 5 minute. Some doji candles here at this level. So I'm thinking, do I look short on Meta at these levels or do I wait for a 20 period exponential? Yeah, we'll have to wait and see here. I'm gonna get short back on Amazon. I do like it at these levels, and then I can just basically, oh, hold on here. There's more strength coming in on Amazon for whatever reason, but we're not clearing the previous candle's high. So the previous candle's high here is at 90 while we're back into 84. So let's see if we make a new high on this candle. If we do, I'm gonna sit at 195.10s. In fact, that's what I'm gonna do right now. Well, we'll see exactly how this candle finishes, but I'm gonna sit there at 195.09 to go short to take that 20 period retracement on the 5. If that doesn't come into that level and we start trending down again for a 10 period rejection here, I'm gonna jump in. Wow, Meta, no you didn't. Come on, bro. It just dropped 50, 60 pennies super quick. Looks like I'm trying to short the wrong one by taking Amazon short here. I had the right idea with Meta. Meta's the better one right now, sadly, for the short. But I'm gonna try to pack my patience on AMZN and try to go short on this name as well, as I do see some weakness in the future there.
Yeah, there's a little baby bounce. By the way, AMD printing a little bit. It's not like a big, like, you know, like the industrial printer. It's more of like the printer you get at home that breaks down sometimes. You have to like call your neighbor to fix it all the time. But it's like a little bit of a print is what I'm trying to say on this AMD. Nice. What, Ramin, was that me? I don't know. People are, I guess, Rameen and Neil taking some umbrage with my little joke there. Neil, what do you have to say here, Neil?
First of all, man, ain't nobody calling their neighbor to fix their printer. For A, nobody even has a printer anymore. And B, if your neighbor can fix a printer, then you're probably checking on their health on a regular basis because they ain't shit. Like, come on, son. Come on, son. Nobody uses a printer. Nobody is fixing anybody else's printer. If your printer breaks, you're throwing it out. As a matter of fact, the next time a printer breaks, give me a baseball bat and I'm going to go Office Space on that printer because I've always wanted to do that. That's what you do with a defective printer. You bust it up, have a little bit of fun with it. You certainly don't fix it because nobody's printing anything. I'm just trying to keep it real. Just saying.
I think I accidentally upset Neil here. I think the real deal is Neil has some beef with printers we never knew about. Shout out there to Neil. That's the money that Neil is throwing at for people to get rid of their printers. No, I'm joking. But shout out to Neil. I love that little random interlude. And I did not mean to offend you with my little pun and my joke there. No, all jokes aside, we have a great time here at Trader TV. Yeah, Neil's throwing a football at that printer there. That is for sure. AMD, happiest date in this trade.
Oh, no way. What happened,
Office
Ram?
Space for microwave?
It wouldn't open. Ram destroyed her microwave because it refused to open for her.
Of course you did.
Well, I mean, that just kind of gives you the idea that Ram is not a woman to be messed with, right? She's a dangerous person, right? And so we have to treat her as such, right?
Hashtag just Ram things. Like that's gonna be, it's gonna have to be a hashtag there.
Love it.
Shout out to Ramin.
Shout out to Ram. I'm still short on AMZN here. I'm trying to pack my patience. I have this area DCA to add at the 20 period, but we're seeing multiple topping tails coming at this level, so I don't want to take out my trade too quickly here. I already wet my beak on this one super quick, but I would like a little bit more. In fact, I'm looking at adding to it, hence the DCA. So keeping my eye on Amazon, we're still negatory on the future. We're at below 20,038, so we'll see what we get here. Short AMZN, waiting for this one to do something. Apple also right back above 214. So Apple coming into another area of technical resistance here. This is the area on Apple that we were trending at all morning. This is the break-even point here on Apple. I'm going short here on the dead one, and I'm gonna look to cover. Oh, wow, that was super quick on Apple. Just 10 cents, just like that on AAPL. That was an interesting area, because it was that 214 area. We talked about this area being the closing print from yesterday, so I took that bad boy. We're nicely in the money here on AAPL, almost 20 pennies in the money. Look to cover a little bit. Let's go back to Amazon. Oh, what did I just do? Let's go back to Amazon right now, see what this one is popping off. Still in the high 80s, or in the low 80s, excuse me, not breaking out really above my level. So I'm going to try to pack my patience with this one, but I'd like a move down from AMZN here to wet my beak on some profits, but it's not coming in quite yet, Adair.
Yeah, you know where Ramin orders her things online? It might be Ramazon, perhaps.
Whoa.
I don't know, I just thought of that and had to. Also, we get this little move down in the futures. I'm not quick enough with my little Tesla scalp. Tesla, how dare you? No, I'm joking. I really thought we'd have a little bit more of a sustained move. I'm still in this short, though, because look, lower high, lower high, lower. I mean, like, look at all these wicks here rejecting these levels. If we break above these 20s decisively, I'll leave. I realize it's pretty tight risk reward, but I really do have to trust myself more. There's not been enough of that. And sometimes too much of that. So you want balance, the right amount of trusting yourself. I've said this a lot. I think the mental element is huge since going live. I've really learned to realize a lot more. You know, Obi always says trust the mental. You can hear him and Neil coming back on in about 55 minutes, but in 45 minutes, we'll have our new segment, which is Sharif at a green screen, moving around wildly, gesticulating, and talking about, because you said I said too much that you stood there. So he's going to talk about some stocks, but what stocks will he talk about? What stocks will Obi and Neil look at with their Obi-Wan-fidence and Neilage? Well, you know what? You guys actually choose that, which is crazy. No, it's not. We love democracy over here at Trader TV. Okay, go in the chat right now, exclamation points. Join space $sign TSLA, AAPL, Amazon. Am I biased to the trade right now? No, whatever stocks you guys want for real, put that in the chat. I want to pump my fist, though. I love that Amazon short level for the man, the mustachioed man to my right, who will definitely not just be standing there at the green screen. He will be.
I will not.
Yeah, no, I said a thing, and he was like making some jokes at me. Yeah. It's all good. Tesla below that 196. We got some profits there. I don't know if we'll get more profits there, but I mean, hey, I did have a piece of the dream. Took out for my like leg is moving wildly here, guys. I swear, I don't even feel emotional. This isn't emotion. This is adrenaline. This is like, I don't know, probably how Arnold Schwarzenegger feels when he's in movies, or Vin Diesel. I don't know. I'm comparing myself to these muscled men.
Whatever.
But like when you're in your zone, I guess a little bit. Sharif Saad, I didn't reference him, apparently. So, yeah, I feel like Sharif with the muscles there.
I was like so confused. I'm like, why am I being included in this?
Shout out to Sharif there. Yeah, no, I'm literally like, my leg is like, I apologize if I'm like thumping the table over here, Sharif. I am like,
You're good to go.
It's just like this kind of wild energy, frenetic energy. I would like to see us again. Let's keep rejecting here. If we can't get back below 196, that'll be, it won't be bad. I'm not getting emotional. I'm just living my life over here, doing my thing, 21. But that being said, obviously, I'm in a position, I would like said position to go well. So Tesla, kind of keep rejecting over here. Keep having these lower little wicks. I want to see if you bounce off 196.20s here, that's where I'm going to have to make my departure. So yeah, don't love this. We're going to get out here. Pleased as dang punch with this trade. Yeah, it looks like we could be rejecting again. That's final scalp back in. DJ Marshall long the SPY, 546.36. Oh, okay, he's nicely in the money then. Let's pull up that SPY for, Tesla back down. I'm going to probably get back on that short, but let's look. Oh, no, we're bouncing off. That's not the point. Let's look at the SPY here. DJ Marshall, pushing right here. Look at this. Look at this SPY. We're bouncing here. We're pushing above the 90 MA. You are a cool almost 40 pennies in the money. I am so happy for you. I'm so happy for everyone. Hope everybody prints. This has been such a fun day here in these markets. I like that Amazon short. I might, that might be the Wazos I choose to go.
Hold on. I want to load up. Don't go to my screen yet, Ram. Yeah, because dox me, bro. Kyle, I mean, Fabian is such a troll. He's like, go to his screen. I love it. All right, I just want to show Big Kyle's pictures that he just took there of the fish. All right, you can come to my screen now, Ram. Here it is. Look at the size of that monster. Shout out to Big Spile Burdette. Look at the monster on there. How are you even holding that, dude? Isn't it slimy and like wanting to... Look at the size of these bad boys. Oh, my goodness. Kyle, these are monsters right here. He says, what a day that was. Thanks for the memories, buddies. Back to back, red drum on 2 different lures you made yourself. Sure feel like success, man. These are big boy catches, Big Kyle. Look at this.
He looks so happy. He looks pleased as
Yeah, of course. He's about to eat up a storm. There's Big Kyle and his buddy there on the boat, both with their treasure and their prize. I love these pictures. Shout out to Big Spile Burdette, man. This is kind of what you live for these good times with the buddies, good times on that fresh air, the fresh water. Well, it's not fresh water, it's salt water, but you guys know what I mean. These are the times this is why we come into work every day, so we can do these type of things. Shout out to the guys, man. This is the kind of thing that I love. So Big Kyle Burdette doing the absolute most in a good way. Let's talk about what's happening on the future here. I don't want to say the winds of change are coming, but let me tell you what just happened. Apple just broke out above that key area of 214, and the soft one also broke, well, by a little bit, this 454. Why are these levels important? 214 was an area of technical resistance, started acting as support. We took it again. We're at VWAP right now on Apple at 214.60. Keep that in mind. What I'm looking for, though, is a decided break of this double top that we put in earlier on at 11.20 and 11.45 at $214.75. If we can break above 214 and 2/3, 214 and 3/4, I think the winds of change may be coming on Apple, but that's still premature. Same thing with the soft one. Look at this area over here with 454 as a level, as a local area resistance. If we can break and hold above, not just quick wick and then wham bam, thank you Microsoft. No, we got to hold above that level, close above that level, and then we'll have a discussion about taking it long. But the future also indicating that the winds of change may be coming. We got right above this area low over here. This was 20,040. This was the closing print from yesterday, 20,038. We broke below it. We started using 20,038 as a level of resistance. Now we're breaking above it. We're still below the 20 exponential, though, on the future. Now, why is all this important? Because I've been really wanting to short Meta. And Meta is at that area, at the 20 exponential on the 5 that I want to get in at. right? Because the shallow retracements have come into the 10. As we mentioned, the deeper and, not better ones, but the ones that set up a little bit deeper at the 20. And Meta's there right now rejecting that 514 high 80s, mid 80s, now coming down into the 50s. Do we reject, though, on a closing basis and then head back down? I will likely chase this, sadly, because it's just so dang spready. Let's see if we can get a print here. Nope, can't get short. You can't. Even when I dropped, it just doesn't let me in. Bro, it's so spready, and it's going to go without me. There we go. Now we're shorted there, so I have to put in my stop, send it to you.
Yeah, I have a cool, and we don't say share size, but this is just really funny because I got a partial fill. Cool, 1 share in Tesla. Obviously, we're trying to up that. But right now, we are about 10 pennies in the money. Again, we don't normally share size. We don't normally share the shareage. But in this case, it was just so amusing. I had to. Let's see if we get the rest of this order filled here at 1. There we go. Let's see what happens here. I know I was in the long. I got out. Looks like maybe I should have stayed out, but I want to see us bounce here off that 196. I got out maybe a little bit prematurely out of that first long. We did have a little bit of a bottoming tail candle, which is why I like that look. I'm okay with taking like 15 pennies. I can get out at 196.30s. I'm pleased as punch with that. I like the long right now. I do sometimes an issue of getting all wiffly waffly on Tesla. Like, I like the short, I like the long, I like the short, I like the long. It's inconsistent. This is a pretty small position, so I'm just going to let it ride a little bit. My initial long, I literally lost 10 pennies on. It was an even smaller position. But this one I feel a little bit better about. I had a little bit more evidence, a little bit more confluence, trying to be a little bit more confident in my trades over here, because confidence is not given, it's earned. No, I'm joking. You have to just find it within yourself, which is why we have the confident button. No one should have given me this button. I will be pressing it all the time. But yeah, shout out to Fabian and Ramin for everything they do. Yeah.
Bang.
Yes. I know I said I was going to take my 30 pennies, or my 15 pennies to where, but I want to see what we do here at 30s. If we push higher, I am more than okay with staying in this a little bit longer here. Let's see what we do at 42s. You know what? We're going to get part of this out here at 36s. Let's go. I still have a cool, a very small third of the position left. I'm going to keep this piece for the dream. I don't know how long that dream's going to last. If we can get into 60s here, it looks like we might. I would be, say it with me, pleased as punch. Once I get out of this position, we're going to get to the lesson of the day. I don't know why I was Southern for that, but I was. But it's all good. This lesson's going to be about average true range. You have to be true to yourself as a trader. You have to be true to your style. And I think what's the thing that's really cool about ATR, and I really appreciate the examples Sharif used, and shout out to Sharif for always putting the lesson together, is that ATR is really going to be about, it's very personal. You can personalize it. You can customize it to your style, to what type of trader you are. And I think that's huge because trading is so personal. I'm out of Tesla, got out at 55, as I said, in case we reject the 90 MA, get your tiny third and run out of Dodge, or run out of the Cybertruck, I guess. So that's what I did here. Please just punch. Look, it's our heads. How are you doing here on Tesla? Or, sorry,
I was in Meta, yeah, just stopped out for a 10 penny loser super quick there on META, so we're out of that one. But it's heading higher here, and if it holds above the 20, I will take this one long. So we end up taking a bit of an L there on this last trade on Meta, and then it's still rejecting, though, that 515 area. So maybe I got shaken out a little bit too early. So I'm keeping an eye here. Yeah, I'm going to get back into this. There we go. So now we're in at 515 exactly. So we can go like this, and then we'll look to cover at this over here. So there we go. We'll give this one a little bit more room, hopefully, and it will hopefully not stop us out a second time now. Go down, Meta. You punk. There we go. Maybe if we call it a punk,
yeah,
it'll
Meta
come down.
really likes it when you call it a punk, I've noticed.
So let's just leave this one. We already put our stop, but let's put in a beak wetter. Possibly, let's just sit at maybe the $0.50 or thereabouts. We'll see if we get there. So we'll leave that one to do its thing. 21. I want to look at ASNS though, because this one is giving you multiple opportunities still. Lots, almost a double bottom there off that 230. Very unusual. It didn't actually quite make its way down into that 2.25 where VWAP was, but it did hold that general area, which is a good look here on ASNS. Definitely off the highs. It started making higher lows and higher highs once it did that double bottom off the volume weighted average price. I haven't had a trade on it. GameStop as well. It came right back into VWAP ever since tanking down and making that general area low at 24.90. Tried to get back into 25.50, topping tail candle right into that VWAP area and all the way back down. So a bit of a tougher look there for whoever's trading this bad boy. So we'll see what this one presents us with the day. We also had Nike, or not Nike, sorry. Obviously, everybody knows about Nike. NNE. This one was awfully good as well. This one definitely held the volume weighted average price at that 1950, but the volume has slowed down significantly here. Definitely not, far removed from day's highs, but $1 off the day high. But this one has had about $6 worth of range, so definitely towards the top end of the area there. Nothing really else for me to do other than to nurse this meta trade and keep an eye on the futures to make sure, I'm not holding this one against the trend there.
Yeah, thank you so much to the Day Trader Cut for putting some of these comments from the Feds here. The Fed's daily, the labor market is extremely strong, even with slowing. We know the labor market's been a concern for a lot of these Feds, so it'll certainly be interesting. We do have Fed Chair Powell making some comments on Tuesday. He is set to speak at this European banking meeting, so definitely check that out. Yep. But before we do the lesson, I just want to talk about Mara because that one's on a marathon to the upside, bouncing off the 9 EMA like a little springboard. Thank you guys to everyone pointing this out. We'll have to see if 21 can do something for Mara, and I mean that quite literally, Sharif, because we're at 2070 right now. We had a bit of a topping tail candle into 2085. Let's see if 21 can, in fact, be a friend here for the marathon man, Mara. Yeah, I always love, people have made that joke with me before, Mara, 21, can you do something for me? Because Mara often like to hang out around that level, but it was too good to resist. So shout out to everybody here. But right now we're gonna talk about average to range, because we've talked about it all week here. It can be a valuable tool for intraday trading, but we have to address that it's not a crystal ball. It's not a magic 8 ball. It's not a Palantir, nor is it an Oracle. Shout out to PLTR and ORCL. But the point is you cannot predict the future, neither can ATR, but we can talk about it and we can learn about it and understand it better. Because we have to understand the allure of prediction. Because we all crave certainty. The market is so uncertain. And wouldn't it be easier if Sharif could know for sure that Meta wouldn't be a punk? If he knew for sure that Meta would have its rejection and not be a punk, right? If we knew these things, that would just be perfect. That unfortunately, though, is not the case. It is not real, unfortunately enough. But remember, because you do have to remember, because the ATR can seem like a magic formula, panacea, a cure for all ills in the market, but it's not. It can help you, it's a tool, but it is not like the construction worker that's gonna build your house, right? It's just one element of your overall take on the markets. So even though it can seem like it predicts future volatility and price movements, all it does is aid you in your experimentation of the markets. Why am I doing this voice? I don't know. Let's talk about the power of ATR, because the ATR does excel at analyzing historical data. So some ways it helps us, even without predicting the future, is through understanding volatility, right? I would argue this is one of the key, this is kind of the crux of the ATR, because it tells you how much the instrument is typically going to move in a day, which helps us gauge the market environment and choose suitable trading strategies. It also helps you set realistic targets. It can be hard to do that, but if you have a general kind of idea, it can always be better. So what it does is, instead of fixed profit target goals, what it'll do is allow you to set dynamic targets based on the expected daily range, leading us to some more realistic profit expectations. What about informed stop loss placement? That's one thing we've talked about a lot as well, because there are formulas which you can look back at the last 2 lessons to get a look at there. We've talked about some formulas for setting stop losses, formulas for profit takers, and you can certainly be helped there with these formulas through ATR, because by considering historical volatility, you can help place stop loss orders that account for normal price fluctuations, preventing unnecessary exits. What about trailing stop loss management? That's key too, right? Well, good thing ATR has a formula for that as well. Combining ATR with trailing stops can allow you to dynamically adjust your exit strategy as the price moves in your favor there, and can help you balance profit protection with giving the trade room to go. Yeah, Tesla popping up here. Thank you, Dundell Senyo. I was noticing that in my side chart as well, so we're gonna quickly take a look here to look at that big old Cybertruck. Okay. What? I don't know what this line is. That's cool. I'll delete that line that I accidentally put in my chart. Oh, it's fibs. Okay, I need to explore that, but that's not the point. The point is, look at Tesla here popping up above 197. This 197 30 area was kind of interesting earlier. We're going to have to see what we do at 197. But here, Tesla on the 5-minute. What a bottoming tail candle on this 90 MA. This is a crazy look on TSLA. Thank you guys for pointing that one out. I saw it in the side chart, did not realize the extent to which that one moved. Tesla curling, says Alex Diaz. Oh, for sure. I definitely agree. But let's talk beyond the ATR, right? Because you can't use one indicator for your trade. You know, Sharif will always say he's not going to take a trade, or he's not going to take stock in just one candle, right? You want to see how all the candles impact the stock. So you really want to look at the overall picture and the balance of the evidence. So how do you look at these other elements? Well, technical analysis is, of course, one to talk about. You can use technical indicators like support and resistance levels, moving averages, momentum indicators to all help you confirm potential entry and exit points. There's also fundamental analysis, right? So you might want to look at the holistic view of the market. Consider company news, economic data, industry trends for an overall view of the market. And I think one thing, too, that is certainly interesting with regards to, like, for example, Nike today, that moved down. That's beyond technicals, obviously. That also has to do with the fact those earnings were a little bit roof, right? So that's certainly something worth noting. And then we also want to talk about risk management, position sizing, and stop loss orders. Also, are you looking at that Saba? I just saw that message. Is there anything with Saba? Oh.
Yeah, I'm just gonna show the chart.
For sure.
So here is the chart, if you want to show that while I load up the headline.
Yeah, for sure.
So there's nothing really coming in from a headline, but Brendo letting me know that Saba, S-A-V-A, aggressive selling. Nothing coming in from the headline quite yet. This thing closed out yesterday at $19 or thereabouts. It has a 1906 HOD. As you can see there, it is absolutely tanking down right now into the 16 and 3/4, 1680 area Adara. We'll have to keep eyes on this one.
Yeah, that Sava, that needs to be saved, saved. That was bad. That oof was the same. You could set the chart or the pun, and it would be equally bad. No, good times. But to finish up this little lesson over here, we're going to talk about things you have to remember, right? Because the market is so dynamic. There's so much going on, guys. News, economic events, investor psychology, stress laws, so many different indicators and things to take in mind that can happen in this market. So just because you have the ATR does not mean you're automatically going to have an easier time trading. And ATR is a tool. It's not a guarantee. It does not predict future volatility or price action. You know what I mean? So that's something worth noting as well. You always want to combine as well the ATR with other analysis methods and risk management strategies to make informed trading decisions. So backtest your strategies using historical data to help evaluate their effectiveness before you start using them in the live markets. Also, you know what else you can do in the live markets is vote in our chat. ! Join, space, $, META, AAPL, AMD, IWM, Chewy, GME. You guys know tickers. You know what those tickers are. You go in the chat, you drop those right now, and we can take a look at them. Sharif gesticulating wildly on the green screen and talking, and then we'll have the Neelaj and the Obi-Wan-fidence going over those trades.
The Obi-Wan-fidence, the Ob, the one, the Kenobi. He is here today for the Katina Man. Shout out to him. He traded really well this morning. I'm still in this meta short. It is lulling me to sleep. I am a little worried about it, though. We were, 30 pennies in the money I didn't want to cover because it's meta, right? We're trying to take at least 50 pennies here. So if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. I'm not going to cover for a small winner here. So I have to keep my eye on this one. But what's concerning me about this is now the future's incrementally making its way up. And if the future keeps moving up here, meta's going to move up. Now, I kept my eye on some other Mag 7 names to see what they were doing at areas of support and resistance. Well, Softy ended up finding resistance again at this level, 454. Apple, much the same thing, found resistance at VWAP. It's had trouble with VWAP all day, essentially, since breaking down below it or at, 11:15, and it's headed back down now. I'm keeping my eye on all these names because I'm unsure of this trade, and we were just in the low 70s again, then popped up. So if this 20 period does end up, moving up here, then I'll get stopped out above the 515, about 515.15 is where I'll get stopped out. So I've been giving it room. It's been rejecting off 515, but it looks like it may be accumulating here. So we'll have to wait and see. There goes the low 70s. I'm waiting in the mid 50s. Okay, so we have low 70s. I saw as high as 60s. I haven't seen high 50s quite yet on MET in the last little bit. Anyway, so it's a bit of a tougher trade right now for me, especially since I'm being stubborn and don't want to take like 25 pennies. I'm trying to take more. If I get stopped out, I get stopped out. That's the end of the matter. So we'll see what we get. Will not get upset. Shout out to Neil Roberts. All right, keeping an eye on some of these other names that are joining. Nick Dubb, VKTX. He's liking that one. VKTX, we'll have a look at that one in a hot sec. But I want to mention Sava. Sava is now halted to the downside, guys. Let me just pull it up here. It is halted at, hate this thing. Give me a sec. SAVA. There we go. It's halted at $15.11. It is now, oh, here it is. Federal grand jury indicts Pennsylvania man. Was this up, Bendro? Is that it? Okay. Federal grand jury indicts Pennsylvania man for defrauding NIH of $16 million in federal grant funds. Some dude allegedly fabricated scientific data in grant applications for Alzheimer's research. Yeah, I never want to. I don't ever hear that. That drives me nuts. Charged with fraud, wire fraud, and false statements. Faces up to a measly 55 years in prison if convicted. Obviously, that is for a conviction. Trading down here right now, 15.11. A monster huadunk. No question about it on SAVA. We're going to have to pack our patience and see what we get there. Back to META. You know, again, we were in the mid-60s. I didn't print because I'm too stubborn, waiting in the mid-50s. And if I get stopped out, I get stopped out.
Yeah, shout out to you there. Shout out to Sharif with the meta. Also, yeah, I remember that Cassava story a while ago that came out that they were looking into that. But yikes, what a look. I tried to take a long on Apple, and instead Apple ended up, getting me a little bit crisp there. It's all good. We did lose on this trade. I want to see what we did at 214.10s, holding that pretty nicely. We did have a nice little bounce there. It did not last. It's all good. If Meta stays, Apple stays below 214, that could be maybe a short, but I don't really want to talk about that too much. Pitchbull was mentioning Tesla on the 5-minute chart. Oh, sorry, not Pitchbull. I think it was 1320 Wolf here. But look at this bounce off the 90 EMA on TSLA. I don't mind this. I'm just way too cognizant of this resistance. The previous years, like, look at this. This is to the letter.
Jeez.
Rejection, then support. But we have to vote.
No, Adara. Here comes $1 on Meta. Yes, yes. And there it is. I'm done that trade. Oh my God, this one lulled me to sleep. I knew I had the right idea. Thank you, and sorry for interrupting you,
no,
but
it's okay.
I want to get exact revenge on this Meta trade, Adara. Finally, we get that curl down off the 20. Down goes Meta into 514. We were short 515. I'm very happy with this trade. I'm happy I stuck with my guns. I'm sad that I got stopped out rather than adding to the position. We all saw what Adara was doing yesterday when she had NVIDIA up on the ropes, holding on for its life. She kept adding into the position, and I admire that. So I want to be able to do that as well. And today I didn't do it, but I did execute this trade in a way that I'm happy with. So we take that $1 win on META. Now let's look for the next thing. Did you have something you want to talk about?
Okay. Apple was mean to me. I'm looking for new trades.
All right. Keeping an eye on this one. The dead one all the way back down. Another volume-weighted average price rejection for AAPL. It has been that way essentially since we gave way, Adara, at 1035 on the volume-weighted average price. We had a couple of doji candles there, indecision, holding right at VWAP, and then the candle that sealed it all was that 1050 candle, and we have not been above that volume-weighted average price since 1050. But here's the thing. Do we now get back into that range of 214 general area bottom and play it the way we did initially? And that's exactly what I did with AAPL, because it was a range trade initially, and then it ended up being a breakdown trade. And that's what I was doing yesterday with it. I kept taking the short there. Where was I taking the short? I was taking off 214 yesterday on Apple,
yes,
right?
Yes,
thank you for that. So I was taking the short off 214 multiple times, on Apple. And today it's kind of presenting you with that same thing, but it's breaking down now again. So that 214 range, not right now, at least, all the way down into 213 3/4 goes AAPL, now down 0.5% on Z-Day. Adara.
Yeah, so I tried to take that Apple long off that 214.20 hold. 21 did not, in fact, do something for me. But yeah, it's all good there. I took this NVIDIA short. I don't know. I took the short because we broke below the 214. 214. I'm getting Apple in my head. 120. 124.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good, all
the
good,
point
all
is, I
good.
took this trade. If we break above this area, I'm getting out. This was my area from this stock yesterday, NVDA. Wow, coffee. This is the area I liked in the stock yesterday and the day before. It was an interesting area of resistance, that and support. So yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. So we're gonna have to wait and see what we do here on this stock. Right now, we can't get above 124.22. I was looking to take a long at that level. Happy I did not. I like the short for now. I'm aware the short could go against me. I took a smaller position because I was like, eh. But I like the levels and I owed it to myself to trade the levels. If we keep projecting here, I might add to the position, but no, I'm not gonna get out. Yeah, I'm gonna have some coffee. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
That.
All right, guys, Sava still halted, guys, at $15.11. It is a big boy Huadunk. It is down 20 1/4. It is as a result of this headline right here, in case you're just joining us. The federal grand jury indicting a Pennsylvania man for defrauding, what is this? NIH, National something, what is this? I'll have to Google it. Yeah, I think that could make sense. Institute of Health, says Neil. I think that probably makes sense. We'll Google it, we'll find out. If you guys know, let me know. He's facing a light 55 years. Man, you Americans have long prison terms. We have nothing like that here, by the way. Maybe not as good, maybe that's bad. John Del Senio, Disney getting absolutely dunked on. I know who dunks around here.
If you don't
Fei-Fei. Neil's like, he can't dunk a basketball. We know that that's not true. He thought he could beat Neil in a race, which I found to be funny. But yeah, so it's all good. Shout out to Fei-Fei. We miss him around here. Anyway, let's look at Disney for our friend John. He says it's getting dunked on. We already talked about Disney getting huadunked. We've been talking about that all day long on DIS. Let's load up to see if anything has come in on this. Is this it? Fumble, your favorite NFL team is on the hook for 450. No, that ain't it. That ain't it, baby. I still have no idea what is going on with this. I still don't have anything on my blotter. Down 2 1/4, looks like this, printing at day's low as we speak right now, and I have no idea why. I guess that's just, you gotta accept it. 98.75, John. I hope you took that 10 on the 5 rejection, the 10 exponential on the 5 minute, because it held it like a dang glove, John. When it made that 99 touch, it retraced into 99 3/4. Getting into that, 10 exponential, maybe bottom area hold over here. We're wicking off that 99 3/4. I hope you took that short. I don't know where you got short, John. But yeah, obviously goes without saying. Hope you print. Wow, Disney, go lower. Why don't you? 3 1/3 now in negative territory on DIS. Another low of day, 98.71. This one is getting, yes, John, it's getting dunked on. What's going on, Neil? Oh, here we go. Asaba's open. Neil was yelling about 12. There it is, 12.15 low. It's going to halt here, guys. It looks like at 12.15. Let's keep an eye on the tape. There it is. It is halted now at 12.15. SAVA absolutely huadunking on the news of fraud, essentially to defraud the NIH out of a plethora of money in Adara, and the market really making Cassava Sciences pay right now, halted again to the downside. Now, very, very much down. What's the percentage down on the day? Here we are. We are a light 35.88% right now, Adara, low of day.
That's wow. Nike, speaking of things that are near low of day, its name is Nike. And it is running to the downside. I give Obi credit for that pun because he said that earlier. I don't know if it was an intentional pun, but I enjoyed it. We had that flat bottom break at 76, then we have the retest of 76, and then 76 is like, yeah, I would rather not, and we saw it from 76. Now, this is an area that's of interest to me because look at this little choppy turny. Look at all these, the wicks, the top and tail candles at 75.20, right? Look where we're hanging out now, 75.20. My brain is doing a level of exhaustion right now that is maybe going to make me trade a little bit less until I see stuff I really like, but I'm still going to keep going, keep doing the thing. And right now Nike is doing the thing here. I like the idea of a Nike short. Yeah, for a bad pun, but let's still push it back. At this 75.22, but I also think we could be going long here, higher highs, higher lows. That 76 area is, of course, deeply tantalizing to myself. Let's see, though, it's hard when you're short biased and all the shorts have kind of gone. The bears have kind of hidden into hibernation for the rest of the day. But you know what hasn't hidden into hibernation? Your ability to vote, because you only have like 14 minutes left to do that. Go in the chat right now. Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever tickers, you're a little fancy. Get us in there and get us involved, and then we can find out what's going on in the stocks. And then, if you want to see Obi and Neil talk about the stocks and have Sharif do more than just stand on the green screen with his mustache that is not a ticker, unfortunately, then you can do a vote here. TQs, okay, not a pushback, but I like this 75.40 rejection. Look, support earlier, bang. Rejection. I am fully okay with taking a scalp short on this if we stay below these little 75s. Okay, yeah, I do want it. I want that smoke. That is the smoke that I would like to have right now. Okay, that's the smoke. We're going to give this a 75.10s. Is that tight risk? Oh, sure. But does it make sense for me in the level of fuel my brain is on? Oh, yeah.
Get down, Fuge. It's getting down. Adara, I just want to mention to the people, NNE is absolutely exploding to the high side. It's about 32 pennies off the highs, but it took out that $23 level. We had a flat top hanging out, guys, at 22. As you can see there, multiple touches at that $22 level. Over here, 10.05, reject, double top. 11.55, 12, reject. Topping till candles from 12.25 to 12.35, reject. Then the smoke came. It came, and it came fast and furious. 1:30, there goes the break at 22. There goes the break at 23. NNE. It behooves me, though, to give you the details on this one because it's been a hot minute since I did. So, 903.25 million market cap, inching in on $1 billion, obviously, as a result of being 40% up. The market cap has pumped up. About 6 million shares trade on the day, a little bit less, 5.93. 15.2 million share float, so not huge, but definitely not micro. And let's look at the short float again. I forget this one. Yeah, Trade Ideas doesn't have the short float on this, so that's fine. This one is obviously having trouble breaking and holding above 23. And as I can just see from the way it's trading, it's awfully spready. But though, let's load up. We're going to leave Sava where it is because it's very important that we have eyes on Sava right now. NNE on the NQ. Yeah, look at this. It's like 25 penny spread, tightening up a little bit now, 15 pennies now, 5 pennies now, but you can tell it, 10 pennies, it opens up. And you can always tell when you don't have the book and the tape up, you can tell if something is trading spready by the increments by which the candle moves. If it's like moving 10 pennies, 15 pennies every single time, and it's not just a liquidity grab, then that means the spread is awfully wide. So if you don't have level 2, sometimes you can gauge how spready a stock is based on the price action on the chart, where the candles, how the candles move. So right now you can tell it's spready, topping till candle on the 1, topping till candle on the 5. It may not resolve that way. I'll be looking personally for a 22 defend. I know that there's not that much time left on the show, but we know this $22 area was a level of important resistance. So let's go ahead and sit at 22.05, and we will want the smoke, Adara. The only question is going to be whether we're too frugal for our own good, sitting 5 pennies above former resistance, now support. Do we get the print given that this one is super spready?
Fabian said puff, puff, pass. So that's what, I guess that's all the smoke there.
Yeah, well, he's ready for the weekend, it looks like. So Fabian,
Shout out to Fabian and Ramin. We have Canada long weekend now, so that's exciting. We're going to have to see how this goes on the market. TQQs, why are you bouncing at 75s? Why are you doing this, sir? Sincerely, Adara. Like, we're rejecting here off this level, the 75.10s. Like I said, if we get above 75.10s, I'm getting out because my brain cannot handle any more risk than that at this current juncture. But for reward, like, I want I want all the smoke, you know? I want a nice little, a little wisp here, more than a wisp of smoke here. Let's break down cues.
You know what I've been seeing a lot lately, and I know that this is like super tangential, but I
like
want to talk
tangents.
about it because you said smoke, so I thought forest fires because of what happened in Canada last year, this, that, and the other. Do you know that there's like all these like fire posts in the forest that they build these high towers, and there's people that live in there all day long just looking out for fire? Yeah, fire watch people. Is that what they're called, Fabian? Fire watch? Yeah, they build these fire watch towers, which is pretty cool. So they got like an insane view. They wake up, they go to sleep with like the most beautiful view, sunset, mountains, forest, because they're super high, right? Because they have to be able to see the entire, you know, topography around them. And so I didn't even know that kind of thing existed.
That's wild. I had
now they're
no
actually
idea.
talking about setting up AI computers in those towers to basically replace people to have 24-hour surveillance for fire, because getting the quick jump on the fire helps you obviously control it.
No, that makes sense. I had no idea that was a thing.
Isn't that
There's
nuts?
fire watchers.
Yeah,
That would
I
be
didn't
an
know
interesting,
anything
like,
about
Netflix
that.
show, the fire watchers.
Oh, is that?
That would be, you know, be an interesting.
Is that a
Netflix
show?
It's not, but it would be, right?
Oh.
Wouldn't it be cool? Also, that's the thing.
Thanks, Fabian, for that.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Fabian.
man, look at those views. Unreal. They build like these monster towers in the middle of nowhere, and these people have unobstructed views, 360-degree views. Look at that. Fabian, can you maximize that one on the right? Yeah, this one. That one that you got right there. Yeah, if you can do that, that'd be great. Yeah, I thought it was really, really cool. And especially if you like that kind of job, if you like to get away from everybody, you know what I mean? Like, that's kind of your job. But I do see triangles. I do see a profitable trade. I'm happy for you. Tell us about it.
Thank you. Well, we're not celebrating. Oh, that's a nice little lodge there for fire watching. We're not like partying yet here. We did take out half of this position. Proud of where I got. It's always nice when you get kind of bottom wick on the candle there, which is what we ended up doing. Hey, but you know, the Qs to QQ, if you want to reject here, I know, well, no, actually, I was going to add here if we rejected 74.96s, but, and to be clear, this isn't like a scared trader is a deficient trader. I just don't have enough confidence in that ad. But right now, I do still have half of my position. Okay, if we do it again, though, if you're going to give me confidence, Qs, I know what I need to do. And it's add to this position here. Like I said, actually, my level's now going to be like, you've got to change your stop sometimes if things get adjusted. If we go above 75.05, that is going to have to be the new area in which we get dicey here. I should have maybe taken everything out on that little rejection, but I do still see a bit of a decline here on the futures. Ben Fishin, I love a good pun. Thank you so much to the $4.99 super chat. You can reserve some of those towers as a free backwoods Airbnb. Shout out to you, Ben fishing. Hopefully you've been fishing this weekend, or you've got some fun plans to do some fishing this weekend. Shout out to you.
Yeah.
NNE.
Dara, I missed out this
I thought you were
trade.
in
I'm
it.
too frugal. I told you my frugality was going to get me in trouble. So this one came down into the fifth of a dollar, 22.20. I was sitting at 22.05. There it goes. I knew this was going to be an issue, but like, how much do you front run it by? 15 pennies, 20 pennies, 50 pennies? I don't know. I mean, I took a shot here and I missed it. There it goes. Now new high of day, 23.89. This thing is up 46.5%. It's about to break $24. Now it behooves us to actually go in and do some charting to find out where that next level of resistance that we should expect will be. So let's go to the daily here real quick. 15 minutes left on the show. Okay, so this one just started out its life. This is Lucy. What am I doing on Lucy, bro?
I love Lucy.
Oh, no. I got it.
That was
It's not Lucy. Yeah, I saw Lucy at the top. This is NNE, sorry. So this one just launched on May 8th. So I don't know if this was an IPO or DL. I don't think we had any DLs lately, direct listing. So probably IPO. It's not at $10, so it's definitely not a SPAC. So this one IPO'd, it looks like on the 8th. Since that time, what is the area high that we need to concern ourselves with? Well, this area that we're at right here is exactly the closing print from the 26th. So we closed out at 23.39. We're at 23.26. This is an interesting area of resistance. If we reject off this area, it'll be rejecting off the closing print. We're above it right now by a skosh, by about 10 or 15 pennies. But what a move up for NNE, parabolic in its movement, and then parabolically coming back down now. Here it comes. Now, does it test that $22 area again? And if it does, do I get in on a second attempt? I don't know. I don't think that that's the right move, personally. Let's have a look at Sava. Sava's back open, guys. Now it is halted to the high side here. Cassava Sciences, 3 halts, 2 to the down. The first one to the upside, $11 exactly is the low of day. Halted, though, right now, $12.69, down 33%. Big volume coming in on Sava, even though it really can't stay open. So it's been trading aggressively for the last, I want to say, half an hour. And it's been halted for 20 of those minutes and going to be halted again right now because both halts were 10 minutes. And it's done about 1 2/3 million shares. So we'll see if it can generate a little bit more shareage here. Still a little bit light on the shares. In case you're wondering what's going on, this is it right here with Cassava Sciences. Fraud. Basically, fabricating scientific data in grant applications, and you hate to see this for Alzheimer's research. That just is infuriating of a headline, especially with, how many families are afflicted negatively by this type of disease. And so some people trying to steal money. Anyway, so you just don't like to see that kind of stuff. What else we got going on over here? ASNS? Yeah, ASNS finding support again at the volume weighted average price. You could make an argument of a quadruple bottom here. You had 2 defends initially, 1250, and then again at 1, and then you're getting another couple of defends here on ASNS at that 2 1/3 at the volume weighted average price. Looks like it may be heading down now with successively lower highs. We'll have to see if that one manifests in a flat bottom break. So that is my look there. We'll keep an eye on the Mag 7. Obviously, it has not been a strong day for Mag 7 names for the future in general. All of everything really in negative territory for the exception of Microsoft. It is the only one. Oh, and NVIDIA. NVIDIA's flat anyway, up 0.01. Microsoft, same thing, 0.09 in the green. It's been, I don't want to say a red day because Apple's flat, Microsoft is flat, Tesla's almost flat, up, down a quarter. NVIDIA is flat, Google is red, Meta is red, and Amazon decidedly red between those guys. So we'll see if they can recover a little bit on the day. So we'll keep an eye on that. Just allow me a minute here to fix my screen. Let's keep an eye on Cassava Sciences at these levels because we're waiting for that bad boy to open. If history is any guide, it likely will be a 10-minute halt. Both halts to the downside today were 10-minute halts. John Del Sedno telling me that Piton is getting destroyed. No, not Piton.
The wheels are falling off the bike.
The wheels are falling off the bikes. Spin or whatever. We'll hit the. We need like a.
Don't spin the money. Spin the cycle. Spin
I don't
the
have
cycle.
one. I don't have one. I sadly do not have a spin cycle, but. Peloton, Fabian, is getting destroyed. Let's see what the headline is, possibly here on Piton. Nothing coming in on my blotter to explain what the move down is here on Piton, but fact of the matter is it's down 6%. 6%, and this is about to break $1 billion market cap. I can't believe this.
Oof.
Do you know what this company's market cap was? Okay, let's do the math.
Can I guess?
Okay, let me do the math, and then I'll tell you in a second.
Okay.
So 334 million float, okay?
Okay.
So we know it's a 334 million float. Now you can guess.
Okay, did it have a market cap of 12.5 billion?
Okay, it's a lot higher than that.
Oh my gosh, 32.5
It was almost
billion.
50 billion.
No,
It was
not.
almost, yeah, it was $138. I bought it $119 and I sold it at $138.
Okay, so go you. Go
So
Sharif.
I'm certain about that.
Yeah.
That was October 2020. I'll never forget it. Yeah.
Go Sharif.
And so if you have 334 million outstanding shares
Yeah.
and you were trading at $138, let's do simple math, 46 billion.
Yeah.
And it was higher than that. Let's go to Piton Monthly over here and see where this one got up to, all-time highs. There you go. Double top, 170. So it was definitely a lot higher than that. Just for my own curiosity, 334 million shares, and they haven't done an offering since that time, multiplied by 170. That is a cool $56.7 billion. It is now worth 1.2 billion. It is hard to see that kind of thing, you know what I mean? Like, you know, people are probably holding this. Anyway, Sava's open, here we go. Down to 1143, it's gonna halt again though at 1143. Size on the bid, size on the ask. Do we halt? No, there we go. So false halt there. Do we move up a little bit? Oh, down we go. The algos play games, you gotta love that. So we'll see how far we go here on SAVA. The selling keeps on coming though, Adara. Down we go, 43% in negatory lane. Here's 1081. This is one of the halt levels. We'll see if it's a false halt here, how long we stay out. We got to stay out at least 10 seconds. Or is it 10 or 15 seconds, Neil? 15. Thank you very much for that, Neil. It halted again, 1081 halt. Cassava Sciences down 43%.
Yeah, that's quite the little dip there for Cassava. I think dip is putting it lightly. I'm getting out the rest of this NVIDIA short flat on it, and I'm really proud of myself for this. I took a few little scalps, a few little nibbles, some munches on profit. I got involved in this short because we broke below that 124. You guys know how I feel about 124. This bit of level I've been talking about, yapping, running my jaw about for the last few days here. So I saw this come back again. I owed it to myself to short. Tried the short earlier, didn't work out. But you know what? As Neil said during his lesson of the day, the market does not care about your past trades. It only cares about this trade you're making right now. And even then, it doesn't really care at all. So you got to do what you got to do. I was like, I know, Adara, you could like lose some, but I'm like, also, Adara, you could make some money on it. So I got involved. The reason I got out was because we're seeing much higher lows on the book. My first out on this, 88. NVIDIA has not seen 88s since I got involved. I realized we were making higher lows on the book. I got out. If we break decisively back below 90s, and then come back and retest 124. Maybe it's a short for me again. We're still below the 90 EMA. I don't dislike the short thesis, but for my scalping purposes, it was making me a little bit uncomfortable. And to be clear, being uncomfortable in trades, not a bad thing. There are trades that go well that you're uncomfortable in. You want to be a little bit shaken up by the markets, but you also want to make sure that the trades make sense to you. And in this case, it didn't make sense to me anymore to be in that NVDA trade. I haven't seen anything in the book since I've left to make me regret leaving. So there you go. That is the trade on that. Tesla doing a little chop and a little churn over here for the Cybertruck. Oh, wow. Okay. I don't want to say bull flag. We had a little baby bull flag here. Pushing up here to this 197.20s. I was talking about this rejection. We got it to a T, this 197.20 area. Look at this. Sweep, wicks, all these wicks to the downside. Then we have these topping tail candles. So this is support resistance filling beautifully. Now we're seeing quite a few bottoming tail candles, tons of support. Again, at a previous rejection level here, 196.55. Wowzers. This is a level here for Tesla, trying to continue to bounce off the 90 EMA. This could be a long. I'm considering scalping this, but I don't want to get involved in the trade I don't believe in. Very proud of myself for getting out of the NVIDIA short, because that would not have been the vibe had I stayed in it. That being said, we're now back on my other level of interest in NVIDIA, which is that interest in NVIDIA. We're going to have to see what we do here, 124.25s. I want to look at some other stocks for people before we call it a day. Pitchbull a while ago was saying if Sean was here, he would have taken Palantir, $25. Oh, okay, that's a nice 25 bounce here for P to the L to the T to the R. I do not disagree with you there. We had a little bit of chop and churn here at the 90 EMA. Now we're breaking a bit below, but interesting level. Only 6 minutes till we get the Neilage and the Obi-Wan-fidence. Because the Sean-fidence right now is on vacation. Video will not go down, says Urso. Yeah, I mean, I think we're gonna have to wait and see, right? I'm just gonna see what the chart is telling me. Happy I got out of that short where I did. Proud of myself for that. But honestly, I have no reason to believe NVIDIA as a long right now until we break above that very obvious resistance level for me of that 124.20s, which has not just been a thing today. It was support earlier. It was also a level earlier this week.
Okay, so it's a long weekend in this country.
Well, yeah.
Sadly, we don't have Monday off because we take American holidays, not Canadian. What are the plans, Adara, for said long weekend, if any?
I'm hanging out with my friend on Sunday. That'll be nice.
That's nice.
I don't have any other plans this weekend. Not going to the dentist because they wanted to rope me into coming on Saturday again. Yeah, and I was like, no. The tooth they fixed is now sore. I can't chew on this side anymore. So I'm not going back there. Sorry, what are your long weekend plans?
No, I was gonna just mention that it's raining up a storm tomorrow.
Oh.
And so obviously, there was like a whole bunch of different festivals and stuff like that this long weekend. I don't think they're gonna be well attended,
That's too
given
bad.
that, it's raining up a storm. We'll have to see what Sunday brings, but Sunday likely, just going to take it easy because we got to work on Monday. Can't be out drinking on
I've been
Sunday.
drinking.
No,
I've been
no,
drinking.
can't
I just
come
wanted to sing some Beyonce. Let me live my life.
All right. There you go. Get your Donkey Kong pants looking bullish. Hey, on what? DKNG. Is that what you're saying, John? Is that what you want me to look at? DKNG? Absolutely. I'll take you up on that. Ram or Fabian, whoever. DKNG. Let's see what we got up here, up in this, you know what? Let's go to the 5 minute on Donkey Kong. Okay. What's going on with DKNG here? Great move up. Multiple holds at the volume weighted average price, John. Good eye out for you there. I'm looking to see what's going on. DraftKings options frenzy. What you need to know. Tell me more. Investors with a lot of money to spend have taken a bearish stance on DraftKings. Yeah, we'll tell the chart that. It doesn't know that. We noticed today when trades showed up, publicly available options history that we track here at Benzinga. Shout out to folks at Benzinga. It looks as if there is a big put buying, and okay. So we'll have to see about that $694,000 position on Donkey Kong, but quite frankly, it's not really reflecting the price action right now. It's more of a long than it is a short. We'll have to see if it stays that way. Basically opened up at 37 bucks, high of day 38.24, holding the volume weighted average price on every descent into it. Double top though at that $0.25 level. Here we go with 38 again. Let's see what we do with that 38.25. Generally, I personally would be looking to get short at that level to play the range, seeing as we don't have a catalyst other than some dude with a lot of money bought options, or bought puts, I should say, which is not really reflecting the price action. So that's the look right now, Dara. I'm going to just look quickly here at the Mag 7 before I jump up onto the green screen there. Guys, lots of things at lows. Meta's very close to near lows. So is Amazon. Apple's not much above lows. Neither is Tesla. Really, the only one that really kind of is still green is Microsoft and NVIDIA. And they're both marginally green. One's up 0.15, the other one 0.02. So not a whole lot of action to the upside today in the Mag 7 world. We'll have to see if that all changes on Monday. But I will see you guys all at the big screen in 2 minutes.
We will. Thank you so much, Sharif, for the lessons, for everything you do. Hope you have a great long weekend. And yeah, we'll see Sharif at the green screen. Also, I want to shout out Elon in the chat a while ago. You were asking if I had any songs for the long weekend. I don't, unfortunately, but we were singing All in This Together from High School Musical 3 earlier today, and I got that in Sharif's head. So I'm going to, because we're all in this together, taking trades, looking at charts. I don't know what to do from here, but that'll be my song for the weekend here. This Tesla bull flag looking mighty spicy. I like this look here. Look at all of these wicks here into 196.15. We bounce back. Part of me is like, I want to take this trade at the end of the show, but the other part of me is like, Adara, you do not trade after the show. You're all good. Also, I know I said I was not interested in video long until it broke above 124.25, but then I was like, Adara, you could take the bounce into 124.25. You could do that, so I did that. Smaller position, took out 2/3 at 124.19s, got the rest out when I saw a little bit of a drop there into 124.10s. I am pleased as punch. I've not looked at the P&L today, but now I will, because, we should see how that goes. Happy to say I'm positive on every name except the dead one. So thank you very much for the money sign there from Sharif. Yeah, Apple was a bit more of a last-minute trade for me as well, so it makes sense that happened for me. But, that's enough from us. You're going to see Sharif at the green screen in a second. We'll see you guys next week with a whole new set of lessons. Same bat time and the same bat channel. Right now, we have Opie and Neil on those desks, and we have Sharif on the green screen, guys.
Welcome.
Yeah, on that.
Am I unmuted? Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you choose what we talk about every day. Neil, he's locked in. So is Obi. They're ready to look at the tickers that you voted for on the Midday show. Make sure to vote every day between 11 and 1:50 with Adair and I on how to trade. First, we'll look at the triple Qs. 481 right now on the triple Qs. Marginally red. We were looking at that 20,000 point level on the NQ September contract. Really gave way. We've been looking at basically weakness today on most of the Mag 7 names. But NVIDIA, one of those ones that's marginally green on the day, a little above, a little bit below, guys. What's your look on NVIDIA?
Look, obviously NVIDIA is going to be in play. It's going to be really hard to take eyeballs off of Cassava Sciences, the way that stock is trading today. But NVIDIA is absolutely wild. I can tell you, I've probably said this line before. Sometimes the best trade is not the trade that you made. It's the trade that maybe you didn't make, or the trade that you covered at the absolute perfect time. So if you can look at what happened here on NVIDIA, I had the breakout 127 a couple times. The second time was pretty good, even though we held some for it to fail underneath. But I had VWAP in here at 126, and we jumped out. That's 125.88. At the exact moment that I got out, I mean, whatever, not the exact moment, at the moment that it took out VWAP and lost this 126 area, it just accelerated to the downside. Just nasty, nasty, nasty. If you know, I had gotten out of that trade, and then right after that, I'm doing the lesson of the day, and we're in that Tesla short that tanked. But reversing this would have been great. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Wasn't really looking for that short trade. But if you look at what happened here, that is a false break out of this local range, and it goes right to the bottom. Fail the top, go to the bottom. I think we're probably hunting for that again. If we don't get above 125, I think a hunt down for that bottom at 123 is going to be in play for NVIDIA. I am in a chip name right now, but NVIDIA flat after giving up that move, you're like, why would you be long Intel if the market's at the lows, if the chip names are at the lows? That's because Intel is very different from everything else. So up 1.5%, broke out like gangbusters. When it broke trend, I was short in the morning show. That's fine. And we shorted at 31.20. But when the market kept on breaking down, this held support as the market just kept making lows. So that's the reason I'm in Intel long while looking to short pops in NVIDIA. If we get them, I mean, I'm not guaranteeing that we're going to see that 125 level this afternoon, but you're catching a bit of a bid here in the market. So it's very possible, Obi.
Yeah, no, we talked about that 123 in the pre-market. Kind of, it's been showing itself multiple times over the past week or so. Again, on Tuesday, on Wednesday, on Thursday, and then once again. So pretty much almost every day of the week. This week, that 123 has been holding the bid pretty cleanly. Double bottom on Wednesday, bit of a consolidation low on the midday pullback here on Tuesday, and another double bottom off of a strong sell going into the close once again, kind of showing its low right there at that 123 once again. And then once again today on a heavy sell-off, 123 is the bounce after we got that strong quadunk in the market. Again, definitely peculiar price action on that 123. Going to be interesting, I guess, going into next week as well to see if this level is still sustaining.
Google down 0.75% after being downgraded right there by Rosenblatt. Basically, they're saying they see possible weakness coming in on Google's moat. As you can see, selling off a little bit today after printing all-time highs this week, guys. Did you guys trade Google today?
First of all, look, we have to comment on Cassava Sciences just very quickly. It just went into an upward halt. And we were actually talking about this right before we came on air. Obi and I was looking for some kind of a bottom in and around 8. And when you pull out the weekly chart, like way back, I kind of thought that would be a thing. But look at this volume candle when it wicks to 9 even. Now, does something stand out about that volume candle to you? If you're looking for a spot to take a shot, where you want to like an even dollar break back up to try to catch a falling knife, or to get it as it's trying to bounce off the ground. This is like 875 or 877 that this bounces off of, and then back through 9. Huge volume candle. It's now in an up halt at 1060, and the tap is 1250. You might have in that trade, if you're in at 910 or 920 on a break back up, your stop low of the day is only at $8.75, let's say. That could be 30 to 50 cents worth of risk on a stock which has moved $9. So those are the kinds of things, like as a trader, Like you're looking for it. I was looking at a level instead of maybe the volume reversal setup, but that is an absolute, that's a month maker if you can find yourself into that tight of a stop and an entry like that. So I had to mention it. Those opportunities don't come very often. Google, here, this is what I have to say about you, Alphabet. I shorted 185. I lost. It's what it is. I did not get back into it. At the middle of the day, Tesla ended up being the short for me, but we probably didn't need to be in Tesla if we just stuck with Alphabet. That said, you got to move on to what's next. And when the NASDAQ was doing all of this good stuff and making fresh bottoms like lower low, breaking the low, still at the low of the day, well, Google had other intentions. Like you can see that early morning bottom on Alphabet, early morning bottom on the NASDAQ, lower low, that's higher lows at the same time. So the way I see it, even if Google is down 0.7% to the flat NASDAQ, since that open, if anything, this is a little bit more bullish than the NASDAQ. And if we hold 20,000, I'm not thinking that's a short anymore. This might be a long off of VWAP. Just got to be able to understand like what percentage is just about, the percentage on the day is just from where it is at the close, the previous close. Sometimes it's going to matter a little bit more when you're trading in the afternoon or in the midday. What's the stock done since the open? And since the open, this is putting in higher lows relative to what the overall market has done. And that puts Google, I think, in the stronger camp. I'm not shorting this one. Even though the short would have worked if I'd hung on to it, it doesn't feel like a short to me in the afternoon. There's better places to go.
Yeah, I think it's a kind of similar story to NVIDIA here. Maybe not as strong as the 123 level, but you can see earlier on in the week, we hold this 183 level right off of the open yesterday, and then prior day to that as well on Wednesday, some strength coming through. Again, leg consolidation, leg, and then we're getting a little bit more sideways action. But yeah, today price just compressing after this shake and bake happening off of the open. Again, obviously the market, the futures took a pretty big sell-off middle of the day there, or beginning of the middle of the day around 10:30, I guess, started to sell off quite aggressively there. But interesting levels here at that 184 half as well. Bit of resistance, bit of support. Comes in today, tries to break it, comes back in. You can see that off of the open, the opening range high as well. But nothing too much, I guess, in my playbook on this one there. It's just chopping and churning, sideways consolidations and price compression. So potentially setting up for another leg. Who knows? We know that a lot of these tech names are pushing or trying to push for their all-time highs. And Google is definitely up there along with them.
The SPY right now break even well off the highs, guys. It was basically a sell kind of afternoon, kind of morning. Really, we had multiple Fed speakers today, Mary Daly, Fed Bowman as well, making comments midday. Fed Bowman here says strong employment, but inflation goal not reached yet, and she pledged to continue efforts towards controlling inflation, but on the Fed's pace here. What was the look today for the futures?
Yeah, like I know for early on, I know I had a bit of a long bias in some of the, some of those breakout plays that were out there, like Tesla originally through the 200, even NVIDIA early, looking like a bit of a long. But you've got to be able to sort of recognize that, yeah, you might be this strong in the morning, but when you have a big breakout that reverses and kind of goes to the next resistance level, the SPY, in this case, it'll be like 50-50. 550, not 50-50, 550. When that got reversed, it was resistance if you go back a few sessions in there. When you have that happen and then you cannot hold that breakout price, like it tries to consolidate where it comes from, and then you get that tag down, that turns it bearish in that moment. And that's why we're looking for short trades at lunchtime, with the exception of Intel, which I noted was a little bit strong, and I was short that previously. So when that happens, to me, it's a failed break, and when you have a failed break that goes back in and consolidates and can't bounce, to me, you just look for the short. After that, you're dead flat here, and I don't wonder going into next week is going to be a holiday shortened week. We've got, is some rebalancing minor, it's just going to be the Russell, but it is month end. I would expect you're likely to have a bit of an inside afternoon. That's my guess, is that yesterday's range of 47 to 45 might be it for us today. And I wouldn't surprise me if that were the case. So if we get a pop back up in the futures and you're up at that 47, I'd be looking to short some weak stocks at that moment. And if we do get a breakout, sometimes it does happen late in the afternoon, counter trend, but I'm kind of looking the other way. If we get up to 547, on the NASDAQ, it'll be like 20,100. On the SPY here, it's like 547. I'd be looking for some weaker stocks that I like the shorts of. Probably like, I think there's also going to be some opportunity in some other names that have just been trending down. Like Nike's not on our list, and we'll talk about Disney maybe. That's not on the list here as well. But yeah, the SPY, that's a trend reversal. When you have big breakouts that fail, I don't think you want to fight it too much on the way back in.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. Just looking at the spider here, I only see 2 trades off the bat. One of them we kind of called in the morning where I was like, all right, cool. The reversion on the spider might be a bit nicer to take as the NQs could be pretty clean here. So just to point them out right off the bat, it is attempting for prior all-time highs right there, 550.75 happened in the pre-market on June 20th, last Thursday, right there. Strong selling pretty much the whole day. So definitely showing, I guess, sellers showing their hand there in that 550 level. Coming into a Friday, we open up. So the first one I see is kind of the reversion of this pre-market trend, strong sell-off. That breaks out right off of the open there, reclaiming some of these pre-market consolidation lows, reclaiming some of that high right there. And then the second one is the reversion of the reversion itself. So it's like, all right, you attempt for all-time highs. So intraday high that day was 550. We get to 550.28. So the spider only gets about, 14, 15 pennies, 16 pennies above that prior high, and then flushes back down, consolidates, and then you get that breakdown of that consolidation with a lower high just underneath that 550. So I think that, again, this is all in retrospect, so it sounds nice, but again, the break of this short-term structure there, it had a great follow-through. So right off the bat, looking back at it, I think those were the 2 cleaner trades on the spider, and now we're just consolidating. Again, if you use that confluence with the NQ as well and some of the other constituents, definitely a decent places to get in. You can see that it did reject this pre-market consolidation low on the rebid that it had. Couldn't quite recover any serious portion of the move, and then continues to go further down. So definitely, sure, in retrospect we can talk about it, but it seems like the spider definitely had some good opportunities once that all-time intraday high failed just around 550.
Palantir recovering off the lows right now, up 1/3%, up 0.4 actually, really on the way up. Couple of things here. Chairman Peter Thiel commenting about AI and the company's focus on NBC News separately. Dan Ives was on Bloomberg, excuse me, and talked about, his ambitions for the company, and sees, basically that it's moving well to the high side here. Says dismiss the notion that Palantir is not at the forefront of cutting-edge technology and sales after we saw some weakness come into the stock this week. What's your look, guys, on Palantir?
Well, I think it got said right at the end of the morning show, or sort of right at the end of the midday show. At least I'm pretty sure Adair said it. And someone in the chat had mentioned, Sean probably would have had the 25 long. I didn't look at Palantir once today, but really, when you try to find key price levels, or when you're looking at a stock that you want to trade, there's certain things that are obviously going to stand out. Even dollar levels. I mean, 25 is such a big number. The quarter century. But you just go back to the day before. It even gave you at 2 o'clock. Like, I was off yesterday, and I actually don't know. You can tell me. Did you guys trade Palantir yesterday?
Honestly, I definitely did not.
Okay. Because
no.
And I'm only saying that because I promise you this. Like, I've known Sean a long time. If he was trading Palantir yesterday, he would have 25 long yesterday. And then whether or not you're looking at it today, the simple act of, I was trading this stock in an upward trend yesterday to see it bounce, breakout, bounce VWAP, bounce VWAP, bounce 25. If you were trading this yesterday, then that's the kind of long that you really should have. Now, it's easy to say that in hindsight, but it's just true. All of a sudden, you're trend up with the market catching a bid and holding 20,000. I don't really see much of a short here. It's a red to green story, like holding above 25.25 is holding green. This gets above VWAP. I'm looking trend into the high of the day. So thank you to everybody who pointed out Palantir. It's not there yet, but I mean, it's certainly looking pretty strong out here. If it can get above VWAP, As mentioned, that NASDAQ holding the 20,000 and trying to put in a higher low. If it can manage to take out the top, you look to be long, strong names and short, weak ones, at least until proven otherwise. This has bounced nicely and looks like you can put it into that other camp. Doesn't mean it has to work over VWAP, but if it consolidates over there, I'd be looking for that long on Palantir, not really seeing the short.
Yeah. No, you know what? I guess, again, a little jumbled there. I did trade Palantir yesterday. I kind of just I'm going to pull up my journal here. I pulled up my journal here and I was like, okay, yeah, no, I did take it. I attempted the reversion of, I think, well, which one was it? Okay, so this pullback here, again, very strong trend, didn't work. So I was like, all right, cool, whatever. Next trade stopped out on the break of the high, and it continued to consolidate above VWAP, holding and closing pretty strong. But you can see that today, a little bit of a chop, kind of faded back in, but hasn't really gotten anywhere, still orbiting around this VWAP. But yesterday was quite strong there. I don't know what that line is there for, it's messy. But yeah, so no real continuation on the day today for Palantir. Not really doing too much RVol either. But interestingly, look at this pullback that we get end of day, kind of confluencing with this pullback here, the high that was made, and you can see that 25 level obviously is holding once again, as it did going into I guess middle to end of day session trading there at the end of the day yesterday. So some of that support coming back in. It's interesting. A lot of these tickers, they're prior day supports, they're prior day resistances. If you're looking at some of those levels, sometimes, I mean, sure, you might want to back test that and put more nuance into that, but it seems like if there is strong action and a level does hold, you can see what I meant on Google and NVIDIA. We talked about those, and similar kind of thing happening here, where it's like at the end of the day, after a strong trend, we pull back, we can't even get to VWAP, 25 holds, and comes back in today with that market tailwind, and look at that, 25 area holds once again for a reversion to VWAP. So interesting price action nonetheless, but no real trades on it today.
Amazon down a fifth despite being upgraded by or maintained as an overweight rating by Wells Fargo and a price target of 239. This one reported to us earlier in the week that they were going to take on the likes of Temu and Shein by having that cheap sort of direct from China app like Temu and Shein, and getting around that $800 tariff that's in place in the United States. That's really how Temu and Shein are operating right now, guys. What's the look on Amazon?
Look, it never, just very quickly on Amazon, it never broke 200. I had one idea that I liked for Amazon. Early on, I thought maybe if it failed 200, we'd see like a 95 pop. It was that Josh Brown thing yesterday that I wasn't here for. Like Josh Brown apparently mentioning his Amazon position, and that popped it. So I would have thought if it failed 200, you'd get a 95 move. This seems like a failed move into 200 and an all-time high, and now trend back into the downside. I put this in the weak stocks for this afternoon. It doesn't seem to want to get to VWAP. Ideally, that 96 level, which was morning range support and then resistance, that'd be the spot that you short it. But I'm not really seeing a long here on Amazon. I think you look the other way. I was just, only because I don't think we're going to be able to get away from Cassava Sciences being the big mover today. I'm looking for a pullback in, like it's pushing VWAP right now. I'm looking for a place to curl into this. I think you might have missed your opportunity to catch the bottom with that big volume candle 9 break back to the upside. So whether it's VWAP here at the 12 level, I'm looking for a curl there. If it pops through and just destroys 12, there is this halt price here where it halted 1269, opened 1270 or 1269, and then flushed. That would be the other place I'd look for a short, maybe into this halt level 1335. So I'm kind of geared up. We had to pay for locates on Cassava Sciences here at Real Trading. There were 1/4 cent for locates, and that was while it was halted down. I think it was either this halt or that halt. I went and got locates, and they were super cheap. I don't even want to know what they might be right now. There's no way that that's the same price.
Yeah, definitely. I guess the demand of those definitely would have changed there. But Amazon, we talked about it this morning. That reversion off of 199 can't even get to 200 in the pre-market. Tries to attempt that 199.83 off of the was prior day's high, also all-time highs there. Off the action in the pre-market, right? And then we get that, what was it today? PCE number, and then off of that 830, we get a strong sell-off, not only on Amazon, along with a lot of other tickers as well. 99s on 99s can't even follow through there, comes right back in. So we're talking about a reversion here. We talked about the 196 yesterday. 195 held well today. 196 holds well on the strong flush, comes back in. 99s can't test, so definitely that selling is very dominant underneath that underneath the all-time highs. And then you get that strong trend. This is a very, very clean trend there, Neil. You can see that even on a higher time frame, it doesn't really have any sort of relief until you get to 193.70s. We were looking at 195s. Does it stop there? Absolutely not. I was like, yeah, sure, maybe they're stepping up. That was just speculation on my part, but yeah, they did not show up. No real bidding happening there, but it drops down to 93.90s, and then that's kind of we were talking about the legs, the strong leg that we had on Wednesday. And then the tops that we held prior day, yesterday on Thursday, some of those levels come in as a bit of support today going into the end of the week there. So strong action to the downside. Nice little pop reversion happening right off of the open there with a hold of 96. But I don't think there aren't any more trades for me on this one as of right now. But definitely gave good opportunities. I was looking at this while trading Nike this morning. Bit of I got to do better with the juggling, you know, trading multiple tickers at once. I'm like, I see that and I see that, but I'm in this.
Well,
got to get good.
Yeah, I find what works for that. Sorry guys, I just got Cassava Sciences in here, and I'll maybe finish that thought in a second. So Sava pulls into VWAP. It doesn't quite get there. So see this move, like it gets into like 1165. For the most part, 1150 is where the sellers really start to win and make this bit of a curl. So I jumped in, got some in the 30s. On the way back down, I kind of added in here at 20, in the low 20s. My price now 26s. And then there's a buyer that stepped up at 11 even, that just stacked a bid and refreshed it. So I took some out in front of 11. So I'm going to give it to the local high. If it breaks the local high, I got to wait for this like 1275 level or 1270 level. I'm going to give it to the local high. I have a bid down at 1050. I want to respect that halt price as well. So we just scalped a good 30 cents out of it and want to take more. And then we'll hold it. If it breaks 1050, I think I hold through a 10 break on Cassava Sciences. Bit of a turn happening in the market. Tesla just came back in. Yeah, look at that move. Like Tesla just made a bit of a turn. NVIDIA just made a turn. Intel, which is the only other position I was in, that was holding strength. Now right back underneath VWAP. I scalped it into this 3110. Now it's already pulling back into break even. The reason Intel long is simply when everything else was tanking, Intel just held the line at 3090. If it can do it again, I probably come back to that bid. But Cassava's going to do crazy volume, so we're going to have a look at that for sure. ScarJo Rabbit in the house, what up? Have you noticed KRE strength? ScarJo, I have not. I'm doing the aftermarket show, so I promise you, when we do the sector recap, I would have noticed it eventually. But KRE, yes. Yes, that is strong. I don't love the fact that it's doing the whole higher low into a flat bottom break setup, but good move here for KRE. Oh, that was, you guys didn't see that chart. There's your like lower highs into a potential flat bottom here at VWAP, 4880. But certainly in the midst of a nice little hold, it's kind of diddling in the middle if you look at it on the daily, and might run into this resistance here at 4940. I think maybe that on the daily is what's going to explain. You get the rejection of a level like that in the daily, and then you get some lower highs on weakness. Typically, like if it was above that 4940 level and doing this pullback, I'd be going long into it. But when you pull that daily chart up, no, it's failing underneath that level. It needs to break 4940 or maybe no continuation. So yeah, I'm not a great look. Clearly you found some relative strength, but it would need to break out that high, especially on a Friday. I don't like going long right into overhead resistance on something on a Friday.
Shorting into overhead resistance is my kind of game.
Yeah, especially late in the afternoon. If you have that short, I think it's a good one into VWAP, but it's a good catch. Certainly KRE is looking pretty strong as well. Pitchbull saying still holding a bullish trend on Tesla. Yeah, I was just noting that it made a move to the downside, that's all. But it's since it made the bottom, I got rid of this trend line like 3 times. I must not have hit save. So since you hit that bottom, I'd agree. You're still holding a pretty bullish trend there in Tesla. This is not one of the ones I said I was looking to go short on. I think I mentioned Amazon. Amazon for sure. I mean, Cassava, which we just got into. I was looking at NVIDIA and AMD, but haven't really gotten anything in those just yet. But yeah, I would tend to agree. You've got some higher lows in here on Tesla. I'm not sure it gets to VWAP. That could be a stretch today back at that $200 level. And if it got there, I'd be inclined to want to look short. But there might be some scalp trades to the long side here. I just don't love the fact that the NASDAQ seems to want to take out this 2,000 or 20,000 level again, which could be trouble.
Yeah, we keep talking about that 20,000 being a little bit of a magnet. This morning, very crazy strength, pulls right back in. Talk about a magnet, definitely magneting down off of those highs. 2280, sorry, not 2280, 20,280. Test comes in on that strength. We were talking about that. That was some crazy strength. And then, yeah, I was like, this is a little bit intense. So within the hour of the open, right? This happened by 10:15. We made these highs right here, right? So it's like by 10 o'clock, 10:15, we're kind of pulling back off of those highs, and a lot of reversions happening across the board off of that action there. You can see a similar kind of story happening there on ES. And yeah, Nike's still kind of coming back in, right? So you guys saw the trade this morning. I am very displeased with how I continued my trading afterwards during the midday session here. We can go down to the 1 minute and kind of talk about what went on here. I did have the initial idea to short. And then I got a little, again, you know, you get in your head. I got a little ego going on. I'm like, all right, we have a winner under the belt. Now I'm gonna try to be smart and revert the move. And I'm starting to see reserves at that 76, really kind of getting into my head, being like, okay, well, if this is holding, this could be good enough to take back to VWAP, right? So I'm like, all right, I'm buying all these prices. Maybe a little too early here. I did try the last short into that 76 breakdown, and then on the aggressive break up. Well, aggressive is a perspective, right? I guess subjective is what I mean. Subjective, but it kind of comes back in sideways chop, right? But something I failed to do was look at a higher time frame. So I just want to talk about this right here. So on the 3 minute. Or on the 1 minute, it looks like it's kind of basing out. It's kind of consolidating. It is going sideways, not being sold off as aggressively. But I always talk about leg consolidation, leg, right? Because I'm like, okay, consolidations more often than not tend to be a bit of continuation patterns there. So this is a 3 minute on here. But if I go over to the 15 minute here, Neil, the trend is like pretty intact. Even if I throw up a moving average on the 15 minute, the only time it really violates it with some strength is through this wick right here, but it slams right back in and then continues to push into lows. That 76 showing up once again. So it's very clear that 76 was definitely a level of interest, maybe a sort of pivot, maybe some a lot of volume, a lot of shares being churned in and around this. There was an iceberg order here on the bid, and look at that. The only real relief that we get from below 75s comes right into 76s, and then look at that aggressive selling that follows. So it's like, all right, cool. You're able to recognize some stuff on the tape. Maybe you know what it is, maybe you don't. But here's the thing, bigger picture. I kept on reiterating this in the morning session. I'm like, all right, who are the bigger players offside? If I'm looking for the reversion, I'm looking for the intraday shorts to be offside. But the fact of the matter is, if we're breaking multi-year lows, even we were talking about these are some of the COVID. We were getting into COVID bottom prices here. I'm like, all right, well, anybody and everybody who has been long over the past few years is underwater. So you have a strong churn, and then you get another leg down. So why am I even trying to revert this? So again, I had to talk with Neil about this. I had almost double the size attempting the long than I did for the short. But definitely got a little bit in my head with that one there. Stopped out underneath this low that was made. Could definitely be a little bit better with the risk. I was in the money multiple times as my average was just in and around 76.06s at times, 76.04s as I got more above and below this churn. And yeah, I was about 40 pennies in the money, and I was like, I was looking for a reversion to VWAP. But again, I lost sight of the bigger picture, being like, all right, well, no, this move is more directional to the downside. A lot of the bigger players, you can see even in the morning session, the tape was showing us that bids are getting hit with size below the bid. So it's like, all right, it's very clear what the tape and chart are telling you, but am I really listening, or am I just kind of, trying to push my bias onto the ticker, being like, all right, well, this is enough for this hold is enough. We're going to revert to VWAP.
But is it really a bias?
What do you mean?
Because no, I'm just sort of like the way I have regrets on Nike as well, but most of it is like, why was I shorted in the first place? I'm going to finish that thought in a second because I did get to Disney and Sava. But Cassava Sciences, we did get one scalp trade out there in front of 11, but it looks like it wants to take out that VWAP. So I'm going to gotta jump out of the trade. I don't want this pressing from 1160 into 1260 and then act like, yeah, I'm not holding that into that. I want to see if I can short it off of that level. So I still am favoring the short trade in Sava. But if it's not going to fail here, then I'll look for it to fail up here at 1260. Got the level 2 dedicated for it. And then for Disney, I don't know if we ever figured out what the heck happened to Disney, but suffice to say Disney got punked today. It broke out that 100, it broke down underneath $100, just continued to flush. We really couldn't find the news, but 1218, this was the bottom. It just tried to get back up to that bottom, failed a support, turning into resistance, short it, give it to the high. Simple structure. If it gets down to the bottom, we're going to scalp out into the low of the day. And if it breaks the low of the day, we're going to hold for a low of the day break, just a piece to see where Disney can go. Down 3%. Nobody found it. I mean, Adara just checked again and couldn't find what the heck was going on with Disney. So I'm just looking for a continuation to the downside. But as far as Nike goes, I gave back some. And it's like, well, why was I long one, two, three times? I don't know. And I can try to explain it. I wanted an SSR bounce. That's the answer to the question. Yeah. But the bigger answer is I don't know. I wanted an SSR bounce. That's it. Every single shorting opportunity, even like the shorts that lost. Like I started the day short Disney 79 and lost. And then was shorting it at a worse price by almost $1. And then again shorting it even lower at 77. And you could have just shorted every single pop in this. Like even as it's screaming to the upside. It doesn't do a real turn until it gets to 76, and you could just short it here like 75, 70 or something like that. We always talk about, and I'm gonna flip to distractions, because one of the great things in episode 4 of the podcast, by the way, check out the Freedom and Wealth podcast, episode 5 dropping this weekend, gonna be an absolute banger, like it always is. They already taped it. I think it's gonna be great. 4, they were mentioning in life getting past all the distractions out there, all the shiny things. Today, Nike was the right stock to trade. So the mistake wasn't trying to continue to trade Nike. The mistake was replacing horrible earnings, breakdown, no bottom, sell this crap with SSR bounce. Yeah. It's down more than 10%, so look for a short sell restriction bounce. That's the reason I was in it. I was looking for a trade setup that's a general setup over Nike is bad, continue to dump it for the rest of the day. So I know the mistake I made on Nike. It is what it is. Like I would rather lose, Sava's on the NASDAQ. When you lose in a trade, I want it to be, this stock is trending down, I like the short. If I lose on that short and never find my way back in, I can live with that because I wanted to play the trend back in. So I attempted to do what I thought made sense. On Disney here, hit enter twice. Attempt to do what makes sense. It's trending down, look for the short play on the stock. I think a lot of times we try to get cute when we're trading, and I'm guilty of it as well. And maybe we can find our way back into Nike. There could be a gift. It could pop into 76, and maybe we can short it there again. But I know the mistake I made. I think it was just being long at all. Once, maybe, twice, did I need to? And look, how much conviction did I have in any of these longs? Like basically all I did was go into the long for more size than the shorts, and then have a tight stop anyways. What's the point?
No, I definitely agree with that. I did not have a tight stop. So it's like, it can be multiple things, right? I'm like, all right, cool. The short, I can, you know what? I don't mind trying the long there. But yeah, no, we should definitely, retrospect, it doesn't make too much sense to get in on the long. But the risk can definitely be managed. I can be more nimble in terms of like churning it out. Okay, take some off when the pops kind of fail. Get more down at the 76s just underneath when you like it. The reserve kind of steps down to 80s there. Maybe take some more there for the pops and then churn a lot of it out on the failure of the pop. As soon as that strength kind of dissipates, those buyers, those aggressive buyers dissipate. Here, 76.40s it went up to. Buyers start to dissipate. Why am I really buying this up as the buyers dissipate, right? So it's like that kind of decision making I got to work on and reflect on there. Don't really have to give it to the day low when you see that pop, that aggressive pop, that SSR bounce that I'm looking for kind of dissipates and pulls back in, because you know that sometimes SSR bounces can take a while to start working, and I'm keeping that in mind, but I'm not really being as nimble as I can be on the trade and pretty much give back a good chunk of what I've done in the morning off of that, right? But Neil is definitely correct. Like, okay, sure, you get out, you made a mistake, but the thing is, you come back and you observe significant action right at that same level from before, 76, and it gives you another chance to get back into the short. So why am I not taking that short as well, right? That's still opportunity on the day, on the number one ticker that I pointed out in the morning to myself, even on my trade plan. So it's like sticking with the trade that's working and sticking in the direction that it's working in. Again, going back to the phrase, the trend is your friend. Till the end where it bends, there's no real bend here. It's just continuing to trend down, even as we push into the close.
You know what
with
the difference
only an hour and a half
between,
left.
So a good example of a trend breaking. So you saw that Nike chart?
Yes.
This is what it looks like when a trend breaks.
Yep.
Like if you want to catch a falling knife in a stock, this is what you should be doing.
Oh, yeah.
Not Nike. And I'm saying that as someone who went long Nike 3 times. Like, look at Carvana fails $130 yesterday. Again, by the way. Like, how many times is it going to fail $130? Fails it yesterday. So where are these bounces? 124, 124, 124. Any guesses where it bounces today? Anybody? Hands up. 124. That's what you do when you're, and I'm saying this is, like, I'm mad at myself right now. Why was I not looking at Carvana? Seriously. Like, that is ridiculous. 3 days in a row. You have a stock which has, it's like a 40% or whatever the heck the short float is. Look at this. Higher highs and the same bottom. Yep. 1, 2, 3 times. Look, anyone wants to, when a stock bounces, after a big move down, you know it can go far. That's the reason you want to trade, because percentage-wise, it can be fantastic. But this looks much better. I'm just asking myself, what do I want to do with this? My eyeballs are still on Cassava Sciences because it's still consolidating that same level, and I'm into that Disney short. But I don't wonder if there's not something here out in Carvana. You're clearly not going to get to, if you get to trade off the 124 again today, you don't want it, I don't think. Like, if it gets down there, I don't think you want the long again. If anything, probably like a flat bottom break. But this trend reversal, could it really take out 130 and squeeze this afternoon is what I'm asking myself. So late to the move, it's frustrating. But that's what you got to look for. Yeah. DJT was also a sell the news event. That was one heck of a fail job on DJT. I had some longs in there, and I didn't reverse this one either. Down 10%. Does it have a level coming in? Let me just double check this for DJT. It's actually breaking support as we speak. So 33 is the support level on DJT, and it's losing it right now. Ooh, I paid for locates. I want to see if it can hold this. I'm still eyeballs on Cassava Sciences because I feel like the chances of Sava doing nothing for the afternoon are pretty low. I'm going to have to jump right back into this trade. If I can get the quarters again, I might just jump back in and take these quarters on Sava. But not a bad look. If you like DJT, it losing this level could be just as good of a short opportunity.
Yeah, no, I like that Sava look as well. A ticker that I traded frequently when I was trading at home a few years ago. There.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, so I liked like the smaller mid caps, and I liked the euphoric moves that Sava would have every now and then. Again, being a biotech, I think biotechs being a little bit more interesting to trade. And I'd be like, okay, well, yeah, this news might be a little fugazi. Let's see how far it gets. And kind of trying to catch the backside, maybe swing shorting as well. Again, if you go back and look at Cassava Biosciences, every now and then when it did have some of those pops, the fade, the backside move on it was quite nice. We can talk about it right now. We can go up to a higher time frame. Let's go up to a weekly here, and let's take a look at what it's done in the past.
Oh, that's cold.
Before. So right here, you can see. Sure, 2021 was quite crazy there, but you can see that pops would come in. I think when I started trading around, I guess 2018, 2019-ish. Time, but yeah, you can see crazy moves. It would go again. This is it would go from like pennies on the dollar to all the way up to like 10, 15s, and then look at the backside move on these pops that would come in. So this is when I started to learn about liquidity traps. Learning about, I guess, a little more about swing shorting, maybe blowing up a couple accounts on the front side of the move as well. But you can see how beautiful of a backside it's had since 21-22, only selling off, and now even worse news, finally cracking some of this sideways consolidation we've been doing for the past couple of years there. You got to remember, this thing's been sub $10 before, and I was talking to Neil while it was halting down today. I was like, I would be surprised if it doesn't hit that $8 mark right there as it's halted down at the 15 level, opens up, comes in, and I know Neil's been taking shots at this. Makes a low of 880, so it does get sub 10, but now we're kind of chopping sideways. But yeah, shady stuff being done by some of the people on their board. I am not surprised, to say the least. For Cassava Sciences there. But again, what's the market cap on this thing? Let's do a quick look right there. So 500 mil market cap, and the float is
a lot lower than it was
45.
before. That's what it is.
Oh yeah, 45 million float on this one. So yeah, it not necessarily can be cornered too easily, but there was a time where it definitely could have been cornered a little bit easier than it can now. But selling off on some strong catalyst news, negative news, some shady stuff going on there with Cassava Biosciences. And yeah, I was looking at Carvana, the one you were talking about. Definitely agree on that one. Again, distinct bid being held throughout a majority of the week there. We've already talked about a couple tickers, even on the Mag 7, that are exhibiting this kind of behavior here, where the bid is held throughout the week, and you have extensive moves in and around some of these levels as well, coming in quite hot, bouncing off that 124. So I don't really have too much else on watch going into the end of the day. Again, like I said, I only had one major idea for today, and that was Nike. And sure, I had a couple other names in play as well, and some of them I haven't really looked at, so we can take a quick run through them. We know that Chewy was moving yesterday. So again, on the Roaring Kitty tweet, you can see that again. I was like, okay, well, maybe we look for a potential squeeze, or we look for a follow through of this move that we had. So a strong push up, and I think this ticker is like what, around 14-15% short interest here. Let's take a quick look at that one. So Chewy is almost 15% short float on Chewy. So you have this euphoric action, pulls right back in, continuation off of the open, breaking some of yesterday's lows as well. What's going on, Adara?
Keep an eye on PDD here, seeing this circulated on the social media here, that apparently Amazon's bargain store, we heard it talking about in China, as reported by a couple different media outlets, this bargain store would be using the same trade loophole as Temu and Shein. So basically, not only is Amazon coming to the space, some of these Chinese ADRs going to be using the same kind of loopholes to do it. So keep an eye on PDD and some of these other ADRs here, guys.
Thank you very much there, Adara. And thank you, Ahmed, in the chat, saying they're done for the day. Well, I hope you had a good day. I'll like that one right in there. I'm done, but Rivian looking short. Get to that one in a second. I kind of feel like Rivian's basing out. I looked at that chart a second ago, and it was kind of just barcoding off the low. Marshall, we'll get to Disney in a second. It is trying to break that consolidation. You can see the consolidation chop if you're watching a Disney chart. If it breaks that consolidation high, I get out of it easy. And Elon, well, I'll go over this one more time. We talked a lot about Nike. Unless it does something, we'll probably stop talking about it. What prompted you to take Nike when it fell below yada, 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 that recent low of 80.70? When we sat down today, it was like, I'm looking for Nike short, because Nike has no support until $60 on the daily chart, and we opened the day by Why can't I zoom in? That was a bit weird. Open the day with a move up, and my first inkling was to short that pop, short that one, short consolidation, short that. For some reason, not short this move at 76.5. And when it made this bottom, like this double bottom at an even dollar, I simply wanted an SSR bounce, short sell restriction. Stock down 10%, catches a bid, look for a higher low long into VWAP. It's just a setup that has worked for me in the past. And instead of playing the trend, I stopped playing the trend and went for that setup. That's the answer. It's not a great answer because obviously it was the wrong thing to have done. So I can acknowledge that. It is what it is. And as I said before, I would rather look for shorts like this that don't hold than, kind of go in there on Nike and try to fight it in there. When these do work, when you short like a consolidation on a trend down, like when it doesn't work, you take a small hit. When it does work, all you got to do is just ring it in for the rest of the day like you were doing in the morning. There is nothing better than an all-day trend as a trader. Nothing. Yep. It's exactly what you're looking for, where you can just short every single pop from open to close, and you're in position short the entire time, and you're looking for places to add. To the point where, like imagine for a second that I was in Disney all the way. Maybe if I'm already in this trade and then adding here, I might be able to give it a little bit more room and not care as much that it's making that higher low. I think it kind of looks a little bit bullish off this bottom. So I'm going to get out when it takes out the 99. But if you're just shorting it the whole way, it's a lot easier to hang on because you've been following that trend the entire time. So that's what you got to do. I see Kevin saying this NNE, the stock that says knee. I don't know what this thing. You know that one.
Oh, of course.
Okay, see this. I never know whether
Monty
you get
Python and the Holy Grail.
Okay.
Absolute classic.
Okay, now we're good because most of the time I never.
Tis but a scratch.
Oh yeah.
Tis but a scratch.
The Black Knight, you can't mess with the Black Knight. You take off two arms and two legs, and that dude is still talking trash all day, every day, because it's a flesh wound, merely a flesh wound. My favorite scene is actually when they get to the French castle. And the French just start lobbing crap at them, insults.
Yeah.
That's my spot right there.
And what's was it the holy hand grenade with the
holy hand grenade of Antioch?
Yeah. With the bunny, the carnivorous bunny. Yes, classic. I like that one, but. Yeah, no. Monty Python is definitely has some good movies for sure. Yeah.
There was a reason I said knee. Oh, because of that NNE stock. That's why.
Who are you so wise in the ways of science?
She's a witch. That's actually a great scene, though. The logical,
I love that, yeah.
One of the best parts about that scene. If you've never seen it, apologies to everybody. Go watch Monty Python: Quest for the Holy Grail. There's a scene where they're trying to figure out if they should burn this woman that they say is a witch, and the dude goes on this ridiculous logic rant, which is completely absurd. Like, well, what else floats? Wood floats. What else floats? A duck. Okay, so if she weighs more than a duck, then she's a witch. And it's like, it's utter not, if she weighs the same as a duck, she's a witch. But the problem with that is, people do this all the time. I see people do that in trading.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you can take the weirdest logical leap. Like, you heard me just talk about getting into longs in Nike. It's like, you can convince yourself of anything as a trader. And like that, yeah, why not?
You see it
Wood
happen.
floats, witch floats. Yeah. Duck also floats. She weighs the same as a duck, then she's a witch. Burner. That's literally the logic they follow. I love that show. I'm watching that this weekend because I don't get to go to the baseball game on Sunday because of my leg. So when my wife and daughter and my neighbors are going in my stead, I'm going to be sitting at home sad by myself. It ain't. It's more than a damn scratch, unfortunately. Although I do have these. I couldn't find anything proper. Someone had chopsticks on the floor. So I'm literally using just like unopened chopsticks to scratch when I actually get an itch on this stupid cast. I know you can buy things for it, but I'm cheap, so I wanted something that was already on the floor.
Convenience.
Yeah,
it's right
can't
there.
beat the convenience.
Yes.
Utilitarian, yeah, something like that.
Nike coming in for the lows again. So I guess it's starting to pique my interest here. If we're gonna kind of push, let's see what we do. Let's see what we do going into Power Hour here with only about 11 minutes left to go. It's 2:49 as of right now, and we are trading below the 75 level here. Day low coming in at 74.76s. So yeah, best prices to short maybe on these pops, but we talk about that 76 being a little bit significant. We've only been making lower highs building into the day low for that, so kind of missed some of the entries potentially here. But let's see what it does with this day low here. Maybe if we get some pops as well, maybe. Time to continue the trend, or maybe not. We could just get that reversion going into the end of the day, where sellers who have been kind of winning throughout the day have to kind of cover their positions or choose to cover their positions. But again, that might just be me making assumptions that are unnecessary. I can just be getting with the trend and then let the chart tell me that the trade is finished. What's going on with Rivian?
I mean, if you're talking about trends and continuation, we had the super chat about Rivian. Apologies for, I think I mentioned that we didn't actually show the chart because we started talking about Monty Python, all that good stuff. We get distracted so easily. 1340, yesterday's bottom. Consolidation off yesterday's bottom, down 8%. Selling off since it had the big shot to the upside on the Volkswagen news, not Volvo, Volkswagen news. So what I see here is a potential flat bottom break. It is, I mean, obviously it's already dumped a little bit and you're always careful shorting these bottoms, but it just took out the low at 1330. Even if it breaks back up, there's a 1350 available for you. Just looking for opportunities out here. Nike might be a short the pop situation as well, if it can even do so. I'm very skeptical whether Nike is going to even give you a move to the upside to fade. And I keep coming back to Carvana. Like Carvana it's so strong off of that bottom. And it's only down 2%, but it's right at VWAP. It's still got that massive short float. I'm not convinced. It probably needs to break this out in some fashion, but I'd be inclined to look for a long in Carvana instead. So I'm looking for something I can join to the short side. If we lose 20,000 here and I can't work my way back into a short, then I'm going to hate myself for it. It doesn't make any sense, right? Like the market is trending down. We already got out of the best short that we could have had, which was Nike, and that was an obvious mistake. And as I said, you might not get another opportunity to short a pop in Nike. So if it doesn't break a fresh low, what are you going to do with the stock? Nothing. Rivian's at least giving you that opportunity where it's breaking underneath this bottom. Like if it takes out these quarters, why not take a quarter short, 24 short into a 30? That's 5 or 6 cents worth of risk. If it goes to $13, you've risked 5 cents. There's a lot of gap for this to still be able to fill if it wants to give it all up. That's $12.50 to fill in the rest of that gap. That's a reasonable place to join. I like the risk to reward. I'd rather lose small to join the trend and try to win big if that's what we're going to try and do. But that Carvana looks pretty juicy still.
Yeah, here comes the lows on Nike. Really getting some stomping in these Air Force Ones here. I need 2 pairs for these Air Force Ones. Maybe you remember that song, Nelly? Yeah, of course.
I remember Air Force Ones and Nelly.
Yeah.
I'm the one of us that was alive when that song came out, Obi.
Yeah. So here it comes in, stomping into those day lows right there. Only about 10 pennies away. Let's see if we can get some significant action off of this. Again, I'm going to be patient. Don't really have too much on the board. Again, something else to mention today is that Russell rebalance day as well. So going to be watching out for some of those closing trades. Here's 300 lots on the bid, 74.80s on an Edge X. So yeah, definitely something is showing up here. Whoa, look at that stack on the ask right there. That stack kind of did they all get filled? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, interesting stuff. So yeah, interesting price action. We were just talking about this, so interesting stuff happening here, pushing into that day low as size shows up on the bid, and then multiples of size showing up on the ask and potentially getting taken out as well. So interesting stuff, maybe not ready yet, but I will be waiting for it to pop lock it, and then let's see if it can drop it afterwards a little bit more, as it's been doing that all day long underneath VWAP in a very, very strong trend. Again, not really going to play the breakdown right away. I'm not really too much of a intraday or end of day breakout or breakdown type of execution person, but you
got to start somewhere.
Yeah, I guess, but definitely can taking these pops and shorting into that strength that's failing, and then maybe even I guess on the flip side, if something is trending up, I like to look for the pullbacks to buy into that I guess weakness, if you want to call it, to take the trend.
So what
there.
you're saying is
Yes.
worst entry ever.
I mean that's not too bad.
No, I kid. Like you have to trade like whatever
know.
you see. Like I'm just intrigued by Carvana's triple bottom the last 3 days. Like look at this stock the last 3 days. If something is going to squeeze this afternoon, like why not this? Trying to break out this top. But I get it. Like it's either you like breaks or you don't. And late in the day, it would be easy. Like if you like a mean reversion trade, I would totally defend being short this thing, right? Like the way I see it, I just want to take shots at this long, and then all I need is like one of them to work. Just one. Like if I can find my way into like a 30, 40, 50 cent stop level, like let's take a breakout trade with a tight stop. And if it doesn't work, let's look for a dip buy that makes a lot of sense. And then you get one trade on Carvana and it's going to go $2 or $3. And you're scalping 70 cents and $1.50 and all that good stuff, and maybe hold it for like a $2 move. I want that to happen. So I'm going to be on this stock for some kind of a long, and maybe that break was not the right idea. But that is one ridiculous bounce off the bottom. And look what happened yesterday. It did something similar, right? Like there's your bottom, pull back, goes into VWAP, consolidates a bit, and then breaks it out. I'm just looking for that to happen. And it continued for the rest of the session until it got to the high. So it's not impossible we could do that again. So I think in the afternoon, it doesn't matter what style of trade you do. I just want to be in things where I'm not going to give back a lot if I take a hit. But if it starts to go, you can really get yourself a nice winner. So if you guys see things that are moving, let me know. Obviously, I joked about Nike not breaking the lows.
Broke the lows.
Now it broke the lows.
Yep. Yeah.
So, I mean, let me just look at Rivian for a second, because Rivian is a similar setup, maybe not as weak. Rivian's bouncing, so that's no good. Nike, it is a short the pop situation on Nike. Every single time this makes any kind of a consolidation after a pop, it's worth shorting. Every single time, not sometimes, every time. And now you're just getting continuation to the downside. There are no bottoms on this chart. You guys can pull it back as far as you want. Trust me when I tell you got to go to the 2020 low and it's $60. So there's nothing out here except thin air.
There was a bit of a gap, I guess a gap fill, if you want to call it, there into, what was it, 74s, I think. Excuse me. And yeah, 74s are trading as of right now. Let me just pull it up so we can kind of see that level right there. So it's like, okay, cool. You know what? I think it might be a little bit better on the hourly as well. But yeah, okay. So if you look it on the weekly, yeah, for sure there is no level until 60. But then you go down to maybe, you know what? Maybe a 3 hour will show us a little bit better there. Let's see if we can capture some of that action in right here. So boom. Right here, we broke that 76. That's a 76 and change, 76.30s, right? Again, now I'm looking at this retrospect. The pops that happened when I was trying to get long couldn't even get past 76.40. So that's something to consider. I'm like, oh, well, didn't I point this level out before? 76.30s, is that kind of base before or post-COVID lows right here at that $60 mark? And those pops could not get past 74, 30s, and 40s. So I'm like, all right, well, that's even more reason to get out of the long and maybe re-engage the short here. But look at this little bit of a gap. 72.60s is what I mean. 72.60s, some of these highs here at 73, 74s right there. So we're pretty much coming into that area right here, 75. Just printing below 75 on the breakdown. 75, 74, 70, 75s. Were the day lows, and we did break them. We're reclaiming 75 as of right now. Again, taking a look at the 15-minute chart, this thing has been in a beautiful trend all day. So do we look for the bid? Do we look for the short? I have no idea, but no real kind of trades happening on this one. What's going on?
Let me try something. Just look in the midday. You guys were probably watching the midday, and you heard me say in the chat that Ramin gave me 3 new buttons, which allowed me to control some cameras on my stream deck, and then told me not to press them. So I'm just going to start pressing them because Fabian can correct anything I do here. So, nope.
Okay.
What's this one do? Nope.
That's the chair.
What?
My chart again.
Hold on a sec. First of all, that doesn't even make any sense. Like, my key goes to... I thought I had a key that could put me on camera anytime I wanted. So like Obi could be talking, and I thought I got a key that would allow me to just, no matter what's happening, it then comes to my shot or comes to my screen. But Ramin lied to me, and that's not what I have. That's not even fair. I think she was messing with me. She knew, Ramin knew that, I guarantee you she knew that wasn't gonna do what I wanted it to. So unfortunately that key doesn't work, but that's all right. I'm slightly disappointed right now. And I'll try to hide my disappointment for everybody else's sake. Someone just mentioned MLGO to me, and I saw it in the chat. I'm like, it's not moving.
Been running.
Nike is making a pop. I know it doesn't look like much, but
Back into 75.
who cares?
Yeah.
Like, come on, man. Back into 75, it's worth a shot. Like, give me some mid 90s. We'll try to grab it. I do have to. I'm only in one thing left, which is Intel. You know, if we flat bottom break this, I can't think of a good reason why I wouldn't short Intel. I'm not reloading 95s. That's the first part. I should have reloaded 95s here. I didn't. I don't know if I should reload it again. But if we lose 89, I'm shorting 88 on Intel. Like, give me a break. If it flat bottom breaks, and we have a key for it and everything. Like, that key works. Now, that key does exactly what I expect it to. So if we lose 89, I'm shorting 88. For now, I have Intel at 95. I'm just going to jump out if it loses this level here. I probably should just punch out of it as we speak. What are we even waiting for? I shouldn't be in that one anymore. I think the opportunity to get out was when it bounced here. I should have just taken VWAP, and it shouldn't matter that if you're only holding the last 5%. That shouldn't matter how you act with the position. You should do make the optimal decision regardless of share size. If I was flat, what would I do? If it bounced here and I was in a position anywhere, it's like, well, you should take it out when it fails here. You should take it out in there. Don't hold it just because you don't care about how much you have left. That's a crappy way to make decisions, because you know what? You don't learn anything that way, because then you're making a decision without thought. So shorting back into 75 on Nike, because that's what it's doing. Where does it go from here? Hopefully down to fresh lows like it's been doing the rest of the day. Or not the rest of the day, but like it's been doing all day. That's the ideal for Nike. If it breaks 75, fine. We can have a nice little even dollar out. The trend is your friend. I don't know where the bid is going to be on the long term for this thing. My approach to when this happens on a stock, it could be any stock, on earnings or, I don't know, like bad news, like Sava's news, for example, or a short seller report. Like, there's a million reasons why a stock can go down, just adjusting some orders there. But when it does this, the first thing I'm considering is let it make a bottom first. So clearly that has not happened today. On Monday, maybe it holds 74. If it does that for 2 days in a row, where either holds the same low or holds a low and then a higher low, then I might start looking for some longs. Not what we did today. It's a short till it's not. That's my attitude with Nike. Like, we just got into this. It's like, you saw me get into Disney. Yeah. You get short 95s into 75. It's at 80 instantly. Like, come on, like, seriously. We talk about this all the time. I will fight trend like anybody else will when you see a key price level. Everybody does it. You'll short tops because it's a good level and you like it. But when you get a good looking trend, sometimes just joining it is the way to go. You know, like, oh, I want to show you, like, you know, like, what are we doing? Like, why am I doing that? Why am I doing that? What you should be doing is, instead of trying to take this, ooh, look, it's breaking, let's go long here, don't do that. If you would go long, well, where would your stop be if you were going to go long? Oh, I'd stop it out here, go short there, and give it to that. Oh, if I go long here, I'd stop it out there, go short there, and give it to that. Both those trades, if you simply reverse it, those are gangbuster shorts.
Yes.
So you've got to think about it. Like, you have the levels right, and if you have, sometimes you get that inclination to fight the trend. You might have the levels right. Just look at that execution you take for the long, and maybe think about that reversal. Like, what does it look like if you reversed it? And if it's that good, then just short everything. So that's what it is for this. GameStop apparently is dumping as well. DJT, remember DJT through that low? I keep typing like NASDAQ on New York stocks and New York on NASDAQ stocks. Oh, you know it's a Friday when I can't remember like what market everything is on. DJT, when it broke that 33 level, trend down, lower high, now trying to put in another pop. I don't know, if you got locates on DJT, might be worth shorting pops in this name too.
Yeah, no, I like that the reverse it kind of mentality. So I'm always asking myself, is it worth it? Let me work it. Put my thing down, flip it, and reverse it. That's the mindset there that Neil is talking about for that there. I definitely looking back at it, I should definitely have flipped it and reversed it there through the 76s, and then that 75 coming in pretty clutch as it pulls back into lower day there, Neil, for a push into fresh lower days. What's going on, Adara?
No, sorry.
Sorry?
Oh, we weren't supposed to throw to Adara.
All right.
I like
Come on, Fabian.
It's all very confusing.
All right. Anyway, so I got a little short on Disney there. Disney popping back up, and it's been making kind of some lower highs and lower lows as well. It did kind of attempt to break some trend there, but look at this prior kind of push up. It started to reject a little bit of that as well.
Ask.
Looking left here. Let's take a quick look left on a higher time frame. Maybe not a week. Let's go down to the daily here and take a look at some of these levels from before. So we did kind of come in to this gap that we had off of, when is this? This is February of this year, bit of a gap up on Disney, but some of these highs being right around that 99 level. So we attempted to push off of it, can't really make it too far, and now we're retracing back down. Now again, we talked about what is the news on this thing, and we can't really find anything too distinct. I think there might have been some stuff going around.
There's a theory.
There's a
Brennan
theory.
mentioned this. There's some people mentioning that Nike pointing to China weakness could bleed into Disney and a few other names that I guess could be affected by that. I don't.
Weird. Okay.
The other way to play it, and I think, I'm on Snowflake's chart. The other way to think about it could also be for Disney. Let's look at the trend since the earnings. Sometimes it can just be. It doesn't matter the catalyst. If it could be it could be the smallest thing, but since earnings. Lower high consolidation breakdown, lower high consolidation breakdown. And look what happens the day that it breaks the consolidation. It's just a hammer. And then breaks the consolidation, it's a hammer. It's each one of these days. And so all that happened, there's your next lower high, tries to break the trend, and it loses support, and then it just dumps. Look at the sideways action on it. It's it tries to go up, holds the same low. What happens when you break a flat bottom break like that? It just gets nasty. Sometimes a technical break is just a technical break, and the sellers, they just win. It can be that simple, obviously. Varsha saying NFL file lawsuits for Disney? Maybe. I don't know.
I still couldn't find.
Oh, there's a halt here. DLA. What is it? What the heck is this thing?
What's going on?
No, I just saw someone mention there's a halt, and it's at $1, which is usually interesting for me, but the book is kind of, suffice to say this looks like it's going to be really, really thin, but we'll see. So this DLA, which is over on the former Amex, is halted to the upside. I haven't seen any news. Done 1.7 million shares, which is kind of, for a dollar stock or penny stock, it's really not all that good. So I don't know what the spread's going to be like. When you pop it on the daily chart, certainly interesting enough if it can break $1. But I'm not sure what the liquidity is going to be like on this DLA. Delta Apparel. That sounds cool.
Sounds familiar almost.
I'll tell you this right now. On first glance, Delta Apparel sounds like the kind of company you wouldn't want to short going into July 4th. I'm just going to throw that one out there. I have no idea what they do, but it doesn't sound like something you'd want to be going short. You can think about that what you want. 6 million share float, only 1% short float, so it's about the size of the float here. It's done 1.7 million, so it's got this move. I don't know if there's news on it. I'll double check. I'll throw it to you, Obi, and I'll double check to see if it's got any news on it for DLA.
Yeah, I'm just continuing to watch Nike and Disney. Don't really have too much else on the board here. Let us know, what are you guys looking at going into the close? Are you guys looking at anything for the Russell imbalance happening today, or Russell rebalance happening today? Futures and NQ, I guess ES and NQ kind of pushing for fresh lows there. ES for sure, NQ on its way there. Wick low just above that 980 happening right now. We talk about that 20,000 being a little bit of a magnet. Definitely, it is magnetized pretty much all week. there. 99's holding as of right now. We look left a little bit there. So there was a little bit of a low here initially intraday. And then if you look back, a little bit more as well, this low right here, right there, just 99.30s, right? So just kind of a bit of confluence there happening. Let's see if we can break a little bit lower. The trend is very strong going into the end of the day. Again, can't really figure out what the news is, but I guess there's some speculation around what it is. But the price action seems a little bit distinct there. That it's selling off, and I'm just using technicals, I guess, to kind of as a guide there. So people talking about GME, Dell, Success, Carvana into the close, Mara.
Dell.
Let's take a quick look at those, Neil.
Dell's trying to get back to the upside, but it feels like this looks just like the Disney chart. Is it not? I mean, it's not the same thing, but okay, so dumps through a previous low, then tries to make a high at the previous low into 138. Usually when I see this, it's like you short it, you short it, you short it until it breaks the 138 level. That's what I see for Dell. I have nothing against Dell. I think the problem with wanting to be short this, if I see a pattern like this on a daily chart, since it got pulled back in, it's higher lows and hugging the 50-period moving average. I have a hard time when a stock does this. It just feels to me like there's probably something weaker that you can short. This is just hugging the 50-period. Like, where's the explosive move down likely on a Friday? You can probably scalp it. I'm just not seeing it when you have this kind of action on a daily chart. Other things might be more interesting. Pablo saying WBA.
Yeah, earnings day 2. Is that a daily?
No, yeah, it's the daily.
Okay.
But yeah, oh goodness, yeah, this was nasty. I don't know if this is. Remember, we kept talking about when a stock does a big move to the downside, don't try to make a bottom. Allow it to make a bottom, then go long. Walgreens was that already. There's your low after getting dumped on earnings. It bounces, there's your SSR bounce. It then holds that low and breaks out at the open. Instead of trying to catch a long on Nike, you could have been long here. And then when it came and retested 12, you could have just been long there again. Don't catch a falling knife. Let the stock make its own bottom, give you some kind of confirmation, and then just go long. So 12 long looks pretty solid here. I would rather be 1201 long or 1202 long on Walgreens and lose than be long on Nike. And look, obviously you go long off the bottom here, and if it wins, but just be with the trend. Worry about Nike long next week. So if we can get something else in here as a 75, we're going to reload that. Some people asking about, Varsha is asking about CRM, and Paul's saying Pan W is dumping. We just lost 20,000 on the futures. A lot of things are probably dumping right now. And I got to go over, I know I'm going to short this Intel if it breaks 88. So I said if we lost 20,000 on the NASDAQ, this is a flat bottom break. It's one of the only strong stocks I see which can give you a breakdown, and if it continues, I mean, Intel is a pretty cheap stock. It breaks 88, you're short 86 or 87, and your stop could be like 90 or 95, and the low down here is like 55, 60. I like that risk to reward. So if we continue this flush, I'm going to get my stop order in. 88 breaks, I'm short Intel easy.
Yeah, that Intel is looking like it's cracking down as well. Other tickers looking kind of similar here, Neil. I'm looking at ARM as well. I did pull up, as soon as you said Intel, I pulled up my, I guess, AI chip basket there, looking at some of these names. And I think it was Sebastian in the chat, asking us both, would you hold Success over the weekend? I don't really, I guess, swing the ETFs like that. This is a semiconductor bear, 3 times leveraged ETF here. Nice little move intraday though. I don't know. Again, I don't know whether you're long or short, but I'm not gonna really speak on holding over the weekend. But intraday definitely gives us that opportunity. Again, if you don't want to get long and short off of these, you can play an inverse ETF like Success and get long for that reversion move as well. So lots of choices, lots of opportunities in this market nonetheless. But something I do want to point out, as Neil is talking about Intel, is ARM. ARM is pushing for day lows as well. It attempted that 170.88, recently making all-time highs as well, right? So what was that, 179.29? We've been printing a little bit sideways, and as of today, can't really get past that 170 on a Friday. printing days or attempting to print day lows here, only about a few pennies away. 163.15 is what we're trading at. 162.34 is the low there. So maybe not. That's quite a few pennies there, almost a point, but definitely near the low of day there on ARM. You can see that prior days we talk about a similar thing going on. The bid holding here at that 62, and then the prior day as well, Thursday. Look at that wiki action. Can't really break down below that 62. Gets that strong push into the close. Attempts to go a little bit further today. Comes right back through. So ARM, not really one that I look at too often, I guess, in terms of taking a trade, but I do have it up on my basket of tech/AI names that may or may not be hot with the AI hype that we've been having, I guess, over the past year, right? Yeah, other names I've got going on here. I know people were talking about AMD as well. AMD, not really at day low, but consolidation lows here at that 161.5, so 161. So pushing for the lows as well, with only about 45 minutes left to go. I guess another one that you might be interested in if you do like to take the ETFs, looking a little bit opposite to the success for obvious reasons. The Semiconductor ETF by Van Eck, SMH, pushing for not really day lows, but again, strong trend to the downside towards day lows, trading in the lower quartile of today's price action here at 260.66. Again, if you look at the futures, kind of a very similar move there, but futures a lot more closer to their lows. NQ right there. ES actually making fresh lows. And are you still in that Nike short?
We should have reloaded this.
Yeah, because all I see is waves of dark red coming in. And I look over, I'm like, oh, 74.40s. Again, 74.75 was this prior day's low here. We're still chopping and churning just within that area here on Nike. So it's been a slow bleed off of this morning action. Well, the morning was quite aggressive sideways, and then a slow bleed after.
You know how I knew it was a short? Because obviously I wear shoes, like work kind of shoes when you're working in an office. But with when I'm crutching around, I gotta wear something which is a little bit more like athletic and be on that one leg a lot. I got my Allbirds on. I didn't even put on my runners. And you know what? My runners aren't even Nike anymore. Not gonna lie, New Balance. And I'm not gonna pull up Allbirds because I know how bad that sock is gonna look. But I love them. They're fantastic. They're great and comfortable shoes. But Nike should have been a reload.
Yeah, that's
like it did it again. There is a single on a 3-minute. There's a single green candle, and then that's your short. Single green candle on the 3-minute, go short. That now would have worked twice, and it made a fresh low. This is what we talk about. Like the trend is your friend. So if it bounces 74.5, I might jump out of it. Every $0.50 I think is something going into the close. The NASDAQ's losing this $20,000 level, so 20,000 level. I don't know why I say that for the futures. The NASDAQ is trying to lose, I should say, that 20,000 level. Whoa, we're not done yet. Like, it just keeps wicking back and forth, that 20,000. So futures could hold on here. And if they do, you got to find what is strong. I bet you NVIDIA is probably, with that hold, if 20,000 holds, NVIDIA is probably going to make a move to the upside. Where are you, NVIDIA? Nah, not really. That's kind of lame. It's trying to go off 124, but that's not a very big move on NVIDIA at all. But you can see this 20,000 battle. If it resolves to the upside, I think this looks like it could be something. We had talked about Tesla maybe not looking all that bullish. And there's really nothing that looks great for a long off this 20,000, Obi.
Yeah, that 20, again, I'm watching it. 20,000 definitely could easily bounce there. Something I do want to note here is, does Nike have any effect on cotton futures? Because I got a couple alerts for cotton futures in the morning, kind of cracking with some aggression down on the day. Now I don't really trade these. I'm pretty sure we do have access.
I could make a great joke
on cotton futures there. Cotton futures selling off quite aggressively in the middle of the day. Look at that noon strong quadroon.
We don't have the futures.
We don't have the futures? I think we have access to them, but it's just.
I don't know. We have a lot of futures contracts that we can trade here at Real Trading. I know we can trade oil and gold, and we can trade natural gas, and obviously like the equity futures. But I don't think we can trade cotton futures. And I don't know. I actually don't even know if there's an ETF that we could trade either. I've never looked at it, to be honest with you.
I'm just curious because again, Nike being a major clothing company, would that have any sort of effect on those? I'm not familiar. Just a question I'm curious about. But yeah, I think Sean James is asking Tesla bounce. I haven't looked at Tesla since this morning.
I used to run against a guy named Sean James, one of the fastest. Like when I was in high school, I wasn't like that fast, but if you run track, like you knew the guy. If you're a track athlete and you're a sprinter, like I would know the people in my age range in the province that could beat me, like by name. And there was a dude, and he was like a grown ass man when he was 16 years old. And that dude was an absolute beast. I remember playing, and I went to the same junior high as this guy, and like he was a stud. Like he went full scholarship down south somewhere, I forget. 100-meter champion in the province, like all that kind of stuff. But I remember in junior high we played tackle football against this dude. And he was in grade 8 and I was in grade 7. Or maybe, yeah, he was in grade 8, I was in grade 7. And I was the only person that could kind of run with him. And I had the angle when he was trying to run the touchdown, and I had the angle on him. So I caught the guy. I literally jumped on his back and couldn't bring him down. Like this dude, it was ridiculous. So all I remember for Sean James is like the trauma of just getting my butt kicked. And then when I had to race against the guy in high school, it was just not even fair. I'm like, why does he look like Ben Johnson on steroids when he's 17 years old? That's all. And the guy was the nicest guy you'd ever meet too. So Nike just came back into 75. So you know what's up with that. Levi down, cotton down. I actually like that one. Yeah. Oh, 75 just went.
Yep.
So we put a reload in.
Bid.
It is. That was an aggressive bid. So I had just
distinctly different.
I had just offered 98s. Did I get 98s? Yeah, I just offered 98 and was out instantly on a break. And that is a little different. That was a violent move, but I don't mind it. You got to short those pops. That's a strong stock. It's a weak stock. You go for the short to pop, but back through 75, that was one heck of a bid in there. So we did get the reload, and it just took it out. I don't mind taking another opportunity for this, but I'd like to see it calm down. That is the strongest candle that it's had literally all day.
Yep.
Well, outside of the open. You had the open.
Strongest candle to the upside.
That's to the upside. Well, outside of the open.
Yeah.
Like at 9:30, it had this candle, which ended up being the best possible opportunity to short. Didn't hold on to that one. Thankfully, just think about how bad that is. Like I got out of this short to then short it. That's at $79. To then short it back again at $78.25. Imagine what the day is like if I don't get stopped out here, or I'm fast enough to get in here. I just wasn't fast enough to get that trade. Is what it is, but Nike's still a bit of a dog. Yeah, we'll talk about, that was not Rick James. Netflix, I don't want to jump from stock to stock at this point. Like my eyeballs are on Nike, Nvidia, still that Intel breakdown. I don't want to get too far out of the pocket here. The volume's really good on Nike. That might have been a breakout long, but I don't want to go against the grain. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, it's finally coming back up to
that might have been it.
Some of these prior levels here. Yeah, the tape is, I guess, again, distinctly different on that bid. But then again, I wasn't necessarily at my desk for this retest of 78, so I didn't really see the bid happen here either. And this does seem like it made a bit of an aggressive pivot off of these 74.80 lows. So can't really make too much of a judgment in terms of relative difference or relative change in this bid that's happening, because I didn't really observe the other strong bid that happened. Again, not as fast. That happened from 74.80s all the way to 76s there. So a little patient on this one, but yeah, it seems like it just comes right back through that day low. And NQ still trading, I guess now trading underneath 20,000 there, and I'm looking for this trend to come back in. We talked about maybe looking at pops to get involved into Nike. This might be the pop that we were looking for. Disney also attempting to curl back up a little bit as well. And I think, yeah, somebody in the chat was saying, oh, Levi's is down, and I heard Neil mention this as well. Levi's is down. Chat. Yeah, it was a super chat. Levi's down, therefore cotton down. That makes a lot of sense as well. Somebody else in the chat was like, Obi's trying to use his whole brain there when I tried to make the Nike and cotton, I guess, link there with the question. But no, Levi definitely sounds like one of the things they make. I guess they make a lot of jeans, and again, cotton being the main ingredient in a lot of these jeans. And you can see middle of the day, it got quite an aggressive sell-off, kind of starting off around 10:45. So not really in step with that 12 o'clock midday flush on cotton futures, but definitely selling off quite aggressively on the day. Nonetheless, is the Levi Strauss. So might be something to watch. Very strong trend on the day. I'm still kind of holding this short here on Disney, looking for potential opportunities, as I said, on Nike. Got to see some failure to follow through of this pop to kind of look to get involved. But then again, we only have 35 minutes left until the bell.
Holy crap.
And even less until those imbalances come out, Neil. So
it's true.
A little excited for that. Might be a big day, might not be. Let's see what shows up. Let's take it. If it's there, if the trade is there, you take the trade. If it's not, you don't really try to, don't
force it.
Force it, finesse it, you know. It's not there. It's not there. Next trade. That is the prime mental to kind of have. And obviously, I'm not. I say that because that's something I want to work on. That is a quality that I am working on achieving. I'm not saying it because I'm already there. I'm saying it because I like to speak into existence things that I'm trying to manifest.
I 100% agree.
Which is,
call yourself.
Friend is the friend. Of course, I got to call myself out. Who else is going to do it? Who else is going to do it if not me? Right?
That's exactly. Truth. Who else is going to do it?
Call them out.
And like, there's no. We had this conversation before. There's no such thing as improving, like getting all of the trading mistakes or cognitive biases, all that kind of stuff. You don't get that to zero. It doesn't happen. You get it to as close to zero as possible. You're not going to change everything or just become perfect. We're not robots. But all you can do is try your best. And as I say that, Nike, I do want to be patient. But every single time it's halted, or not halted, every time it's stalled one of these moves, it's been a good short. So I don't wonder if this same one here, like you're getting a nice push, it's going into prior resistance at that 30 level, I'm just going to go ahead and do it. Like I'll hate myself if I didn't take another shot at this one short. I don't believe in giving it up just yet. At this point, I'm not even sure Intel's going to get to that flat bottom break. I have my order in, but it's like 5 cents away and won't break the level. That's a little frustrating. If we trend into the close, I know Nike's trending down at least, and if I can find my way back into it, the low of the day is at 74.5. There's plenty of room for us to play with Nike. There was a couple of other things people were talking about. I heard like some Netflix in there, and is Foot Locker down? I just got the question in my ear. Fabian was asking if Foot Locker is also down. I mean, it's not down nearly as much. But yeah, it's not having a good day. I think sometimes, like if you were looking for, I'm thinking out loud here, everybody. If you're looking for a long in Nike, and this goes with anything that gets destroyed to the downside, which, by the way, Nike's already at 75. This is stupid. Just short the pops. If you're looking for something which is down for a bid on something to the downside, find a sympathy name, something that only fell because the original stock fell, and then maybe try for a long there. Because Foot Locker is reacting to Nike being down when it gaps down. So if it catches a bid, at least it doesn't need Nike to rally with it. It could just go on its own. Look at the difference. At the open, when Nike popped up and then flushed, well, in that same moment, you could have bought the dip in Foot Locker off VWAP and it made a fresh high. Sympathy plays. There's a reason why when GameStop did that Roaring Kitty nonsense, for 3 days in a row, my best stock short was BlackBerry. Because BlackBerry had no business going up in the first place, so we just shorted, when GameStop would go up, we'd short pops in BlackBerry, and well, it's probably not going to show you, thank you. Every time I try to pull this chart up so we can actually show a BlackBerry chart, it takes forever to load, because no one cares about this stock. But essentially, what would happen is when the Roaring Kitty stuff happened, you would just short the pop, short the pop, short the pop, and you get these nice little wicks, and it flushed for a couple of days. And then it just went back to doing the normal thing that it always does, which is gravitate towards a fresh low. But for 3 days, when Roaring Kitty had GameStop higher, this was a gorgeous looking short every single time. I feel like that's what Foot Locker was.
Yeah, Foot Locker not really selling off as much. What's going on in there?
Be aware here of Boeing. This is getting circulated a little bit here. CNBC reporting this a couple of minutes ago. Apparently, Boeing delaying its Starliner return for, quote, weeks due to some testing issues. NASA saying that astronauts are not stranded, but apparently they want to test and wait to investigate some issues with the thruster on the spacecraft. So they're keeping the Starliner up for, quote, weeks for some more testing before this. We'll have this return, but the astronauts apparently not stranded, as according to NASA, as reported by a couple places here, including CNBC and Reuters, guys.
All right, Boeing.
They're not. They're not stranded. They're not coming back, but they're not stranded. Is that what the logic I hear there? Okay. Like Boeing, we keep talking about this, but once again, Boeing with a non-positive headline. So the usual. I don't think that sounds like enough to just let's go short Boeing because we get news in the afternoon that's negative. I don't feel like that's the kind of news that's going to get you that. So I'm not going to do anything with Boeing here, but that's not good. I think one of the underrated things about Boeing is their defense contract, is their defense work in the aerospace. And I think it's kind of like a hidden gem for them. So when you have chinks in the armor there, that's not a good thing, obviously. But I don't see a trade. We got 16s, just caught a bid off 75. If 75 breaks, we'll look for the low of the day. I'm not thinking add to it just yet. But yeah, the short on Nike, still short the pops. And I think the better way to do it is don't just sit at the level. Like, let it get to the level, show weakness. There's your red candle. There's your confirmation, then short it. Like, see a turn and then go for it. That's a much better way to get into position here. And NVIDIA's starting to give it up. I guarantee you there's no way this can happen and I don't get this breakdown in Intel. I feel like it should instantly work for like 10 to 15 cents with only a few pennies worth of risk here.
Yeah, that 75 is a little choppy there. Got a little involved just on top of that on that pop. But again, no real size there. I do want to give it kind of some more room to see if it can actually break through that 75. We talk about that aggressiveness of the bid. If that bid kind of shows right back up again and pushes up, yeah, there it goes. The ES and the NQ tanking even further, pushing for fresh lows going into the last half hour of the day there. So yeah, the last 30-minute candle is starting to print as of right now, only 1 minute in. And we are getting some fresh lows happening on the market. I'm going to pass it over to Dara at the green screen.
Of course, with that sell-off we had midday, we have quite a few names heading to the downside here, but we're going to talk about some names making some larger moves on the S&P 500 with catalysts, including here Chubb, CB, this one falling quite clearly below support here on the daily chart, down about 3%, getting a underperform rating here from William Blair and a downgrade. So CB, very much to the downside here. We actually have one positive name here. It's going to be Live Nation, LYV. This one up more than 3%. There's been these ongoing concerns about the Justice Department's antitrust trial. Now, apparently, this is not set to take place until 2026, according to some reports. So that giving Live Nation, LYV, a bit of a boost up here today. Last but not least, Delta Airlines. This one near lows here on the day with strong volume, getting a slight price target decrease here from Jefferies. This one's set to report in a couple weeks. So DAL absolutely on watch down to the day, guys.
Okay. Dell to the downside. We did look at that chart. It looks pretty interesting as well. I'm going to talk myself out of that one to the short side, and it was gold. Right? Like, look at that. It's just the previous bottom, lower high, lower high. That's the setup. Look for good setups, take setups if they're there. I mentioned we're going to get that Intel breakdown. Obviously, the futures just lost 20,000 big time. This is what NVIDIA looks like. If you have a chart of the NASDAQ, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But once we broke that 90, I got 89s and 88s on that break. It just popped to 85. I got bid in front of 80, 75, 70. We'll see what happens. Oddly enough, Nike's kind of trying to go back upside because logic. Yeah. Like, why wouldn't... What's annoying about this, like I show an Intel chart, then I come to Nike, and you got to zoom it in so you can even see any movement here. Like Nike takes 75 and then comes right back to the upside. So if it's not falling with the market, we might have to get away from Nike a bit here on that short. Like the market is absolutely tanking, and Nike is deciding it wants to finally catch a bit of a bid. NVIDIA just lost that 23. That's a problem. NVIDIA losing 23, is it through the low yet? We're just breaking the low on NVIDIA. 122.90 was the low of the day. And, I just heard Brankel say SMCI 800. Distract away, I just want a quick look. What is SMCI doing? SMCI below 800. Well, 836. Okay, not there yet. But it is moving down. I heard on the bridge just said SMCI 800, and my thought was, no way, it's all the way down there. That would be insane. But NVIDIA, it's trying to break that low, but no continuation. What I wanted to see was sellers underneath the bottom here at 122.90. There was none of it. So nothing there. Might catch a bit of a bid. I never want to get trapped in a reversal like that. I want to see the sellers and try to join them underneath that big level. But NVIDIA catching a bid. Good thing we didn't try it.
Yeah, that Disney on that market flush coming in to fresh lows. We talk about that 20K comes in and then flushes lower about 100 points, almost 100 points in a single candle, in the single 15-minute candle, 19,900, and then bouncing right off of it there. So yeah, and not NVIDIA, Disney getting a little bit of a sell-off there off of that 99 level that we were talking about earlier. Let's see if this selling can kind of bring itself in to Disney and we get a little bit lower there. I got out of the Nike. I do kind of agree with Neil there. If the market is doing a little bit of a tank and Nike is holding and chopping around this 75, don't necessarily want to get too involved in there as well. But again, it comes right back into that 75. So what do I know? It is still technically holding this trend that's been going on all day. I'm looking at it on I guess a higher time frame. Still has not really significantly broken or closed above the 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. So it's like, even though we've been getting these aggressive pops, no candles have really closed above that, I guess, trend indicator, the 8 exponential moving average there. So it seems like, again, maintaining trend. I do have to kind of keep in mind a higher time frames, and then the indicators that might be being followed on that. Look at that slam back down. So yeah, maybe not the best there, but it is what it is. Made that decision, and the NQ getting a little bit of a pop there as well. So
this time,
let's see.
I think trail to that. The last time it broke back above 75, it was violent.
Yes.
So if it does it again, I'm going to get out. So look for the low of the day. If it pops back above 75, maybe the buyers step in with gusto and we just get out of the trade. So I'm holding for the bottom here on Nike. That was definitely a turn. Man, NVIDIA, this is the sort of thing. It's easy enough to say, oh, let's just take a break of that low, but there's a big difference between a stock breaking the bottom and sellers actually selling underneath. Everything that was underneath 122.90 there, that was just people hitting the bid. It was not people offering underneath the low of the day. So you see it break the bottom and the offer doesn't follow it down. There's not sellers underneath that are trying to dump their shares. It's just people getting stopped out at the low of the day. And then you get those nasty reversals. There goes Nike right back through the 75 level. So we'll jump out of that one. It was 16 to 75, but that's better than nothing. At least we got something on that short there. If you just take what you can get. I don't want to go long. Probably could. Ike Anderson saying, go Siri, go. Siri really can't be moving. There's no way Siri's moving today. I'd be surprised. And I keep putting in. It is up 3%, but the stock's not going anywhere. There's a reason this is like the strategy that most people would deploy trading a stock like this is essentially just like market making. Like you try to, like 50 million shares, like your goal would be, if I favor the long, to go long 80 and 80.5 and sell 82, sell 82.5, and just do it all day long as many times as you can once it establishes the upward trend. And then you just, as a prop trader, you just do it for more shares. Like do it for more shares, knowing that you're going to get the heck out of Dodge if it breaks 80, but you're just trying to capture a cent or a cent and a half as many times as possible. Now we can use midpoints here, and I promise you this. If you're trying to get longs in here, you're not getting 80 long. You're getting long at 80.5. 100%. That is the long you're getting. You get 80.5 long, and you're trying to sell like 82.5. And you probably could have done that like once or twice, maybe like once here, maybe once there. Maybe you'd short it as well. Do it for enough shares, make a few bills. That's what a day trader might do with Siri. Everything else is just a nothing burger on that stock, I think.
Yeah, I'm kind of just keeping my eyes on. We got a little wick on, I guess even a more aggressive wick both on the ES and the NQ, picking right back up into that 20 thou there on the NQ. And yeah, Nike drops down to 85s and then rips right back up to 75.10, 75 teens. So I'm just like, all right, well, whatever. Done with that one there. Again, with only about 20 minutes left
What a reverse.
until the close, and 10 minutes until those imbalances come out. I just want to stay patient. Just wait for those imbalances to see if they come through. And if the trade is there, we're going to take it. If it's not, we're not gonna take it anymore. What's going on, Pat? You ready for this?
They just did something cool with the
go.
Where is what the heck?
Huh?
Oh. I'm looking around like where the heck, like how are you getting that shot?
Yeah, I was confused as well, and I was like, that's probably a zoom because it was not as I guess the grain, I guess
You getting all fancy.
Yeah, big brain moment there. No, the resolution was not as crisp, is what I'm trying to say.
Everybody needs to see exactly how bad my skin is and how much makeup I have to wear and how many gray hairs I have. That's the important thing. And how my hair is thinning, all that kind of stuff. That's what everybody needs, apparently. More of. Seriously, really? Now we're gonna do that? I mean, you know what? I asked for that. 100%. I asked for that. Yeah, 100%. I 100% asked for that. I would have done it to me if I had control too.
Fair enough.
But do you see the reversal that's happening in the market right now?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm watching it. I'm seeing it.
I was cruising. I thought like this is gonna fall. We're gonna get a 1% move down. Intel's gonna go red to green or green to red. 100%. We get the break at 89. It's starting to print at 85. We take our first profit at 1-to-1. Next thing I know, I'm getting out at 95. Like that just happened, and we're right back at 20,000 on the NASDAQ too. So if you pop back over, look at that flush. Went 100 points back and forth. Like imagine a scenario where if we break 20,000 to the upside, there's a lot of people that just got caught off guard here. I would not be looking to short back into 20,000 after a reversal like that. That just ripped some faces off. For people that didn't have any stops out there, you got to watch out. Let's just be honest about it. That's insane. Thank you for saying everyone with positive comments in there. I'm gonna let you know, I don't wear any makeup for the show either. It's all natural. That's a lie. Honestly, these blaring lights, if I didn't put anything on, I'd be blinding everybody. Straight up. So they make me do it. But I'm not shorting anything back into 20,000. I think it's got to be not the market move. It has to be a stock-specific short that I want to take if you're going to look for it. So that leads me over to maybe a Nike again. But going into that 20,000 level, that's way too big of a reversal. I don't mind Nike because of the downward trend, though. Maybe for one more shot here, Adara.
Keep an eye on DJT here. Donald Trump delivering some remarks apparently live in Virginia. This circulating a little bit around social media. So be aware. DJT on watch as Donald Trump is set to speak here, guys.
It's not really doing much. I expected to look over and see DJT up like $1. It's like, let's go. No. That's not doing anything over here. Still lower highs, still kind of trending to the downside. And the volume's the culprit as well. Like nothing happening when it comes to volume. That's all. I would love for this to break out a 33 level. And want to like 33, there's your 33, close to 33, then a 33 resistance. If it could break that out, then you'd have something. There's only 7 minutes till we get the imbalances. And I looked over at the early look. Just very quickly for everybody, this is what the early look looks like. So it's a month end, just to keep in mind. It is a month end, and it is a Russell mid-year rebalance. That means there's gonna be a lot of small cap names that have big imbalances, which is just gonna muddle things up and be very, look, it's like RIG, MPLN, like NYCB, ChargePoint, Butterfly, HIMS, 3.8. There's all these millions. Do you see a single big cap tech? Dell. Dell's 2 million shares to the buy side. But you're not seeing any of the normal ones that we want to have the imbalances on. It's just a bunch of small cap names with massive early look imbalances. That's what I'm expecting. A lot of names you're not used to seeing or you wouldn't normally trade are going to show up on this imbalance located with huge size at 350. You probably don't see like NVIDIAs and Apples of the world. My goodness, NVIDIA. Holy crap. Speaking of NVIDIA, yeah, that's one heck of a reversal. This is why you have to have a rule when you're trying to get into a bottom break. I was looking for a bottom break, but the sellers did not join down there. Sometimes you don't find yourself into the long, but you can definitely avoid a short that's going to ruin your day, because that would have ruined the day, trying to grab that short and not having a tight stop. Oh, please break out this top. It has to be 340. This happens at 330. I'd be trying to fight. I'd trying to look for a continuation long, but a long at resistance at 350 is not really my cup of tea. So maybe one more shot at Nike at this 75 quarter level, and I'm just going to observe NVIDIA. Maybe at 350 it gives me something. Nike. Oh yeah.
No, I thought it was good. Okay, yeah. Nike coming right back up into that 75.20s there. So yeah, a little bit of a chop and churn market. That candle just went red to green again with only about a few minutes left with that Russell imbalance. Let's take a quick look at the IWM here as well. See what that's doing. Kind of a very similar action there. Popping back up. 15-minute candle goes a little bit red to green there going into the close. So should be a little interesting here. Again, with only a few minutes left.
Yeah, not much left. I was showing everybody the imbalances. Like, it's going to be a lot of those small cap names, and there's some big numbers already. So it's going to muddle things, as I mentioned before. So Nike just came into 20s. I got 17 when it came into that 20 level. Trying to bid here in front of 10s, then in front of 75. I'm going to respect 75 as that even dollar level. So I just got filled down here in front of 10s. I got 11 filled, and I want 75. So Nike, just a little tight range. It's got about a 25-cent range in there. We'll see if we can grab it one more time. It is what it is. If it breaks out the top, we just got to jump out of it. I keep tracking back. If you see me look up, I'm looking up at NVIDIA going into 350. Like, that is one heck of a reversal. Ideally, you just break out this top and you get into VWAP. Like, a break of this top is a quick 50-cent move into VWAP. You go 124.5 into 125 would be the play. So that's what I have eyeballs on going into this number. But look at that, Nike just picked up steam. So we were just back into the short. We got it out in front of 10s, and then boom, volume breaking it back out. So I don't think I want to short anything anymore. We're able to get some scalp trades in there, but I think we got to start looking for a potential break for something here at 350. It'd be nice if it was really simple. NVIDIA just comes out like 5 million to buy, and then you just take a breakout. But it's never that simple. Sometimes it is, but it's rarely that simple, I should say. Don't speak in certainties.
Yeah, no, we'll see what comes out, if anything does. Again, like I've been saying, if it comes out, then yeah, definitely queue up for it and position yourself well. Good luck to anybody who is taking this trade going into the close as well. I'm still kind of holding on to this Disney short with only about 3 minutes left for these imbalances to come out. Yeah, again, we can see that over the past couple of weeks, we've had some decent imbalances come out on the Mag 7 names. I think Google had one, NVIDIA had a couple, Amazon had a couple as well.
Had a huge one.
Yeah, huge one. That was absolutely wild there. But yeah, it seems like some of these moves, they happen within microseconds. Definitely the algos taking advantage of the speed to that data there for sure. But again, definitely opportunities nonetheless if the number is a little outlier, right? If it's a little bigger, the move definitely can have a lot more left going into the close as well to kind of pair those imbalanced shares, right? So we'll be watching out for some of those. We'll talk about if anything is a little out of the ordinary here on the DAC or the NYSE as well. So we can again, you guys will be, I guess, along for the ride for that one there. Nike coming right back in, so finally catching a little bit of a bid. Still a little short, got a little bit shorter on the Disney there going into the close here, but we'll see. We'll keep it tight. Not really too focused on that position. Only about 2 minutes left here, a minute and a half actually. Neil, what do you got going on?
Like, I just got out of Nike, and I don't think I'm jumping back in, not with only a minute to go. Keep in mind, I'm going to get up to the desk for the aftermarket show with myself and Darryl. We'll do a little bit of Q&A. We'll go over some trades today. I know what Darryl was trading, some NVIDIA. We'll definitely talk some Nike. There's just a heck of a lot to look at. I mean, if you came in today, like the first thing when we sat down was like Nike short. Nike short. That's the only trade you actually needed today. Really. And I'm just being honest. With 1 minute to go, might as well just
was the one good
give you an
trade.
idea. Like it was the first thing we both said when we sat down. We opened the show with that notion. The market opened up. The first thing you do is you start shorting it. You didn't really need to do anything else today, and there's nothing wrong with that. If you only trade, I think you only traded Nike in the morning, right?
Yeah, I only
exactly.
touched Nike. Yeah.
I'm actually like if you didn't trade anything else, that's all you really needed, and you could have stuck with that short pretty much up until now. You could argue that it's bouncing a little bit here, but really you could have just stuck with that the entirety of the day. The only mistake was here, like flipping and trying 3 longs on this stock. Why? So 20 seconds to go till the imbalances come out. Like I said, there's going to be a bunch of small cap names are going to have big imbalances. So you might lose on where like Nvidia and some of those are, but we'll give it to you as best we can, expecting a lot of big numbers with the Russell imbalance coming in just a couple of minutes here, or a couple of seconds. So any second now, there we go. Some numbers coming in there. I don't see anything that I really, really love. You look up for the NYSE, MLPN, MPLN, who cares about that? You got Plug Power is a 10 million buy. AMC is a 10 million to the buy side. Peloton is 8 million to the buy side. See what I mean? It's a bunch of those stocks. So Plug, AMC, Peloton buys. Rivian's a 4 million to the buy side. I don't see any of our big cap friends in here, but it is a bunch of small caps. I'm just going to have a quick look at Peloton when I see that one. I just heard Microsoft's move. So Peloton, there's the move in Peloton. Rivian had an imbalance as well. Not much of a move there for Rivian, but a bunch of smaller cap names with those big imbalances. I see NVIDIA is breaking out, but I haven't seen the number on that name. There it is. NVIDIA is a sell. Okay, I'm not taking the breakout now. 3 million to sell on NVIDIA, and NVIDIA is going up. Hands off keyboard. That's not what I expected at all.
Yeah, no, nothing too crazy here. Yeah, there's a lot. I guess there's a Plug Power there, but nothing too crazy. Peloton, MVST, interesting. On the NY as well, nothing too crazy that I'm seeing here going into the close. So I don't have too much on watch. I guess Nike still holding above that 75 as well. I kind of want to see something real quick here I guess on the board. That Nvidia and that Microsoft as well. I'm just trying to pull that up right now on the other screen. If I can just pull that up. Yeah, okay, here we go. So yeah, Nvidia pushing up to the upside there, and Amazon kind of flushing in. Nothing too crazy that I have on watch here, Neil. You see anything?
Well, I mean, we talked about, it was like Peloton, AMC, ChargePoint had a big one as well. Just looking to see if anything's changed. Yeah, CHPT, but that was a lot earlier. There's Peloton, still 6 million to the buy side on Peloton. AMC seems to have paired off. So you got the initial push up, and a bunch of it just paired off there. But Peloton was one of the bigger ones. It's actually stayed, but not a huge move. You get like a 5-cent move. Someone just said check coin. I'm going to assume it was a buy and balance. The tricky thing when it's this big is to find something like Coinbase, I almost have to do this and just sort it alphabetically for you guys. I'm not in anything right now. And that NVIDIA idea blows up when NVIDIA goes up and it's a sell imbalance. So I'm not, if it was a buy imbalance, I probably would have gone long on NVIDIA, but it was not. There's Coin, 400,000 to the buy side for Coin. Keep in mind, it's all relative. Coinbase has only done 4.8 million shares. So 400,000 buy imbalance would be pretty significant for it. It's almost 10% of the daily volume, and you can see the spike up there. So if you were watching Coinbase, good luck. Obviously, a lot of other names that I thought could have been interesting, like Amazon, nothing. I mean, Amazon might have come out to sell. I didn't even see it. Amazon's now starting to dump. With all those small cap names out there, Amazon didn't even make the list.
Yeah, no, I'm seeing this bid kind of catch here on both. I got out of the Disney trade, Nike pushing back up, and a lot of these other tickers not really doing too much. So I guess I can show the inbound locator here for the NQ and the NY as we're pushing up. Nothing too crazy here. You guys can see some of these top names. Yeah, nothing that is really standing out for me. A lot of small caps, as Neil mentioned before as well. So yeah, let us know if you guys are watching anything if you're watching anything, let us know going into the close, and we will kind of, I guess, take a look at that, Neil. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll stick around a little bit longer than normal, I think, just to maybe observe that close. I'll get to the desk as fast as humanly possible. Well, as fast as crutch possible there. But I just saw a bit of, wow, okay, Amazon there. Amazon is now continuing to absolutely flush. NVIDIA turned around pretty heavily. I still didn't see the imbalance there on Amazon, but that is really starting to tank. And Apple as well. So it looked to me like those small cappers were going to be it, but really it's Amazon and Apple just getting shellacked. I didn't even see imbalance. I didn't see an imbalance on Apple. I don't know if you did. I'm just trying to check for it right now. Should be able to do that easily alphabetically. But I don't see anything. I didn't see anything there on Apple. Wow, huge move to the downside and a big flush. That's not the first time we've seen that for Apple to the downside. A little easier to look for them. Yeah, it's now a 5 million sell. Like Apple wasn't there before, and now all of a sudden Apple's a 5 million sell imbalance. At 355, that's your pairing event. What happens here? It just paired off half of it, so now 2.7 million to the sell side and 17 million paired volume on Apple. So it's already really chewed into a bunch of that here for AAPL. There might be like, no, I'd be forcing a trade. I got to get up to get to the desk before 4 o'clock hits, so it wouldn't make any sense to try and punch into something this low. Not when I'm planning to get up at the close there. But with only 4 minutes to go, when you see those imbalances, this is what can happen. Apple, Amazon getting absolutely smoked and now catching a bid. So Apple didn't pair, Amazon paired and catches a bid. Meta as well. Big bid to the downside, big push to the downside, not catching bid at 355. So they're running out of steam 100%. NVIDIA, if you went with the grain on NVIDIA, it was a sell imbalance, it went into resistance, you could have just sold it. So there you go. Your opportunity was to be able to get into NVIDIA to the short side. I was looking for a breakout. And sometimes you anticipate a bit too much. Like I wasn't very open-minded about it. Like NVIDIA looked really strong. I wanted to take a break on a buy imbalance. If I was willing to just short it into the sell imbalance, it actually would have worked out. But you got to do what you got. You got to do what you're going to do. Like I had a plan of action. If it doesn't set up, I don't have to take it. So I don't lose on it. I just miss out on something else. AMC continues to go higher on its buy imbalance, despite pairing off most of it. AMC still pushing higher and higher. Glad we jumped away from Nike. It's not doing much, but considering the day that Nike has had, it's at 75.30. That's pretty good for Nike. It's one of the better upward moves that it's had. We're able to scalp some first off 75, but then much better off of 75.25. But now you're getting a bid there, even for Nike. Cassava Sciences caught a bid with only 3 minutes to go, everybody. If there's anything else you guys want me to look at, just let me know.
Yeah, Sava.
Sava really started flying. Like I had a couple of shorts in Cassava Science. We shorted this, started to go, stopped out, shorted that, started to go. We get some wins, and then it just kind of get out, break even there, get out for a loss there. But this really caught a bid. I wouldn't touch this going into the close, because if liquidity caused halts multiple times, if this thing in the aftermarket probably has less than zero liquidity, and you might get trapped. So just be very careful. If you happen to be trading this, you look for that bottom, that 10 bottom. I mean, I can't tell you I was looking for longs on this unless it was $8, but that 10 bottom was unreal looking at it in complete hindsight. NYCB also there. Good look, Ike Anderson. That had a pretty big imbalance. And NYCB, another one of these names that's going to run. All these small cap names, they're all going because they had millions of shares on the imbalance. NYCB is a $25 million volume on the day. So you're not going to get a huge move on an imbalance that was only 7 or 8 million because it's just a little portion, but you still get a bump. That's a clean break. Like you take that when it breaks 21, you only need a couple of pennies. That's half the afternoon range, is literally 3 cents on NYCB.
Yeah, no, the markets are pulling back in off of that 20 thou mark there. on the NQ, quite aggressive. Quite aggressive there. And there goes Disney back through that 99 level, very, very aggressive to the upside. So yeah, it's a good thing, got out of the short there. My stop was in and around that 99 anyway, so would have gotten taken out on that one there. So yeah, that 20,000, we keep talking about that one, man. A little bit of a magnet, and it's been wishing and washing around that, orbiting around that level as well. So yeah, definitely an interesting thing to look at going forward here. Now we only have about a minute left until the close, so I'm gonna reach over here, get my hand ready for the countdown timer here. Let's see how. Okay, we're gonna go to Dara real quick.
Yeah, really quick catalyst here for CRM. Right as we head into the close, getting one of its largest volume spikes of the day. We do have Mark Benioff, CEO, announcing their new service called Einstein on Twitter here. Basically, seamless collaboration between digital and human workers for care resolution. That is CRM, guys.
Okay, so CRM getting some intraday news right before intraday and a day news as well. So only about 30 seconds here, so I got to get my finger ready here. So 99's coming back in, 75. So earnings day 2 is going to be interesting on Nike coming in next week as well here. So with only about 10 seconds left, let's start the countdown timer here. So hopefully you guys had a great trading day today with a lot of chop and churn, a lot of opportunities happening in the markets. 3, 2, and 1. Okay, all right. So, thank you with the close up to end it off. Thank you. It's been. Okay, all right. Nice. Thank you, Fabian. Fabian with the front and back. Nice. Okay, so. Lots of opportunity. We saw the reversion kind of happen off of the morning action there. Very strong push off of that, just above that 20,000 mark. A nice little fade off as well. Quite aggressive of a fade after a bit of a strong move in the first 30 minutes to an hour, right? So it's been quite a wild ride nonetheless. A lot of opportunity across the board. And yeah, they're saying camera 1, camera 2, Bears versus Bulls. Yes, sir. So Sava was a great intraday catalyst as well. I was talking to both Sean yesterday and Neil today about how intraday catalysts are literally, in my opinion, some of the best opportunities in the markets if you can be there fast enough. And sometimes, if you look at the chart, that strong move happens, and all of a sudden, situational change, putting both intraday and maybe some multi-time frame participants offside on that. So talking about the offside, Nike definitely was my number one, pick on the day for the trade, and we got a little lucky. We had the right idea to get short past or going into some of these multi-time frame level lows, printing all the way down to COVID dip prices in and around that area. But yeah, craziness. Let's see what earnings day 2 will have in store. I will see you guys next week, but don't go anywhere. We got the market recap with Neil and Nadera at the big desk. Take it easy. Have a good weekend. See ya.
What up, everybody? Thank you, Obi, for closing it out there. You know it's a Friday, right? Like Adara's giving that story right at the end, and I gotta be honest. Like normally, like you could walk around, and I could have not gone right through the shot. Except it's impossible on crutches. Like there was just nowhere for me to shimmy on those crutches.
I didn't mind. I was just trying to get the story before the bell, so we're all in this together. It's all good.
It is what it is, man. I got him right here. Locked and loaded, ready to go. That story on Kava, you got to be kidding. Sava. Now, before we get into the recap, before we get into trade review, before we get into our Q&A and all that good stuff, what was that last story on Sava? Because what a rally off $10 that was. Yeah,
so that came like right at the end of the day here. This is just the company's statement, so take this how you will. Company releasing a statement basically recapping the main story here, which was that Huayang Wang was charged with allegedly defrauding the National Institutes of Health. But basically, they're saying that Dr. Wang and his public university medical school had no involvement in the company's phase 3 clinical trials of similafam. So keep in mind, it's from the company, take that how you will. But apparently that the Simufilam, that drug, apparently he was not involved in, is what the company is saying. Again, take that how you will, but that is the situation.
And clearly, I mean, I don't know, what time did that story come out?
That came out right at the end of the day here. I'm seeing it circulate online here as of 1 minute ago on Twitter. So it's pretty new.
Okay, so like if I know some people might be looking at this thing in the aftermarket. Kava did make a pullback late in the day. So went $10 to 13.5 here on Kava. Sava. I keep saying Kava. I mean Sava. You guys know what's up. So Sava into that 13.50. So went 35% bottom to top in an afternoon move. It actually pulled it right back at the close. And then that news dropped and it's not really doing much of anything. So do be a little bit careful. Personally, on a Friday going into a holiday shortened week, I don't know that I'd want to be trading anything in the aftermarket. There's no earnings to get to. And when we look at what actually was moving today, this was noted, hey, you know what? This is pretty cool because in the middle of the afternoon show, or at least in the middle of our rundown before we got into Power Hour, we had some viewers mentioning some things that were going. Like we're trading mostly Nike and stocks that were in play and a little bit of Sava. But then it was like, don't you see the relative strength in KRE? Well, hey, if we're doing a sector recap, what up, KRE? The regional banks getting some love today, up 3% and leading things. I don't really know why on this board wheat is showing up like this when, down 0.75%. KRE should have the big board win there. But KRE up 3%. The regional banks doing very well, trending all day long. And you know what? It did break that downward trend late in the day. So this could have been a nice momentum break. Lower lows, lower highs, broke the trend right at the end of the day. If you pull it up on the daily, when we're going over this, which you always should, there might be something brewing here for these regionals. And when you look at the trend, obviously you go back far enough, it's not going to look good because we all know what happened into 2023 and early 2023. But if you look at the bottom since all of that mess, you've got this May low here at 35, then you put a higher high, then you put a higher low, higher high. Now all of a sudden this higher low is a consolidation at 45 even. So it seems like if you look at the trend since we had that crisis in the regional banking sector, it's higher highs, and it would seem as if this higher low that's being put in could be a nice base. The problem, I would wager, is this: if you zoom it in, it's got a more short-term trend to the downside. So if you were drawing trend lines, I think, and you know what, I don't usually draw trend lines on trade ideas, but might as well complete the thought here. If you were drawing trend lines on KRE, like you might have something like that, and now you have like a flat bottom. Oh, I can't do it twice. I have to do that again. But you have a bit of a flat bottom. So you have you've got a higher low support level on a higher time frame. Where if you break out the top of this trend, that's what I would look for. Like, can it get above like 52 here on KRE? So I love when the market is weak, what is strong. That's what you want to pay attention to. SMH didn't have that bad of a day, but I say this: it's up 0.7%. One up day is an up day. But on a daily chart, like this is as clear as day. You're in a pullback that's range bound. So when you're range bound, find places within a range to trade. And we talk about this all the time. If you can find the good price in the right direction, so a weak stock, if it's got resistance on it, short the pops, that kind of a thing. If it's a strong stock, buy the dips. That's what the overall SMH is doing. It's in a consolidated phase here.
Yeah.
So I think you got to be very careful. I think the KRE is the one to point out there in the sector watch. But I can't say SMH and talk about chips without asking you about NVIDIA today. Because when we flipped over, Adara, to the midday show, I remember, because I had only been long NVIDIA. And the long early at the open was good on NVIDIA. Yeah. But that's about the only time it was good. And when we flipped over, I hadn't shorted the stock. I'm like, oh, shoot, you're short NVIDIA. So walk us through what made you want to take aim at the biggest and baddest.
Yeah, so there were a couple things. The first what I did was, and Sharif can testify, he's not here, but he can testify. I was talking to the stock. I always go, before I go on the show, I go get coffee, get Sharif a water, and I don't place trades before I do that, but I like to look at my chart and see what's good, right? So I come here and I see this, we have this little VWAP situation. We're looking to break below VWAP here. I believe it was at that 120, let me see, I'm trying to find it, we're in 12 p.m. because I don't have my charts up here. I think it was 126. And I basically say, I'm like, hey, NVIDIA, if you stay like this, I will short you when I come back. We were below the 90 MA, we were rejecting off the 90 MA, and we were hovering around VWAP. So I said, I really like this look. I was gonna risk it. I think I got involved just above 126, as I would risk it into 126. 20s, and I had a planned addition. Everything went according to plan. I ended up, you guys know I never stay in trades too long, so I ended up taking out, I think I got like 60 pennies on some of it because I got some of it out at 125.40. That was a massive area of resistance for me and support, alternate, going back a few days. So I definitely did not want to be there beyond that level. I was open to seeing it break below. When I realized it wouldn't, then I cut my losses there, or not cut my losses, cut the trade there. There weren't losses. And then I got some of it out around 70. So it was a pretty good position. Pleased as punch with that trade. Then actually later in the day, a lot of the levels I've been looking at for NVIDIA in the past kept hitting 124.25, 124.30. That was a huge one for NVIDIA. I've been looking at that level all week. So I was really proud of myself for just being able to play those levels. Not every trade on NVIDIA was profitable. There were some that I didn't feel great about. I had some AMD trades as well that went well. So yeah, it was a bit of a chippy day heading into the weekend.
Ooh, a chippy day. I like that. And look, first off, anytime you have a successful trade, it's a fantastic thing. But I'm looking at this. I wasn't in the short in NVIDIA, so I can just go by proxy. When you had that short, so presuming you had the short here, the 126, like somewhere in this range, and you see this, when you say 120, 125.40 won't break, this is what you mean. On a 3-minute chart, you got wicks underneath that won't carry past that 25. Now, if you stick with that same thing, you observe where the resistance is, right place to get out. Clearly, it bounces higher, but look what happens when it breaks this support. So it finally breaks that area that was a problem before, and there's this one little condensed candle here at 125, and then it tries to break back above 125, fails at 125.15, which is the same bottom that was holding on your original short.
Yeah.
That is a continuation play because you've already identified the right level, and if you're looking for a short re-entry, well, you knew the level from before, and you can jump into this short, 25, with a stop maybe at the 40 level. It's a 40-cent worth risk there, and you have a move downside. Now, I wasn't looking at NVIDIA shorts in that moment. I can tell you. So I'm just looking at the other end of it. I think it's absolutely fantastic short. Good look there for sure. I mean, you can't say enough about it. I'm out of morbid curiosity. I saw someone in the chat, I didn't catch the name, was saying, look at Rivian at the close. And I'm just not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by that on Rivian at the close. But I know Rivian did a nasty, nasty pullback and continues to do so. So I didn't see anything specific. There were a lot of small cap, mid cap type names that had massive imbalances and big moves at the end of the day. Rivian doesn't look like it did much of anything, but I think we should pay attention to this because it's really started to fill in that gap. You had the Volkswagen news, and then all it did is give it up. There were some decent bounce plays that you could have, but when I pop a 15-minute up, let's go to a little bit of a higher time frame here. When you pop that 15-minute up, it hasn't really found a definitive bottom. It's attempted to today. Like I would make an argument that you could say this is the bottom. Like if this holds 1330, 1340, if that holds on Monday, then I might like the longs again. But I think it's still in this, we're failing previous levels, and if it pops off that level, I don't know if 14 isn't still a short. If it fills the entire gap, it's still got room to $12. So you gotta watch out for all of these. And never forget, when you have major imbalances like the Russell, in this case rebalancing, and all those big moves at the close, chart those levels. You know, and even though Amazon's not in the Russell, it had a big sell imbalance and it dumped. So Amazon dumped into the close and had this wick bottom into 192.5, 193. Well, you zoom it back out, okay, look at 193. So when I sit down on Monday, I'm not saying I'm just going to trade Amazon long off 193, but that is immediately my key level. If it loses it, I want to think short. If it holds it, I want to think long. When you get these big events at the close on huge volume, they provide you with liquidity levels, and liquidity levels are significant price levels to trade off of. So whatever you're looking at, if it moved like crazy, if it had big imbalances, just mark it off. You don't have to take the trade, but it is a great opportunity there. And you know, I'll tell you this much: Amazon, for me, when we do our picks in the week ahead that you do a great job putting together, Amazon was my pick. the rejection it made at 200, like, wow, it was almost round trip because I like this one for a break if it's high. This was that previous high, that 190. Like, it was a pretty nice move in there, but it got to 200 and said, that's it. We're done. And it was a double top at the 200. In hindsight, that looks like an easy short, but only in hindsight. Because I sat all morning long with a 200 break order. Like, I sat there, I had an edge A stop break, 200, I think I crossed up to 231. So like 201 with a 231 stop. I'm like, we're gonna go long, and it never broke. So just sat there, no short, just looking for that long break. Sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't.
Yeah. Yeah, that Amazon was interesting. I was saying this morning, that's when I made that pun that we both kind of have been playing with that I made accidentally, which was Amazon's Prime for a 200 break. And then Neil was like, oh my gosh, Amazon Prime. So shout out to accidental puns. But basically, I thought it was going to be a long. But then when I realized that 198.50 level was kind of interesting, I had my eye on that. Ended up being a short. I didn't take that short, but once we had that little break below those 196 areas, into I think it was 196.70, took that short into like 196. 30s, 40s, I want to say. So yeah, had one short on Amazon, did not take nearly enough size with it. I planned on adding, wasn't able to. But the point is, yeah, I think I'm a little bit more bearish anyway, which isn't always necessarily great. But when you have these moves in the market where it ends up falling, I think it does give you some opportunities. But I was also thinking we'd have that long 200. Like right in the earlier in the day, I said to Sharif, I said, wouldn't it be crazy if we get Amazon 200 break on the midday? So I was ready for the long, but when the short hit, I was like, oh, take it too.
That's the sort of like be mentally agile, right? Like I think like I had other ideas that I liked to the short side, but I know I came into the day just thinking Amazon 200 break. I'm probably biased to the fact that I liked it for the week to the long side. But when we talk about bias, we're going to end trade review. We're going to get to the Q&A after this. I said it many times in the afternoon show, and Obi and I talked candidly about this. When we sat down this morning, I know like I made my morning note and I had like 4 ideas on there. Obviously Nike short was one of them. Obi literally only liked the Nike short. You really didn't need anything else but Nike. It wasn't, there's no such thing as good or bad earnings. It's just they report the earnings and what happens to the stock happens to the stock. But what made Nike so unique in this situation was when I pull up this weekly chart, Nike, we sat down and Nike was already at $80. Like you're underneath, this is a weekly, not a daily. You're underneath the only support left, which at 83 until the pandemic bottom. Like that's it. It's just air. Pandemic bottom, already broken that 83 level, and all you had to do was look for the short. Yeah. At the open, it gave you an absolute gift at 9:30. I'll zoom in. Like this is aftermarket. When you zoom in, it was a gift. It had tanked from 78 all the way to 77 right before the stock opened, then tried to catch a bid at 9:30. 77, right back into 78. It failed that high and just lower high after lower high after lower high after lower high. Thankfully, we shorted it in the morning, but you know I tried SSR bounces. I said it, trying to catch these. Oh, it's down 20%. Let's get an SSR bounce, and then just gave back. 3 times I went long. We shorted it in the afternoon. Obviously, this is a short that should have just been held all day long, and then look for those reloads. One of the things that I always strive to do better with, if you get a great trade long or short at the open and it goes, that's great. You can hold on to it all day, and that's a fantastic trade. But if it's just trending like that, if you're striving to get better, you're shorting those pops. If the stock is trending up all day long, it's not enough to just go long in the morning. If you're a day trader on a prop floor, you don't have any PDT or anything. If you had PDT, fine, buy it and hold it or sell it and just hold it. But if you don't have that, you should be looking for other places to get in.
Oh, yeah.
There was at least half a dozen on Nike today that were clear-cut re-entry points, and you could have had them all. I know Obi and I caught a couple of them, but you need to get as many as you can. It's the same thing when NVIDIA is screaming to the upside. You can get one long, but there might be 7 or 8 really good longs on that trade that you should try to take. I'm not talking about today. I'm just talking in a general sense. You always want to try to catch that trend. But I want to see you guys. You can ask us anything. I don't mind. You can ask me how upset I am about my MRI getting canceled. But we got a Q&A opportunity here. You want to ask Adair any questions, throw them in the chat. You want to ask me any questions, throw them in the chat. Or we can just riff on how frustrating it is that I have this silly cast on and it's annoying and it's uncomfortable and I want to complain about stuff. I can't believe they canceled my MRI.
I was going
It's
to
so
say, I'm
frustrating.
sure you're mad, raging, and irate about the MRI cancellation. Not to pun about it, but I am like legitimately very sorry that it got canceled, especially last minute, especially when it was a booked appointment. Like, come on. Yeah, make those faces. Yeah, I'm really sorry that happened, though. Seriously, it's really frustrating. I literally came in, second Neil comes in, I'm like, oh, how was your MRI? And he's like, I didn't have it. And I was...
And now if I have to have surgery, it's to determine whether I need surgery on my Achilles. And if now I have another scheduled appointment, but that just pushes it out another week or two because the recovery is the same.
Yeah.
It's still gonna be 8 to 12 weeks if I have to have the surgery. You're just pushing that out. You can ruin my Rome trip. Medical system. So Harry Chung, it's not an ankle fracture or sprain. I have a torn Achilles. It's just a matter of how bad the tear is, whether or not they suggest surgery. I actually think I should get the surgery because I want to stay active. Sebastian actually just asked us, do we have pets? I can answer that I do not have any pets. And I grew up not having any pets. And I told this story before. The reason in my household why we didn't have pets is my parents both grew up in Antigua. They were both born in Antigua, which is an island in the West Indies. My father... the animals that they had, like they had a goat. They were very poor. They had a goat that relied on it for milk. At some point, things get bad. You know what has to happen. You're eating the goat. So my dad was the youngest of the boys. At 10 in the family, he was the youngest boy, and he took care of the goat. And so he got attached to it and all that kind of stuff. And when they eventually did have to butcher it for meat because the family needed to eat, like he just. It was hard for him. So he never really wanted pets and that kind of attachment. And I actually love other people's pets. And I'm of the thing, if my daughter wants it and my wife does, I'll just jump on board. But I've never been like that kind of a pet person that I just got to have one. I'd say yes if the two most important people in my life wanted one.
Yeah,
but yourself, do you have any?
So in Winnipeg, we have some, I don't have any here, but my family in Winnipeg, we have one dog named Laser, who I actually showed him on the show. He was on the news because he ran away from my cottage and showed up a block away from my house. So he's like a little sporting dude. And then we have 2 cats. One of them is named Kitterkins. That was my sister's idea. And the other one is Oliver. And those are the cats. And then we have the dog. And they're all in Winnipeg living their lives. Yeah.
Kitterkins?
Kitterkins. I don't really know what she was going for, but she was like, I'm going to get a cat. And the name of the cat will be Kitterkins. And no one was going to question that. So yeah. That's the
Oliver, yeah, actually, see, Fabian just said Oliver is the more weird name, and I would agree with that. Like Oliver it's a very specific, where do you even get Oliver from for a cat?
Well, this is the best part. So basically, it is like a third-hand cat. So first it was like my grandpa's neighbor, and it was like a cat that hung out outside, and then my grandpa kind of casually stole the cat, and then now we have the cat. So we did not name Oliver. Oliver was named by people I don't even know if we've met.
How do you casually steal a cat?
Well, he was just like, we're gonna take care of the cat now. And I guess the neighbor was like, cool. And then my grandpa had the cat, but then wouldn't let the cat inside the house. And then now my family is the cat and the cat is inside the house. Good times.
Hey, apparently you can casually steal a cat.
Yeah,
I feel like I'm not trying to casually steal anything. That probably wouldn't go well for me. Neo Roberts just said formal names for pets are the best. I'll keep that in mind if my daughter convinces us to get a dog or cat. Ike Anderson, Under Armour, UAA, Under Armour, yes, Nike, no. In a general sense, without even looking at Under Armour, I probably agree, given what happened to Nike. I just feel like stocks that do that are a sell till they're not. So yeah, I can't disagree with that. Under Armour is holding the exact same bottom where it's been bouncing off of for $6, risk to reward down. It's not a very good stock. Either, but it's holding a bottom and one is breaking a fresh bottom, the other one's holding a bottom. I don't love Under Armour either, but in a small sense, I can't disagree with that at all. And so in terms of usage, I know playing baseball when I was in my men's league, everybody was using Under Armour gear. They actually made some real headwinds into batting gloves and all that kind of stuff.
Well,
I don't know.
cool.
I don't know if it's still working for them. Henry Chung, which exchange is your go-to when scalping? Lately, EdgeX. And so, when that question for Henry is asking about where do you take fills, right? So when you're scalping a stock, and let's just pull up AMC. I don't know why I said AMC. I could have just kept it. Whatever. I can literally just keep it on Under Armour. It's a cheap stock. Oh, what did I do? I don't want to call that up. I can just keep it on Under Armour. Go to a 3-minute. When you have a small range like this. on a stock where you might be scalping like 660 to 667, 5 or 6 pennies. You want to get paid. You want to add on. You want to add to get a rebate. Get that $2 per 1,000 share. EdgeX gives a good rebate, and lately it fills really well. So I always look to see like what is that gateway where you can add liquidity and get a rebate that seems to be printing well in the overall market. Sometimes it's ARCA, sometimes it's stock specific, but I've just found even in the pre-market EdgeX has been pretty good. So if you're trading with Real Trading, you have access to all the gateways out there. Personally, that's been a good one for me recently. When it comes to removing liquidity, I have a few keys I use. I use like an Edge A route key. I use a NASDAQ scan key. But just that's to remove liquidity. There's one called Frex, which everyone loves here. And then there's also like adding liquidity. I always find you just go with what happens to be printing. Sometimes that can change intraday. That's why you watch that tape. And the way you got to think about it is if you make like 100 trades on a stock, you're scalping all day long, it adds up. Like that extra $1 per 1,000, if you do it over and over and over again over the course of a day, over the course of weeks and months, it does make a difference on your P&L, but I hope that answers your question. I do not use. A follow-up question was, do I hide sell orders? I don't use icebergs. I've used icebergs in the past. When I started as a penny stock trader, I'd use icebergs all the time. Now I don't really trade anything that would require using an iceberg. You use iceberg orders when the amount of size you're taking relative to the amount that the stock trades, you want to hide it. And I would trade penny stocks back in the day that might do a couple of million shares on the entire day. And I'm trading tens of thousands, so I don't necessarily want to show all that size. Now you're trading Apple, whatever. No one's trading enough size that you need to hide an order on Apple. Let's be real for a second. So, it's very, very specific when you use those iceberg orders. What else do we have here? Mr. Westermeyer, the answer is no to that one. Elon, VRT. Huge volume end of day with a 4-hour green hammer and double bottom since the 7th. Looking for reversal next week. It's more of a comment than anything else. So I'll have a look at that at some point. But Mulligan just said, good or bad idea to buy the dip on Nike? I think I kind of answered that. What are your thoughts on buying the dip on Nike? Because I've already said, wait for it to make a bottom.
Okay, I want to see. I'm going to look at this daily chart and give you guys some little analysis here. Also, it's worth noting this is Nike's worst one-day performance since his IPO in 1980. So cool, 44-year record low for, not like record low, but like this performance, like literally this is his worst performance since the, oh God, this daily chart makes me sad. I'm really sorry, I cannot recommend buying the dip here. Not recommend, we don't give advice, but like this is just a gross look for me. Let's look at the weekly chart. This chart's making me pretty upset here. We're gonna go to the 5-day view on N to the K to the E.
You still in?
Oh no, the weekly's even worse.
Don't pull up the weekly. Oh, don't ruin everybody's week.
This is pretty bad. We had a bit of a flat bottom here in 90 with lower lows. I'm really sorry. I would not say buy the dip. It would be interesting if we get back to this 83 level. Sharif was talking about that yesterday on the market recap. That 83 was kind of support. But like that would, and then I would say maybe see what you do at 90s, because 90s, you could see support to resistance flip. Right now, though, we have made a lower low on an already pretty yucky chart. I would say take a moment and wait, maybe.
Yeah, I can't agree with that more. I just let it make some kind of a bottom before you jump in on there. Thank you for the kind words there, RJ McFly. We appreciate you. Bears versus Bulls, what up? Donnie Zimbabwe, appreciate this. I like this. I'm going to call your mentor who started you off at Morgan Stanley years ago. What's going on with Morgan Stanley stock? Someone tell me. I own some. I watch every day. You remind me so much of his character and personality. He's got to subscribe. I'd love to hear him in the chat. Yeah, why not? We have such a very diverse viewership. I've met people that have no idea they're just starting in the markets. They don't have any experience, and then other ones have been in it for years, have traded on at banks and prop desks. And they still, some people get something out of it one way, and others get a little bit more of, I just want to see what's active in the market and going on. That's the more experienced side, whereas most of the stuff we're talking about, they already know because they're very experienced. So let us know, Donnie Zimbabwe. Get him on here. I'd love to talk to him. Kurt Hoffman at Tesla ? And then we got another question about Enphase. So just general comments on Tesla. I know Tesla had that pullback and ends up the day flat today. But part of that just has to do with you got from step 1 to step 2. You went point A to point B here. That's what you wanted to see. The hold of the 50 period, the move to 200, that's what you wanted. It just failed the $200 level. It's a wait and see moment. It got up to the 200 period moving average and that 200 level. It could be in time for a pullback on Tesla. It would make a lot of sense. If it puts in a higher low, I think the trend's right to the 200 period again. So you just got to be patient. It already gave us what we wanted off that consolidation. No need to just assume it's going to break out the 200 one time and everything is going to be easy.
Yeah.
And then the next question was on end phase. And it was just end phase with a question mark. So I'm not really sure if there was anything specific
And phase looks
there.
pretty phased, I have to say. It looks pretty phased by everything going on in this market. It looks like it's phasing out to the downside.
Flat bottom break.
Yeah.
Yeah, this doesn't look that great.
Yucky.
Sometimes the stock is at a support level and you don't want it. And this would be that situation. The reason I don't like it off that support is you had the convergence of the 50 and 200 period, and it just, like, it held this level and then broke it out there, holding both moving averages, and then couldn't break the top. So failed right at that top. That's not good. It's back underneath the 50 and the 200. That's not what I like to see. If it's at that same support level and we're at the 52, I'd probably like a long in there. But technically, that's not. There's got to be a bunch of other things I want to buy on dips that are at support that would probably look better than this from a technical standpoint. And again, I'm not really too much versed on the space, to be honest with you. Just looking at the technicals there for in phase. You have a good weekend as well, Sebastian. Is it really already 4:30? How is it possible?
Also, thank you so much, Bears vs. Bulls, for the members chat. Just want to say thank you, Neil and Adara, for all you do. I'm so lucky to be here with you all. Thank you. Thank you, Bears vs. Bulls, for everything you do. Sorry for the aggressive finger pointing. We're so happy to be here. I like what you said as well about people coming from different places in the market. I was totally new to the markets when I came here, and I mean, I love it. It's such a fun place, and I love this community because there's so many people coming from different perspectives. So thanks to everyone being here. Mulligan joining as a member as well. This is just, this is always a pleasure.
So before we do the roll call, I just want, what? We didn't do the roll. That wasn't the roll call. We're taking questions, man. That wasn't the roll call. We're doing the roll call, okay? No, hold on a second. Mulligan, Sean is on the pod. They taped the pod knowing Sean was going to be off. So 100%. Make sure you, I don't know if you're going to pop it up there in a second there. I don't know, you wait till I'm talking about it. You definitely want to check out the Freedom Wealth podcast. They already taped it. It's going to be an absolute banger. Check out episode 5. Drops tomorrow morning, just like usual. Make sure if you're not subscribed, subscribe. Check out some of the short videos they have going on. A lot of work gets put into it. It's a fantastic one. I'll be listening myself probably on Sunday when I don't get to go to the Jays game because my family's going without me because I can't really walk up and down the aisle. That sucks. But before we get to roll call, I want to echo the thanks to Bears versus Bulls. But I'm going to put Adara on the spot for a second.
Oh.
Now, if you guys, you don't get the opportunity to see us in the morning, when it's usually like Adara gets in first, and I'll be in a couple minutes later, and then Sharif comes in like 10, 15 minutes after that. And a lot of times, like Adara will be making the watch list and doing work at the desk, and if she gets something in her head, she'll be singing, she'll be rapping, and we just get to hear it. So I know full well you can rip off the roll call like nobody's business.
Yeah, I can.
So I'm just going to sit back, and I want you to do the roll call because I know you got the chat up.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so we're getting started now. Alex Diaz, thank you. You have a great weekend as well. Pitch Bowl, thank you. You are awesome. Finch Jane, Leonel Martinez, Dave Clark, Donnie Zimbabwe, Zakrates, Bears versus Bulls here in the chat as well. Mulligan, Adrian, we're just waiting for some more people here. I'm going to go back upwards until we get more names. Wiz, 1973. Strobe 9. We have Marion Buford, Mike Breeze, Shaurus. Two Braids, I'm not a vegetarian, but I don't eat a lot of meat either. Neil Roberts, Henry Chung, Jose A. Nunez, Sweet A.L. Noah, Michael P. Leonel Martinez again, Donnie Zimbabwe, Callie Cat, Alex Davis, D. Westermeyers, S. Samuels, Peanut, Brian Thomas, Miriam Buford again, on to blockchains, John Del Senio, Charuz again, French Toast 1999, Live Trader, Trading by Trader TV Live / Fabian, NYSE Urbanista, Take Profit, Tom, Monty G, French Toast, Sariski, Andrew Chow, Be Free, Joshua Lee Mallory, Callie Cat again, Kurt Hoffman, D Love, we've got Aaron Scott Matthews, Pineapple Endies, Jamon Sims, Chris Schrum, Bright Awakening, Heinrich, Strobe 9 again, Elon, Manuel Palma. What a day.
If I had a button that was like, wah, 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 wow. So obviously I'm never going to get to do the roll call again because it's over It's over. Adara just absolutely crushed it. Thank you, everybody. It was a fun day, fun week, fun afternoon show. For everybody that's in Canada, I'm going to wish you in advance a happy Canada Day. But it's a holiday here in Canada, but we're back Monday morning. Don't worry about it. The U.S. market's open. We're right back here at 8:30 for all of you. It's Trader TV Live. Don't forget, tomorrow morning, check out the Freedom Wealth podcast. Listen to it. Get ready for next week. Be locked and loaded. We'll catch you at 8:30 Monday morning. Bye.
See ya.